Welcome to the Saturday Showdown. It's Nongshim and KT in a battle of the culture, but more importantly, playoff positioning here in the Legends group. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid to break down the battle between two of our red teams looking for wins. In Nongshim's case, their first win since May 30th. That's months, with an S, months ago. So hopefully they'll be able to get something going here against KT. Yo, how are you doing today?
Well, I was doing well, but I think your introduction really hammered home. Like, this is a big deal. These teams really need to win. Because KT also hasn't won. The last time that they did win was at the beginning of round 3 against Nongshim. And they've just been getting battered down, and that's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this situation even before the split start, and I think everyone said, well, still being in the Legend group is a lot better, so you can have the better experience on stage, but what now? You know, it feels so bad, and it feels even depressing. So the thing is, I guess this was one of the moments where you can actually get a win in a Legend group. And I think if you miss this chance, you might not have once more, and I think it's kind of doomed.
All right, let's take a look at the matchup between these two squads. How it's been so far in rounds 3 and 4. They've been unable to break through against the top 3, and KT has only been able to beat Nongshim, so they must win today so that they can make a bigger step towards the direct ticket to playoffs.
I think it's really just you got to try and save the mental, man. The more evidence we get, the more obvious it does feel like that. Even though DK, they're not having the best time, you know, they're not the undisputed favorites that I think they would have liked to be. They're still winning.
Yeah,
they're still having a relatively good time. They're chuckling. They're having a laugh. And I just don't think we're seeing the energy from Nongshim and KT right now.
Definitely not. And here's why. As we take a look at the results from round 3 through 5 for both of these squads, as it hasn't been good. It hasn't been good. 6-loss streak, 8-loss streak that dates a little bit further back. We'll dive into that in just a second. 11 and 14, 10 and 15, and just barely any hope to try and catch T1.
Oh yeah, I mean, I also have the same experience when I was a player.
And there it is.
Yeah, like having a insane losing streak. I mean, nothing really helps them, you know, like in scrims, like even though you get some wins in scrims, it doesn't help because you can't win on stage anyways. And everything it fixes is actually winning on the stage. Like winning, it fixes every single problem. So it doesn't matter how you win. It can be a really like dirty win, whatever. Who cares? You just need to get the win.
Get the Nexus.
Get the Nexus.
That's all that matters. Because really, you can rationalize and try to be like, it's fine. We're playing in stronger teams. We would have beaten all. It doesn't matter. There's nothing that beats the feeling of, you know, sitting at Lowell Park and getting kind of demolished by Genji or T1 on repeat.
It was lots of L's. Lots of L's in Lowell Park. Lots of L's for Legend Group. Lots of L's in the chat. Let's get some W's in the chat for one of these teams who's going to win. As we take a look at the struggles that they've had so far in the tournament, it has just been pain after pain for both these squads. Let's start with Nongshim.
So yeah, we're going to talk about what specific issues that they have right now is actually from Nongshim. It's about the overextension and no insurance. So overextension is about they just force the plays too much. So they die 5 times and they failed 5 times. So there is no bounce back. Like after them trying like overforcing like so many times over and over again, there is no bounce back. They're like, you need to stop at some point and just farm it up and try to find the opportunity. But Nongshim, they just go in front and just finish the game in like 15 minutes, but in a negative way. And no issues means that, so there is no like scaling option for Nongshim. I think that's also outcome from the overextension. So you can't really look for the value. Like you can't really look for the scaling issue. Like there is no late game when it comes to Nongshim game. So I think that's those two specific issues that they have right now is like really critical.
It's just rough, right? And I think we're both seeing these teams try and deal with how do we get a win when we've lost so much in a very different way. But it's the same core issue for Nongshim as what it is highlighting. So many of these plays are just repeats. They try again and again and again. I swear, we saw them go for in one of the last games. They went for the same dot dive 4 times, and the 4th time it didn't work. But guess what? The fact that the first 3 times didn't work was a big problem.
The game's cooked. The game's cooked at that point. But Nongshim aren't alone at having troubles. KT as well have had struggles since the whole round. Like, their only win was against Nongshim. A clean 2-0 at the beginning of the round 3, so you're thinking things are good. Not the case here.
And for KT, it has really been much less so than Nongshim doubling down on plans that don't really work. I think they've had more moments, even though they haven't been able to get wins throughout this split. I think they've looked considerably better. The problem is that they're still not getting wins, and a lot of it, to me, comes down to their management of side lanes. Part of that is the players individually not performing to the best level, outside of BDD, who obviously we've talked a lot about. I also think I understand why the Wei experiment came in, but it feels to me like we have kind of stuck with it for too long, right? Like it was pretty obvious early on that the performance just wasn't there. And I get it, because I was emotionally invested in Wei.
Yeah.
I watched him kind of dunk on people in challengers, but I'm hoping to see Peter again here today, because I do think the team, even though they didn't win necessarily more, looks better with him in it.
So those 2 issues that they have right now is actually so crucial in this meta, because it's all about the team fighting, but if you are bad at side laning, you can't really team fight, and if your support is not doing great, you can't really engage, so you can't really team fight. So I think for both teams, they have shared issues for sure. Their laning phase has been an issue, and lack of confidence, and also I want to highlight that they have like just abandoned a single player from their team, and I think that's not going well.
Yeah, it's not the good kind of solo leveling. It's the bad kind of solo leveling, where you are alone and not getting anything along the map. And we brought receipts. So let's start with Poor Perfect on the top side of the map of KT. He has gotten so much flame, and this one, deservedly so, but the rest of them, it's not his fault.
So this one is his fault, right? It's kind of, it's twofold. Like, Perfect has obviously not been playing well. I think he has been rather weak. This is just, you know you're in a lane swap. But I want you to look at some of these other plays. As this one, falling for the Nico trap, even that one you'd be like, but he does get, but I want, like, what can Perfect do
Perfect,
here?
play safe.
Watch this.
Play safe, Perfect. Oh,
So yeah,
oh God.
I mean, at some point, you might just blame people like, oh man, like you could just play safe.
Yeah, play safe. Play safe, Perfect.
But how can you play safe?
Oh no.
When there's no backup, no vision control.
The saddest part of that final one is that, like, he knows he's dead, so he just pre-equalizes the wave. He's like, oh, maybe I'll get some gold. And then while this is happening, KT is not getting anything anywhere else.
So how I feel is that I think at some point he's like brain lagging. You know what? So there is no like vision control at all. Nothing is helping him. So like, okay, I'm lagging. I'm not sure what's the timing to like farm it up. So like he's just overforcing it, like overstepping on the lane. I think that's the issue.
Yeah, but he's not alone. Nongshim have the same
man.
issue, but on the opposite side of the map. Lahens is like, I'm a roaming support. Good luck, Jiwoo. Jiwoo, play safe.
safe.
Jiwoo, play safe. Under tower, right? Oh God. All right, you can trade 1 for 1, right? But miss the whole minions?
And this is where, by the way, I think Nongshim there was on dive 3 out of 5. That's not me exaggerating. That's actually what happened. And I think it's important to highlight these moments, because this, for example, I think is much more of, this is just a big mistake from Gio, right? Like, the fact that he doesn't flash there, I think is actually defensible, because Duro walks up, he knows he's dead anyway. Not taking the right pathing there, that's just on him. Both these players, I think, are also struggling. But also, man, like, the fact that they die as much as they do, I think is also partially contribution towards the team.
Yeah, like, the whole reason why we brought that up is not to kind of highlight those issues with the player, but it's a team issue because it's happening over and over again, and it's taking a toll on the teams. As we take a look at some of these big quotes from 2 of the leaders of the squads, Coach Shelly
We had to.
and BDD coming in with kind of doomer quotes here. Shelly saying it was so dreadful, hardly even worthy being called a match. The things that needed to work on simply didn't, so the game itself never really came together. On the opposite side for BDD, I've tried to lighten the mood, I've tried to be more serious, but none of that seems to matter. Laning isn't something you can just get instantly better at. But here's a little bit of hope. Since we can still reach the playoffs, what matters most is not giving up until the end. But I mean, that's just a tough place to be in.
I really think that this hammers home, again, what we've talked about. there is a burden to being in the Legend group, right? And these two teams are the ones that really are currently on the receiving end of this. I think it's partially the fact that they don't get a break, right? They don't get a mental reset. They don't get to play against some of the Rise teams where they would get very easy wins, even in the state they're in right now. But it also further hammers home the fact that right now T1 Gen G are just on another level, and both teams, they just need to win with it. They just to win, bro.
Yeah, again, this might be their one of the great chance to get a win in the Legend group. So if you can't win in this matchup, then I guess what?
And you know how it feels.
I don't want to say that.
You know how it feels.
You're doomed. You're doomed.
It's prediction time. We did. We don't know who would did.
A lot of emotion there.
Doomed. Let's take a look at the predictions. We'll start with me. I think it goes back to the fact that the last time that Nongshim won, May 30th, against T1. They beat T1, but now they can't beat anyone. Give me KT. I'll take the roller coaster on the little bump up. Mao?
Yeah, I think given the level of play we've seen so far, you have to go KT. Even though both teams have gone winless, KT winless until Nongshim showed up. Or until they met Nongshim, rather. I think for me right now, KT just look a lot better. And could Nongshim win today? Yes, but the level of play just hasn't been there.
Let's be honest. Is it KT look a lot better, or is it actually BDD just playing better and better when the time goes on? Like I think that my only reason why I pick KT is because of BDD. I think KT is BDD, BDD is KT, and I think most of the people will agree on this. And I think it's still an issue, but I think they still can get a win because of their mid laner.
Well, you know, most of the people, I think, did predict KT, but there's one specific fan, one out there that endures more than all KT fans. Right here. Let's take a look.
Because she's catching strays, you know, like
just strays all the time.
I'm worried. As a DK fan, you know, I identify with her struggle. More importantly, imagine I'm just going about my day and I get 15 messages like, "Oh, they lost again." I'm like, "I know, I watched them," and I imagine that's how Laura.
I will say the caption says with zero excitement, but Laura looked pretty excited in that photo. Big smile.
I wouldn't say excited. I think she looked happy.
You looked happy.
You can be excited and not happy.
You can be
happy and not excited.
Happy and not excited. Okay, well, chat, you know what to do. Don't use the E word if you're a KT fan. Use the E word if you're a Nongshim fan. It's Nongshim, it's KT, a battle of endurance for both of these squads so far in the Legend group, looking for a pick-me-up against each other. Let's see how it goes here in the Saturday Showdown.
Makes me stronger.
레전드 그룹에 정말 좋은 경기를 치르면서 오기는 왔는데 오고 나서부터 너무나도 많은 고생을 하고 있단 말이에요.
너무 정확하게 노렸고 연달아 또 갑니다. 헤이트가 꽂아버립니다. 멋진 레드버스 다시 팔팔 끓입니다. 이게
레전드 그룹의 또 4위와 5위의 대결이기 때문에 어떤 뜨거운 경기로 오늘의 마무리 장식을 할지 기대가 되네요.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. It is Saturday Showdown. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we're getting into a match for essentially the 4th place spot here in the Legend Group in essentially the entire LCK. Nongshim versus KT. How are you feeling today, Wolf?
I'm feeling good. Myself personally, condition-wise, like I'm in good health. I had a great burger earlier, but I am not necessarily feeling good for Nongshim right now. We universally on our side predicted KT to win this. Nongshim have not won a single game since May, since before the road to MSI. So it's a long climb, and it has been a tough group for them. And I think KT right now overall are the favored matchup because they have just stronger players right now in important roles, like AD Carry, for example, which has been the most pivotal role we've seen in rounds 3 and 4. Players like Ducktom outshining Jiu, even in losses, makes me really worried here for Nongshim, especially when we consider the mid matchup. We're very close here in the standings because KT barely got in. Remember, they had to win a tiebreaker against D+ to make it into this group, and they've beaten Nongshim, but that's the only win they have. That's the difference in streak that you see here. If Nongshim win, and if they win with a 2-1, like they can equalize actually. If they win with a 2-0, and can take the lead, but it is otherwise a very, very contentious battle for 4th place. But if you lose this one and you keep losing to everyone else, you might be where you are in the standings right now for the rest of rounds 4 and 5.
Yeah, you can see in recent times that it has gone the way of KT. There was that LCK Cup playoff where Nongshim absolutely bopped them 3-0, but it was a different time. It feels like that was ages ago. Like, we don't even think about that anymore. So it really has been KT's since then, especially when they went on that run at Road to MSI where we were like, is the hype train real? Is KT going to make waves? And then they got unceremoniously bopped by T1. It is what it is.
Peter's back, finally,
Peter's back.
Yes.
Everyone's happy about this.
Except Wei, probably, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Peter, I think he had some shaky performances in the week before he was subbed out, but he also had some fantastic performances that same week. So for me, the choice was always a little bit puzzling, and I'm glad to see him back because I think this roster looks way better with him. I think Ducktom looks way better in the 2v2s with him, and Wei just hasn't performed all year long, including when he was subbed in. So not entirely sure what the decision-making was there behind that by the KT roster coaching staff, but the experiment failed. And not only do we universally predict KT on the global side, the fans here heavily predicting them as well.
You can see Naver and Soup there on the screen for the KT side, also going heavily in favor of KT. And a couple of guys just eating some noodles. And that might be the case for today.
It's a tough matchup. It's a tough hill to climb for Nongshim. I think the real edge they have, if you wanted to point at one lane, is the top lane. You know, where Perfect has been struggling and Kingen has been a shining light for Nongshim Red Force. That's the angle you want to play through. It's the angle every team in the Legend Group has played through, is trying to shut Perfect out of the game. So Gideon should be aware that this is definitely a viable option, maybe playing an aggressive jungle pick that allows him to play through Kingen, get Kingen ahead, and then play through that top side lead is probably their best bet. So if you just try to scale against KT, their macro is better, their AD carry is better, and if Perfect is just left alone, he does have high-impact games sometimes. You've got to put this guy down to eliminate him from being relevant. so many teams have successfully done so, even as far back as that T1 series you mentioned at Road to MSI. I feel like that was the first glimpse of what that could look like, and ever since then, Perfect has just had some hard focus on him. He's had a target on his back.
It definitely has. We're going to go into the mid lane matchup. I think this is pretty specifically because BDD is KT and KT is BDD, as what it was mentioning on the pre-show. I think that he very much is carrying the team right now. It's been him and Cuz at times, it's been him and Duckdom at times, but it's always him. Whereas on the other side, Calyx, proving that he is an LCK mid laner, I would say, nowadays, but definitely very much middle of the pack still, so really trying hard to step out of the spotlight of many of the other big mid laners that we do have here in the LCK.
You can see the stats are pretty good for BDD, even though he is on that pretty big losing streak right now, but the impacts he's made in those losses have felt kind of small. Even though he is the best performing player, he hasn't been performing well, hasn't been able to right the ship. He's laughing now.
Wait, they have the same sign, but they're on opposite sides.
Yeah. No way.
The exact same thing.
Yeah, they can't go down from here, basically. Biomon, the Digimon there on the left side.
Yes. Thank
That's
you.
Sora's Digimon.
Oh no! Don't drop the sign.
Digivolves into Birdramon, if I'm not mistaken. I finally get to talk. Like,
it does
I'm
look
finally
like a
casting
bird.
KT, and I'm like, okay, I can talk a little bit about Digimon.
Birdramon, it kind of makes sense. It looks like a bird, you know.
Yeah, very deep voice. Digimon can talk, unlike Pokemon that just repeat their names.
Oh. Okay.
So, like, Digimon can give their
Birdramon didn't really
Digimon tamers advice, and guide them a little bit. Whereas Pikachu just says Pikachu.
Are you sure the trainers aren't just hallucinating, talking to their pets?
I don't think so, but they are in a digital world, Valdez. We're all in a digital world.
We are,
aren't we?
Yes, we are. This is all a simulation. Thank you, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if Nongshim can show some sparks, some signs of life here, because it's very clear that our format here with the Legend and Rise group has really, I think, showcased what we already knew, is that we have a very top-heavy LCK. We've always asked the question, do we have a 2-team region, sometimes 3-team regions, occasionally a 1-team region?
Yep.
And when you condense it into 5, and the bottom 2 are so much better, arguably than most of the teams in the Rise group, right? D+ kind of being the outlier. You kind of look at it all together and go, wow, like, even a team like Nongshim that would probably be the top of the Rise group can't take a single game off of our big 3. And they lost 0-2 to KT, so if they do that again, you have to wait for that next KT matchup for hope to maybe win it again if you can't really step it up. And it's hard to make the drastic changes that are needed in such a short time frame here to really improve and break through that ceiling. So this matchup is so important for that 4th place spot. Win it or lose it, it's going to leave a big mark on the rest of your season.
Yep, it's so critical coming into this one in this Saturday showdown. The Trundle going to be banned right off the bat, and I think if you're Nongshim, you got to try to get Jiu on some kind of comfort. He is in an 80 carry meta, but he's not playing very well, just straight up. So he needs to play well, he needs comfort, he needs to have some kind of chance to help his team and carry them across the line.
I'd love to see Jiu just lean into his own strengths, like play something like a Neela draft with Dive, or just do the exact opposite and play Smolder or Zeri, any sort of super late game carry that he's been very good at. Even the Yunara would make a lot of sense for him. With Wukong not being banned on blue side, does mean that final ban will be the Yunara here on red side. Leaves the Wukong up, and Nongshim will take it over the Taliyah. The Taliyah banned on blue side here. In fact, I didn't see that, so that's why they will definitely take it over Taliyah. And now we'll see what the response is going to be here for the side of KT Rolster. There's no Trundle. We might just Xinjiao tier list.
Rise Xinjiao.
Yeah, I think you're on the same page as me.
It's just kind of been the response. I'm not really sure why, because whenever we see this, it doesn't win, But a lot of teams are saying, okay, this is the way to deal with Wukong. But
also, if I'm Nongshim here, I feel pretty confident. Orianna is an easy snap lock here, but you could also even grab Gwen. Even with the Aurora open, it's perfect in the top side. Is he going to be the kind of player who could really put the punish on King in? I would be a doubter on that one, but he's just going to snap up his Rumble, which has been his best pick throughout his entire time here at the LCK.
the Nautilus is a very interesting pick. I feel like there are a lot of different supports you could have gone for. One we mention all the time is the Rakan with the Wukong. You also didn't have to pick support here. You could have gone for the top lane, as you were saying, Wolf. And both sides are not going to pick their top laners. We're actually going to have Sivir picked out here because they want to have something that can deal with the Nautilus in the bottom lane, and Sivir will be that for Duckdom.
I think that one of the strongest pairings for the Sivir is the Ryze because of the wave clear that she gives you in the mid lane and how much Ryze kind of impact the map in a safe way when you have that extra prio in mid. Kai'Sa ban does make sense. Braum is a little bit puzzling. I didn't expect that to come out here for KT Rolster at all. Almost makes you feel like they're angling for a Ornn pick or something like that here. Pretty strange.
Yeah, just more hard engage. I think that Nautilus can also suffer a lot into the Braum, but it feels very kind of one-dimensional, you know? And Sivir Braum isn't a very common lane, but still, they're going to have that on their mind and ban it away.
The kind of unique Senna ban here coming out from KT Rolster, leaning into a similar idea to what I was talking about before with scaling for Geo. You have a great front line, you have Nautilus as well, which makes it tough to dive. So I think this is quite a unique ban from KT, but given the scenario and the picks that Nongshim have already, it does make sense. It's a pretty safe angle for a Senna. Nico gets taken away. That makes way more sense to me than the Braum that we did see initially banned. Alistair is open for Peter, and I feel like he might just take it.
Yep. This one feels very obvious. And it's Peter, it's Alistair on R4. It's with the Sivir, it's into a lot of engage.
It's not really a Rakan draft, you know?
Yeah.
So that was the only other one that you could really consider, I think, in this scenario. Now Perfect gets counterpick, so that feels really good, and we'll see what the 80 carry pick here for Geo is going to be as well. The Aphelios has a great front line, similar idea to the Senna. I think this is smart, but it's not as good with Nautilus in terms of safety. Can be pretty good in the laning phase, and that Rumble that was left open is going to be taken here.
I mean, Aurora is right there. You could just snap it up. It maybe doesn't do very well into the comp, and they want a front line for the Sivir and the Ryze, so they're going to go for the Ornn instead. So that counter pick kind of feels like, yeah, the Ornn does well into the Rumble, but at the same time, could have maybe punished the top lane a little bit harder. But as you were mentioning before, Perfect doesn't really have a lot of confidence nowadays, so maybe just wants to go for the safe pick.
I think that normally I would be much more into the Aurora pick here, but like you and I were you alluded to what I said earlier, and you agree, like maybe he's not going to be able to punish as hard on the Aurora pick.
Yeah.
Aurora is really good with Ryze as well. When you already have this Sivir for wave clear, you can really control side lanes. But in terms of dealing with Rumble, it's really good, and it's hard to pick a good engage target here on the side of Nongshim Red Force. It's going to be really hard to get to the Sivir, and the Aphelios can also be engaged on from so far away by the Ornn, who is going to bolster the scaling elements of this Sivir draft. I feel like the drafts are relatively even, but for me, I think the Ryze is the big X factor. Even though it's kind of one of those picks where like, oh, it's always just the Xin Zhao, and Agumon's taking a bite out of that Nuggery.
Terrifying.
That's really scary.
What happened to Agumon,
yeah,
man?
like his arms and legs are really small, but I'm going to give a slight edge here to the draft of KT. Jeez. I think Nongshim have some tools here, but it's going to be hard to close the gap and get to that back line.
Yeah, I mean, at least their comp has a theme, right? Which is what you want to see in game number one. They have an idea. We're going forward. We'll see if they can put it together here in game number one.
소환사의 학교가 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game number one begins now of Saturday's showdown between Nongshim and KT. And my eyes are just on Jiu.
Yeah.
I just want this guy to come back to form because we know what his top form looks like, and we just haven't seen it in a while.
Difficulty on execution for Aphelios is high. He took the Ghost in this game, which I think gives, it makes a lot of sense. There's not much to cleanse, and I don't think you're going to be barriering in the 2v2 matchup. So that's a cool little tech there. It's going to give him a little bit more mobility, but also the ability to chase down and carry team fights if the fight is won by a really good Wukong engage, or the equalizer gets everybody low, and then Gio just needs to close that gap. He's going to love having that Ghost Summoner. BD getting a little bit of a health advantage here on Calyx. Observers are highlighting. Aphelios is back, man, a little bit. And I'm excited for it because I think that the meta does put us in a place where you have so much frontline and so much hard engage that it's hard to, if you have like a Wukong, for example, in your comp, you feel pretty good about getting Aphelios to where he needs to be to do that damage later on in the game. And in lane, you know, into an Alistar, also Calibrum here, level 1, going to be kind of annoying, going to kind of harass a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more, possibly Ju. No, just going to hit those autos on the minions. There we go, there's one more.
He did it. Yeah, it does feel like with this Alistar, you're kind of just sitting back and losing level 2. It is what it is. Note that Lahens has gone for Aftershock. He says, if I'm going in and I want to try to survive here. He's not going to have the Unsealed Spellbook, which we do see even sometimes on Nautilus. That was the one champ where I'm like, I feel like maybe you just want to go Aftershock.
Yeah, Alistar has his ult, so it's a little bit safer to go Unsealed. Obviously going to be problematic in trades in lane, because it's really important, especially with the nerf to the armor we talked a lot about. Yeah, Wukong, he's got some W's in the columns.
He's 11-3 on this patch alone. And Xin Zhao on this patch, 6-game losing streak, 6-8. And even just overall here in rounds 3 through 5 so far, Wukong still sitting at 23-8. And so,
yeah,
very
also
much winning a lot.
Pre-MSI, Wukong was not played in a single game. You know, he's been a second half of the season champ.
That's insane.
And he's just suddenly taken over the whole LCK. Like, we saw Pantheon with a really high win rate and was really highly prioed in the first half of the year. Now he's just permabanned and he's just not allowed.
Yeah.
And because that exists and, you know, Azir is so strong right now, Wukong just gets through all the time. And if Wukong, you know, if Wukong is banned, then you have to ban the Yunara, and so that's kind of where we've seen our drafts go a lot of the time. Varus, also one of those picks that's basically permaban. I think that's part of why we're seeing picks like Aphelios come back. Usually not in game 1, but later in the draft. So
yeah,
I think it does make sense in this draft here for Gio, and like you said, all our eyes are on him because he needs to have a phenomenal performance. The draft is really about him when it comes to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do a lot of the damage. At least they do have pieces of the puzzle that are going to be pushing forward and making things happen in front of him. Always feels good as Aphelios. And yeah, I mean, the drafting is pretty interesting now because we added Yunara to the bunch and we weren't sure where she was going to land. But now that everybody's like, well, she's Omega cracked. It's just like another red side permaban. And so red side kind of gets screwed over even more. You just have to ban Pantheon, Azir, and Yunara unless the enemy leaves up Varus and doesn't ban Varus, and then maybe you can trade Yunara for Varus. And we've seen that a little bit, which gets interesting. But
it's funny how, like, the fact that if you leave it up and you're like, oh, okay, well, I'll let them have Yunara, they'll just take Wukong because Wukong's really good into Yunara, and then you're like, oh, I have Yunara on red side, but they have Wukong, that's kind of a problem. So that's kind of been the best answer to Yunara as well so far.
Yeah.
And so blue side just gets the Wukong almost every time. And we see this insane win rate for Wukong continue.
Yeah. Winning on a lot of different teams and has that nice win streak. Not a whole lot of action here at the beginning of the game, although there's the root, and now we do have the spell shield to come out. That is why we picked the Sivir into the Nautilus. DuckDom feeling very good about this matchup so far. The slow's coming out here from Jiu, but the tempo barrier gonna feel pretty good for the side of DuckDom as they do win the trade very slightly here. It's not like Sivir and Alistar have a huge amount of kill pressure, but still gonna be feeling good about that trade.
Pretty good outplay there from DuckDom. Saves his barrier until the continued trade there from Jiu. Knowing that Jiu doesn't have barrier, he'll be able to get that tempo back from it. Spell shield's late. Gets Gravitum, is okay with that because he knows that he's going to be able to stay off the pressure there. It's really the follow-up that's the scary part. He spell shields that and gets out. So down his barrier, but I think very happy with how that did eventuate. Small CS lead. Both bottom laners going for a cull purchase. Gio opting for the refillable potion, not having that second longsword is going to hurt him a little bit. Just a little bit of support action here in the mid lane. We had them 1v1 for a second as their AD carries back to buy cull, and then now they're just kind of like, all right, well, popping over to mid real quick. Gio does come with him, and is staying, in fact, for a little while here. They sent the Orianna top. We saw some of these lane swaps in Kespa Cup, actually, back at the very beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Some
like
of our
ages
non-Korean
ago.
teams were running this. I think the Chinese Taipei team was running this, and like, it was pretty strong, actually, especially against a pick like Rise. And you get a little bit of tempo there, and then you can go to the top lane. Yeah, I think it's just based on the lane state there. It's not like a strategy to have this timing, send your Aphelios up, but he has Christian. Now he's got red-white heading to top side to poke at this Ornn. Perfect does have TP, though. He's just going to head bottom side. It's a small tempo advantage here for Nongshim, but I don't think it'll amount to too much.
Yeah, it's just a little thing early on. No Drake take just yet early on in this game. We do have the Grubs coming up here in just a bit. You see some pings going in onto that. So we got a little zoom in there.
Calyx trying to deny any farm from BDD after he took that back. Then he can.
We saw Kingen doing it in bot. We saw Calyx doing it in mid. It's now a nice trade here going the way of Kingen, and he just overheats and says, I've done my job here. Just going to back away. No reason to overextend.
Saw Lehen's kind of freezing the wave up there on the top side as well, but not able to crash, obviously, and not able to freeze it away from Duckdom. But with red-white here, nice time to fight. And Jiuga just goes back. Duckdom will have his barrier in just a moment. If they get a hook onto Peter as an angle.
Yeah, always going to be a nice chunk. I mean, really committing to this one with the ult even there, as having the level advantage just means that Peter, he's not able to do anything. He just takes a whole bunch of damage. He does have TP, though, and he just hit level 6 on that wave. So Peter actually could get back here for the play, and that's what he will do. As we have fights in mid, we've got...
He's going to TP to the Grubs, actually.
Yeah.
And this is where the Prio could actually really stack up. Your Jiu does have his ultimate as well. And this is a tough fight here for the side of KT Rolster. They still have a lot of Prio. Perfect does not have TP, of course. And, you know, the Rumbles are already rotated up a little bit. Just Nongshim having way more advantage to set up for this. And they've got the first grub already. Gideon does not have Smite, though, so they're going to have to actually stay with him here to secure. And I think they should be able to at least get 2.
Yeah, they get the 2. The handshake comes through. It says, okay, you
Calyx,
get 2, we get 1.
Calyx also dropped his ult on BDD to keep him down, make sure he cannot actually rotate over. He did have his Realm Warp, but it's hard to actually use that when the face of an Orianna who has ult, so he just denies him from entering the fight, puts him down at half health. I mean, look, Calyx doesn't have his ult right now, couldn't use it for the fight. It's low on mana, but it doesn't matter if BDD can't show up, he's done his job.
Yeah, just getting them again, a very, very slight advantage. You know, the extra grub, not going to be the end of the world, especially when you've got Orianna Rumble, who definitely just won a team fight, and they're not really going to be pushing side lanes. It's like, well, we got these. We denied it from the Rise. So that's nice, and that's about it. So, again, still very even in this game. The gold's pretty much exactly even. Got a Nautilus hovering around mid, 4 seconds away from his ult is Lehen's.
The one thing I'll say about this small lead that Nongshim picked up, in terms of gold, they have a slight deficit, in fact, but in terms of the grub pickups and how they've been playing the map, I would like to say they're pretty ahead. They've just, it felt like they had a big plan here. Lehen's does have his ult back. Trying to ult this Ornn, though, under turret is going to be pretty tricky to pull off. I don't think they're going to commit, but Nongshim have looked like a team that comes in with this draft super prepared. Like, everything they've done has been very methodical. Every decision they've made on the map has been very strong. Like, the tempo swap to mid to then get the advantage top side. All of these things have been pretty impressive here for Nongshim in this early game, whereas KT have just kind of sitting back, shivering a little bit. You know, ornaments eventually will be relevant. They don't need to be the ones who make the aggressive plays early. Duckdom's not going to enjoy this.
Yeah, trying to take a trade here. Is it a bait, though? Kingen in a lot of trouble. 3 guys show up. He drops an equalizer and says, well, I'm dead. Doesn't even bother to flash. He's like, yeah, I overextended. You got me. And a very nice set play here from the side of KT.
Yeah, I mean, they may be able to get a plate in return here in mid. We'll have to see in the replay. I'm not entirely sure the angle that BDD took and how he walked over there, because there was control vision in the river. Calyx could have tried to follow BDD and deny, and Lehen's was also on the rotation. In fact, I think he may stop BDD's back right now. And they may look for something. Looks like he's just not quite able to do so. We'll get 2 plates on the return, so it's not the end of the world here for Nongshim, but puzzling that BDD was able to just get away with that. Wait and see exactly how that eventuated.
Cuz just going in. Feels confident against 2. Nice buffer there on the hook. We do have Peter now on the way. He's got his flash. Looks like KT Hardcore want to go into this fight as the flash knockup comes in. BDD is here as well. The Cyclone just to try to get away from them. And you can see that the second one with the clone right there in the choke is going to be enough to get them away. So KT kind of desperately trying to get something back there.
Yeah, that's all just based on the fact that Lehens was like, well, I couldn't quite get that kill on a BDD. We want to force something. Speaking of Lehens.
Yeah, I don't really know why he's still here. He is going to flash. And I suppose just trying to keep his Rumble alive, but now he's in a bit of trouble. He's able to hook onto the wall, but the knockup comes in from the Alistair. Flash away by Kingen. He's trying to turn this fight around as he says, I'm not able to get out of here. Lehens nearly dies. He will die here very shortly, as really the question is who gets the kill. And it will be the Sivir after all, so pretty huge that Duckdom able to pick up 2 kills.
At least Calyx is able to realize this is never going to be a play he can salvage. He can't rotate down. He gets more plates in mid. A plate's going to go over to Gio as well as laning into Perfect. But at the end of the day, still a huge win here for KT. Nongshim, though, I mean, they are trading really well on the cross map. Like, both their Orianna and Aphelios are getting serious value. Imagine if that flash from Kingen actually has his Flame Spitter angled correctly, you know, towards the enemy team. It's tough in that moment to make sure your Q's pointed the right way as you flash away there. It's, like, actually really, really hard. He is angled towards the left side, doesn't get that extra damage. That's kind of the difference maker there. As we'll watch that again in the replay surely at some point, as this game has been very action-packed. Kanik Rookerin is put together for Perfect, which will help him against a Rumble, but he's still leaning into Aphelios for now. And KT 3 kills up with all the plates that Nongshim have picked up. Still a relatively even game. So we'll see which one we jump into first. Okay, so we're going to go back down to what just happened here. Lehens plays this so well, by the way. Flashes, then gets the knockup here through Cuz. So Peter also gets pushed away. Then has the buffered hook here. And then Kingen really wants to try to save this. Flashes, but his Flame Spear is angled to the left side there because he's trying to obviously get away and get to the turret. Does not do enough damage back. Lehens eventually dies. Gives over to Duckdom. Frustrating in this scenario, but it all starts off with Lehens sticking around so long to try to continue to get value off of the fact that he was trying to stop BDD. What else can I get with the river control we have?
Yeah. That's a couple of plays in a row as well where BDD's making plays on the rise. He's getting his team into position. He's being proactive. And, you know, to be honest, if this were solo queue and Calyx is just sitting mid getting 4 plates, your bottom lane would quit the game. They would be like, okay, this is over. You're not helping us. You're just playing for yourself. But I understand because you're playing Orianna into Rise and it's like, can I get there on time? Probably not. Like, maybe he could have started moving down anyway. Like, yes, he did get fed, but also his I said bottom lane, but like the guys that were in the bottom lane, Kingen and Lehens, are just getting kind of massacred, and they're feeding the Sivir as well. They get the first Hextech Drake here on top of it. So yeah, like the gold numbers are pretty even, but at the same time, I would heavily favor KT at this point.
Look at what happens when you get just a little bit of a moment in the mid lane as Sivir where the enemy AD carry isn't there as well. Just crash that wave in. Wave clear is insane on this pick. No static shiv needed to perma have shove. And so Duckdom is getting some value out of that. I do agree that, you know, the way that this game has gone here has really hurt the chances of Kingen really being relevant the way he wants to be in this mid game. Already obviously having that Ornn as a counter, right, to the Rumble as a counter pick, but they put Gio against the Ornn. They've avoided that element of the game to a certain extent, but just Realm Warps avoiding some of the vision and river control Nongshim thought they had. The only way Calyx can stop that is to just stop him from getting into a Realm Warp, right? But they're getting a lot back. Like these trades, you know, they got so many plates mid. They're going to be able to get this turret bottom here as well. It's first turret for Nongshim as well. That's big. You know, I mean, that's what's keeping the gold in their favor despite these picks going against them. They're going to commit here as well.
They're going to heal up the minions with the redemption as in comes Perfect, just trying to clear the wave. And yeah, he's like, well, I should not have done that. I am going to try to just flash away and survive. So inner turret goes over to Nongshim. BDD get the one in top. But here's the Rift Herald going into mid. So KT get a mid outer, which feels very good for their side. BDD not really in threat here against a Rumble. Can just Realm Warp away very easily. And we get a second threat charge, yeah.
That's pretty good for KT. Nico? No, it's just a lone minion that with a Realm Warp. No, actually, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, he got realm warped away, and then he was like, "I'm going back."
Yeah, okay.
I'm the minion.
Yeah.
I have.
Well, in my head, I was like, did the minion get realm warped to this location? And the answer is no. But yeah, he was. Yeah, he was realm warped away.
Poor minions, man. Like he got saved, and then he just decided, you know what? Actually, never mind.
My purpose is to be in the top lane.
I must push. It's actually kind of sad when you think about it. Oh, well, that's Lehens's fault. It's not going to matter, as they're getting another turret. At least Nongshim, I like how they're kind of roaming around the map as 4, and they're getting a bunch of value.
It's just a really good macro game from them. Despite the fact that the enemy team is the team that has the Sivir Rise, they're kind of running circles around KT. Sure, it's a lot of resources committed every time. 4 members bottom, 4 members top, but you know, the Rise alone isn't going to be able to take these turrets down as quickly. If we were talking about plate trades, you'd be like, well, I mean, BDD's getting solo plates over here, but plates have fallen. He will eventually get this turret in exchange, but they're keeping this game really even. The Aphelios is starting to come online. Obviously, both AD carries finished their call, and Aphelios is significantly behind in gold, but you know, if they just slow this game down and he doesn't get put down any further, we'll hit that 2-item spike. Will be relevant later, and the fact that they don't have an inner turret doesn't necessarily matter as much into KT's comp. Because it matters a little bit for Lehens here.
Good call from Lehens. We have seen that sometimes he kind of takes the barrel route where he's like, I'm just going to run in and dime the tank. I just see what's happening over here, and dies a bunch, but only dying once, and he's Nautilus. So far. So very much having a measured game this time around is Lehens.
Doesn't look like Gio is going to be able to complete that second item before this dragon. And, you know, he had red-white. Like, gun management is so important on Aphelios. If you have that fully ammoed up for this dragon fight, you feel really good. If you have 2 items too, but he's just not quite there. And has used a lot of that red-white ammo to clear this wave, so not going to be the powerhouse he could be for this potential dragon fight. And 30 seconds till it spawns. Control of the pit is also KT's, and part of that's from the Sivir and the outer turret take. There is a lot of inherent value in that. And you know, you can see it with the group up there. If Lehens face checks or just walks in, he dies, and it gets even worse. As you can see, Gio is on the last ends of this Severum ammo. A bit of a Rumble versus Ornn.
Yeah, they're going to try to chase this with the Wukong on the way. Perfect does not have his flash, and that's what they're calling for. He tries to dash away, but this is way too much damage, especially because he doesn't have all that much armor, so the Wukong also just shreds. Meanwhile, Calyx trying to survive down here. We got a TP trying to help out. That's from the Alistair. Nice dodge from Calyx, and even in a redemption. Maybe looking to turn this one around as the fight is getting close. But BDD just says, nope, I'm getting out. It's a Chemtech Soul. And so those first couple Drakes, the double dragon going the way of KT.
Yeah.
It's not going to amount to all too much. I mean, there's still definitely some value out of the Chemtech Soul.
Well, I like
for like Rise, Shinjao, Ornn.
I like how Nongshim played this because they're like, well, we can't get Dragon. We don't have inner turret. They have the Sivir push. We'll just make a play topside on the flashless Ornn. And all they have to do, all Calyx has to do is not die on the cross map. He is able to speed himself up and get out of there. Doesn't even have to flash. So he survives. They catch the wave there. And yes, there are waves pushing into inner turrets and mid and bottom, but they get a kill topside. They're able to get so much damage done onto that inner in the top side as well. And what they get in return, what KT gets in return is just a second dragon. A double dragon is great if it's a great soul. RNG not working in their favor there. But I think even if it was, like, the best play for Nongshim was just to opt out and try to get something else on the top side of the map. They're successful in that. They get the whole inner top side, still maintain a gold lead in this game. Pretty, you know, I don't know how, they can't do this forever, but I feel like they've continued to keep this game so even that one team fight could really be what decides who gets a lead more than everything that's happened in the first 20 minutes in this game. It's kind of wild. He's got 2 items now. The LDR is done for Gio.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna need it for that Ornn. We get a big zoom in on Otacon because I think it's been a point of contention for a lot of our teams. And will they start it?
I really strongly feel that neither team needs to start Otacon, and there's no purpose to start Otacon in this moment, for sure. There's certainly been some great Otacon starts that were poorly executed.
I feel like KT is more in a position to do so, but their turn is not that strong. Like, it's good, with the Ornn and the Alistar, but they're not far enough ahead to start Otacon and be able to turn.
And they don't need to start Otacon desperately to try to... It's not like they're behind or like, aha, we're going to start Otacon, look for a cool turn and try to catch you guys off guard. Or maybe if you don't come fast enough, we just get it for free, because their comp also scales incredibly well. It's a dead even game.
Yeah.
There's just no reason to hard force that. Instead, just put BDD in the side lane and force Nongshim to come to you, as they are coming to him, but he's just going to be able to TP out.
Yeah, I think if anyone starts the Otacon, it should be Nongshim. But again, they don't even need to either, as now we get the engage coming on in. That's a Wukong a bit caught out of position. Gideon by himself just burning down as a bit of damage comes in, a bit of AoE, but they have Redemption, which seems to be the item of choice. Very nice knock up here from Perfect, though. They're looking for a bit more. The Realm Warp gets the Alistar in. The flash is perfect from Peter. Gets on top of two of them, and KT, they set up the fight. Nongshim getting caught out in the river.
Yeah, Gio trying to look for the ult there, trying to maximize damage, pops the Ghost. I mean, those are the types of moments where you start to feel like, oh, as a Aphelios, oh, okay, this may be my time. Maybe I can actually clean up this fight. But they lost their jungler early. The Cyclone down for Gideon. And this was actually a really cool trap for KT, where they kind of play a little ping pong, they play a little tennis, as Kingen may also, for greeting for this wave, be punished. Looks like it's not going to happen. But they went for the play for pushing BDD bottom side. Then he knows, okay, they're rotating down. He Realm Warps over the top of them, gets away, or sorry, TPs over the top of them, gets away, and then they can collapse on the jungler who was then trying to catch BDD. They're just kind of running circles around Nongshim in this moment. As we kind of skip over that part, this is after BDD's teleport, but the reason why Gideon was here is because he was trying to actually punish BDD's side laning, and now he's isolated himself on a flank that he didn't intend to be a flank. It's just a really cool rotation here for KT. And then this play here to get Peter on top of the AD carry is just another BDD moment. You know, you set up the TP play to trap Gideon there, then Realm Warps on top of the AD carry for his Alistar.
Yeah.
And Gio is just not having a game. He wants to have a game. He's like, I'm sitting on 2 items, I got my LDR, I want to fight.
He doesn't get to play the game. Not yet, apparently. And yeah, it does feel like BDD, he's 0-0-4, but he's pulling all the strings, you know? Like, he is the one side laning. It's everything you said, like, he's setting up the plays in the team fights. It just feels like he's kind of on a different mental level above all of the players on the Rift right now.
He's the puppet master for sure.
He really is. Even for his team, you know, when he plays Rise, he's able to do that. He's like, I'm going to set this up, and you're going to go into it, okay? Like, you don't have a choice, as he has the completed row out, which means that, of course, he'll be a level ahead, but he's also got an extra level plus a bit more on Calyx. So BDD very far ahead here. Little engaged. Lehens, I said earlier that he was playing very measured. I think a little bit of that went out the window after the last fight, as he gets caught out for basically no reason here. As now Calyx trying to clear the wave, he's going to get caught for free. And now a play into the backline as Gio does survive, but it really does feel like Nongshim are not taking KT seriously, and they're getting caught out here in this mid game.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe some extra pressure on this inhibitor turret from Kingen, I suppose. He's not going to be able to take it down, obviously, but can crash a wave there. BDD will have to back to respond. It was funny because so much of this game for me was like, wow, you know, every Legend Group game is one-sided, except like the games we had yesterday with T1 and Hanwha, sure, and a one-sided ending, so to speak, but yeah, he's seen on these words, by the way. But like, I was like, wow, yeah, Nongshim are just, like, they're losing a little bit, but they're trading on turrets, they're getting these plates, like, they've kept this game even. It's not going to be a one-sided, and then one fight happens, oh, never mind. It's a one-sided Legend game. Like, KT's got it, 7 kills to 2, total control over the map. They had the inner turret already, and it just feels like Nongshim now can't get back in. It's not over, and there's still a soon-to-be IE holding Gio in this game, but Lehens is dead again, I think, I fear.
Looks like it. I mean, it's so hard to get away from the Rise at this point in time, as nope, the slow comes in. Lehens, no, not the disengage cone, please, as yeah, he is going to get away with the disengage cone for now, although Lehens does get his redemption, and yeah, he gets away because that cone was there, and his mistake is not punished.
Peter almost had his heal, could have maybe chased there, was swapping his spellbook, quite get it in time. At the end of the day, Lehens gets away with it, and some extra side laning for Calyx does ensue. It's crazy that BDD is up 30 CS on him with how much it feels like Calyx is out side lane BDD. BDD had spent so much time in the bottom lane, so much time in the top lane just now. He's just farming up a storm on this Rise. Has 3 items, has a completed Zonias on top of, you know, the fact that he got Roa, Seraphs, He's utility Rise, but they have a Fed Sivir who has IE, so he doesn't need to do damage in this game. They don't need to cut through tanks with this Rise.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't matter.
He's just there to be utility Rise, set everybody up, and do a little bit of extra damage on top of it. He had the arm guard, but then he completed the Zhonya's. Felt like he could have sat on that, but not the case. This time wants to make sure he has it and doesn't miss a fight with it, especially if he's going to be trying to play make in some of these fights, which he has been. Trying to set up vision around the Baron now is KT. And
I want to see Gideon stop engaging and just sit on top of Gio. Like, just be on top of Gio. Let KT try to make those decisions, okay? Gio, just let him get his IE and just sit on top of him and try to keep him alive, because I don't think you're going to win this game any other way. This is no longer a game you can win by Orianna Wukong Cyclone Shockwave combo. It's just not going to happen into KT's comp. Ducktom is not going to be hit by that. They have way too much control. He has his upgraded IE, by the way. You don't even have yours yet, so probably don't look for a fight at all right now with your Wukong unless somebody makes a big mistake. Or just go in Lens, yeah, sure.
just hook blindly into the push.
He has no vision, like, at all.
I don't know if he, like, placed the ward and then he saw them for just a little bit, or if I kind of missed that part, but, like, yeah, that whole play, pretty interesting. I kind of get it, because if you don't have any vision at all, they're just going to get the Baron for free, so you do have to have someone go in, but at the same time, it's quite dangerous, especially when you're level 9 Nautilus. At least he took Aftershock, you know, I mentioned that before, so he's got a little bit of extra resistance.
It's so painful, Valdez, but I think you probably can't stop them from doing Baron in this case. Like, I just don't think you can, and you probably just have to go, well, I hope that...
Well, they have vision this time.
Yeah. Good luck, Nongshim. I was going to say, you might just have to defend Baron, but said they're going to look for a fight here. And look at the setup here for KT, it's just so clean.
Yeah, I like this. They're going to look for the pick. They have so much damage out of the Sivir right now. It's insane. And essentially just a zoning ultimate going to keep them away. And they kept Cuz and BDD on this objective the entire time. Perfect is very tanky. They're going to try to do a bit of damage to him, but the Baron is going away. And Gideon's got to get in. He's got the flash, but he gets knocked away by Cuz. And he will not be getting into the pit at all. Perfect still alive until the end of the fight. Gio, he's just desperate at this point, gets stunned up, does a bit of damage, has so many chakrams, doesn't matter, he's alone against everybody. And now the Realm Orb on top of it is Calyx. He's seeing nightmares, he's seeing the trauma from before. And at least, you know, he'll do a little bit of damage. But KT, a massive win in this fight.
The problem is not that Nongshim are not in a position items-wise to fight this. Like, the guns set up here for the Aphelios are also great. Is that you have to fight through this choke point. You have no vision. Actually, this is kind of a mistake from Perfect, by the way. He definitely should have held that and used it for the fight, because he doesn't have it. He actually becomes the target. Look, Gio, IE done, does massive damage with red-white here. And because Ducktom and BD have to hold Baron to get the smite, they're actually not involved in this fight. This fight ends up being way closer than I think it had any right to be. But, you know, in this case as Nongshim, if you give up the Baron, you're probably going to lose the game. Like, they have a pushing Sivir and Rise. But if you fight the Baron into this choke point, it's always going to be a losing scenario. They decide to go for the Baron, and it just ends up being them essentially getting routed there as they end up losing the Baron on top of it. KT, have Peter a bit overextended?
Yeah, he is going to have to pop that ult. And it's just Chemtixel on the board here. Gideon does have his flash, but Nongshim, they want to take the fight after the case. As now with Chemtixel, they're so tanky, but they are going to be able to take out BDD at least. As KT looking to try to take this one 4v5, and it looks like they should be able to. As Gio just zoned away entirely by the Ornn, not able to chew through all this tankiness. And it's a triple for the Omega Fed Sivir that is Ducktom.
I think Nongshim are really going to be kicking themselves for some of the fights they took in the mid-game. That trap from BDD that caught Gideon earlier on, that was such a disastrous moment for Nongshim. They lost so much control. You could see that Gio clearly has mastery of the Aphelios, right? On 3 items, he's doing as much work as you realistically can in these scenarios, but he just doesn't, you know, he's fighting almost literally blind in some of these moments as they look for the catch here onto Peter. Perfect is on this flank angle. It's really tough to actually make this work, and then Kingan's like, all right, I've got to try. They end up getting BDD on the edge of this fight, but now you're so deep. Look at where Gio's positioned. He knows he can't go into the meat grinder, so he does no damage here. And unfortunately, you're an Orianna and a Rumble that are kind of combo-based in what they do in team fights. You don't have consistent damage, and they just kind of fall apart. And that, I think, is really the beginning of the end here. I mean, it was earlier, but like, you know what I mean? Like now there's just no fight. There's not even a moment.
Now it's like the end of the end,
yeah,
I think.
That's really what I mean. Like, I just don't think there's any way back now.
Yeah, and you said it before, right? It was like, oh, it's kind of close. You know, we have like a cool back and forth between Nongshim and KT, and then, it's okay. It's just another one-sided Legend Group game. Might just be the case for this series if Nongshim can't turn it around as the engage cone from the Sivir. As, yeah, look at that damage. He's just so fed at this point. Like, Lahens does not exist.
Yeah, he's almost full build. He's looking for a GA, I guess, as his final item. And I don't think he's going to get it because I think the game is going to end before then.
We don't have POG anymore, but who's POG?
I still vote for BDD.
BDD probably.
And obviously, like, you know, it's pretty known that BDD is my favorite player, but I think he actually...
Oh, no, the realm orb to find you.
It's BDD.
Yeah, it's just another one, you know, like the game is over right now, but it doesn't matter. It's like another box checked for the BDD column. Because now, nice little engage, and KT just looking to end this one. And using their gigantic wallets, their safes of cash that are in the bank, and just plopping them on the heads of Nongshim. That's going to be game number 1, going to KT very one-sidedly after about 20 minutes.
Team just looks so much more coordinated with Peter. Sure, they won it last time around, but it was also Peter on the roster. And watching moments like the Realm Warp into the Alistar engage onto Duckdom, that's the kind of synergy I feel like that was kind of missing from Wei with this team. BD looking a lot more comfortable. We're always going to put the caveat in and the asterisk in that this is KT versus Nongshim, not the big three, not Genji, T1, Hanwha. But they did look really good. And Nongshim, on the other hand, I feel like played the macro pretty well. Like, they knew what fights they couldn't take. They avoided them. They traded for plates. They traded for top turrets. They were threatening at one point the inhibitor turret. Gio, gun management was decent, but unfortunately they just didn't have map control, and map control is sometimes way more important than what your item spikes are and what your comp can do. If you can't set up your Wukong Orianna, as we saw this game, it does very little. Duckdom's wave clear is so important. He collected a ton of kills and just became a fountain laser there at the end.
That is the potential of Sivir realized in a game. So really good stuff for the side of Duckdom, for the side of KT. And they look like, once again, the big favorites here up against Nongshim. Really the only question is, can they mimic this performance in game number 2? Or are we going to have Nongshim actually fight back and give us an interesting series in this one between 4th and 5th place? We'll have to find out after the break.
볼게. 봐봐. 찍었어 얘들아. 우리 본다. 나 가인이야. 앞에 로펠. 오리 볼래. 아 앞에. 오케이. 잡았다. 오리 녹어. 나 잡았어. 미드 가자 얘들아. 미드 가자. 네. 맞아. 노플이야. 노플. 이거 어떻게 안 뚫긴 하거든. 나 당연 오면 죽여. 일단 나 뒷골 빼볼게 이거. 아 그런다. 나 타워 치자. 타워. 딱 볼게. 야 뒷골 있어. 나왔다.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the space. It looks like Nongshim and KT got to play the game against each other. It did not blow up in the early game. It was close for a little while, but eventually KT pull ahead and take the victory. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and we're gonna take a look at the scorecard of what we had earlier with the issues between Nongshim and KT. And we start by sliding over one of the issues from KT back on over to Nongshim. But this is something that we wanted to see them work on whether they won or lost.
Yeah, so for KT, they had the issue about the side lane, just keep dying on the side lane for no reason. But I think that kind of fixed naturally for this game because Perfect died only once.
One time.
Right?
One little oopsie, which was entirely his mistake, was too far pushed up when his team had vision on the opposite end of the map.
But
Outside
playable.
of that,
yeah,
it's playable.
The game was playable, and also we really like to see Peter coming back to the roster. But for Nongshim, I don't think they fixed the issue yet. I guess they have the insurance for sure because they played the bot lane correctly, so they have the Aphelios. But again, overextension is there, and also the silent issue just have one. It became a new issue.
I think that in the current meta where team fighting is so incredibly important, to me, if your jungle and support are not doing well, those are generally going to be the biggest factors in setting up your fights, right? Because those will be the ones who've engaged, those often will be the ones carrying CC. Neither Lahenz or Gideon is in great shape right now. So I think that is why the game was actually even. Both teams were like, oh my god, we get to play the game. We don't get quadruple dived like 4 times in the first 10 minutes, which was nice. But then the actual team fights, I don't think we're ever that close because Peter is back, Cuz obviously is great, and then add the form of BDD to that, and the team fights, I think, were pretty one-sided.
Yeah, we've got a couple examples here. Let's start off with some of the overextension issues that we had with Highlight 1 on Kingen on the Rumble, just kind of poking his nose where he shouldn't be based off of the state of the map and where the other players could possibly be, and also a Rise in the mid lane sometimes makes it show up.
Like, why my Rumble is trying to one-on-one Sivir when Rise has mid priority? Like, this is just basic stuffs, right? Like, when Rise has the mid priority, you can never step up on the side lane. You just need to wait until Rise shows on the mid lane. But it keeps happening. And the overextension as well, the Kingen is trying something to counterpunch here, but it's not working out. And he even used the flash.
Yeah, there is some poetic justice in Cuz and BDD circling around their old teammate being like, oh, land! But unfortunately, I think those didn't actually end up setting up for that big of a lead. Like, this game was a very even game up until like 15-20 minutes. Pre-team fight, the gold lead barely swung. It was actually quite close, but it is kind of a good showcase of Nongshim still dealing with a lot of the same issues, whereas it really felt like KT has cleaned up theirs.
I mean, again, top of that, while KT was making some plays on the side lane, on the other hand, Perfect was not dying. So that's why KT was working out right now.
I know the bar seems low, but Perfect was getting dove non-stop. Some of it his fault, most of the time not his fault, but KT were able to punish on the opposite side of the map. So big props to them getting the check mark here from our scoreboard. Now to the team fights where, as Mouse said, the gold leads weren't that massive here, but Nongshim just did not look good in these fights. Peter was the one making the plays happen.
There were, to me, the biggest factors were the fact that Peter was back and BDD's amazing setups, right? Like the continuous pressure of this Rise, the use of the Realm Warp, and then add to that the control that Peter had. Like, literally, this is a 1-2. BDD throws Peter into the mix. Peter sets it up nicely, and I think had a great game on the Alistar. And then right here, again, another engage. It's very straightforward stuff. But I think that when a team has struggled as much as KT has, we really need to just focus in on how well they're doing the basics. And then this time around, once that shockwave comes in, BDD says, let's go, boys!
So in hindsight, we could see them just getting engaged like both times by Alisa there. But when you think about Nongshim's team comp, they have Orianna, Wukong, and Nautilus to follow up. So that doesn't mean that like Nautilus needs to go up first. Just wait for Wukong to go in and combination with the Shockwave and Nautilus follow up with the ultimate. So you can actually pre-plan these. But none of these team fight, they were actually planning for this. They were just walking up and getting engaged. So that means they're not clear enough in the team fight or the in-game. So like there's no plan at all for the Nongshim. Like it's not working out.
And it's one of I think there are comps, we saw this yesterday, where there are comps that are really good at absorbing a blow and then counter-punching. But the Nongshim comp kind of worked similarly in that they needed to be the one engaging.
Oh, yeah.
When you have an aggressive combo like that, like just ult someone, try to get multi-man shockwaves, try to get... I don't think we saw a single shockwave actually hit, but it's also because, like, I feel like you can't really point at someone specifically on Nongshim because Kalix couldn't hit because Lahens died. Lahens died is because the team wasn't together, and then Gideon goes in and just goes down. Then you have Giu like trying on the Aphelios, but even he still I don't think is performing that one. It's a bit of a mess for Nongshim.
You know what I feel now? Like I have experience of this. So this happens when players get tilted.
Oh. We
You would never tilt
about
with it.
tilting. No way.
What do you
We
mean?
did tilting.
I was tilter.
That's what did.
Don't you remember Toxic Wadid?
Okay, no, we're not going to talk about Toxic Wadid is gone. Let's send it on to two guys who are never toxic. Let's send it on over to casters right now.
Thank you, Digon, Chronicler, and Toxic Wadid for that wonderful breakdown.
Someone's gonna have to get the Super Mario Sunshine hose out and hose him down so we can clean him up. No toxicity on my desk.
What's going on with the raccoons being sacrificed here?
Yeah, it's kind of wild. But this raccoon's gonna break the bus?
Roller coaster?
Yeah, I don't know. The detail is quite good on the raccoon, but on the vehicle of some sort, it was a little bit less obvious. Okay, this continues to be a meme that I'm not fully sure about, but maybe they're gassing up that fan.
It just says fan on his forehead.
Yeah, no, I know, and it's gasoline in his wine glass. I would not recommend drinking that.
I hope he's not a smoker at the same time.
Yeah.
That would be bad.
No.
Nongshim returned to blue side. Didn't seem to affect KT all too much in the draft.
I think the game was really close. You know, Valdez, I do think...
for a while.
Yeah, I think that if that catch on to Gideon doesn't happen, if BDD and Peter don't make that one play, the game continues for a while, you know, and we get to see some Aphelios action, but it was a kind of, to me, like, yes, a lot of control that's there for KT Rolster, but they snapped the neck of Nongshim suddenly, and then it was like, okay, now the game is just not playable. They had some moments, but we're going to see possibly the same bans. Like, it might even be the exact same ones on both sides. We'll see if that does eventuate. It feels a little bit better now that the Wukong is gone. I mean, we're not thinking about that one at all, but Yorick will be banned against Perfect here. He got his Rumble in game one.
I guess they saw Doran yesterday. They're like, nope, we don't want to see that again.
Kingen took his Rumble away. Now they took his Yorick away. Played Ornn. With no Wukong, you have to ban Yunara on red side. In general, you probably should, do that. But I think without Wukong, you're like, really have to do that?
And, you know, if Taliyah gets not banned by the blue side, they could leave both Azir and Taliyah available. Taliyah's gone, though, which means that Varus is hanging out.
Yeah, Varus and Azir are the likely candidates, as Giu will pick up the Varus now. If you can't lock Varus here, you know, and you're in the Legend group, then we have to have a different type of discussion, maybe off stream, but they will be able to lock it. And down, goes lane prio for KT Rolster, likely. We have seen a few of these matchups go awry with some errors in the 2v2, but Varus does normally get control of the bottom push, which is why he's so highly prioritized. He's going to slam the Jhin in response.
There's no Sivir. He played it in game one, so Jhin, the range is going to help out in that lane. Definitely feels like the next best thing into Varus. Thinking about a Nocturne here.
We have seen players like Hype get absolutely demolished on Varus into the Nocturne because it's so immobile. But there's not a lot of setup for the Nocturne otherwise just yet in this draft. I like the Annie because it's safe here. And even if they lock the Galio, you're like, well, I still have a lot of prio. You know, I have a lot of power in this lane. Galio very situational with a Varus alone right now in this draft. It's kind of been one of the most common responses to the Annie.
Yeah.
The Orion and Ryze are gone, so unless you want to run a Victor comp here, which I suppose they could, the Galio is probably the answer. Wow, it's almost like the LCK in Fearless is really easy to predict, Valdez.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think, ooh, okay, the Ambessa coming out here. You know, guys, Gwen is still available, but with Aurora just hanging out, I think both sides are like, nah, we don't want to blind it, and it just means that Renekton is playing into Ambessa as they elect to blind Ambessa instead.
So now we're looking at some late jungle picks here, and support, of course. Which pool would you rather choke out is the question. You know,
At this
picks
point,
like
probably jungle.
I think like Maokai's stocks are pretty up in this draft. Very strong with both drafts, but for the side of Nongshim, it's pretty scary. Nocturne works really well with Galio, as they're both global in how they ult in, powerful in sides.
How is Peter's Bard? That's a question I wish I knew the answer to, because if you play Bard in Tavares, Jhin Bard is fantastic. You have a way to deal with that bottom lane, and then you also have a way to really make Varus's life a living nightmare, because then you just Bard ult and Jhin opens up, you've got Annie in your face, and good luck. Hope Galio can save you.
He has never played Bard in his career. Not even one time.
Yeah. So, probably not going to be Bard. If anything, maybe it's like Rel, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll just pick it right off the rip. Maybe he wants to see the pick of Lehens first.
Jarvan makes sense as a ban when you have the Varus up. Vi feels strong with the Galio, but has fallen off quite a bit. And I feel like with this draft, with how far away the Jhin is going to be and with your Annie, I wouldn't necessarily be as scared of the Vi, but relatively safe here, as Nico will be taken away for some lane safety. As both, you know, we're looking at jungles here, but we're also looking at the support pool. He's going to snap lock the Skarner. And maybe it's just a Maokai angle here for Gideon. I do think it's pretty good here. Yes, you have an AP mid laner, and that means that people don't like to play Maokai, but...
Well, I don't think it's going to be Rek'Sai.
Well, Gideon thinks maybe it is. I don't know.
I think maybe Ju thinks it's funny to hover it.
I don't know. Yeah, no, it's not going to be.
I don't know. You never know.
Viego.
Oh, it's just Elise for Lehens.
Okay, Viego. I'm not really 100% on board with the Viego. A little bit more interested now with the Elise, because you could set up that pick, and then you get the initial transformation for the Viego. So a little bit less skeptical about it now, and also feeling way less good about a Maokai pick with this setup of support.
This Bard angle is beautiful. Like, come on, Peter, pull it out. First time.
It's got to be a Bard, right? Like, the setup for Impale, for Tibber is... It is crazy to me that, like, I had to, like, quadruple check. He has never played Bard in his entire career. Like, not even one time.
I love Poppy. I even asked Wolf, are we going to see Poppy today in the series? And he shook his head.
Poppy's so hard to play into Elise. And it's otherwise not that great into this comp in general. It's really good into Ambessa's dashes.
Yeah.
It's great for objective control. Maybe he just isn't comfortable on Bard. I mean, his stats indicate that as much across. He has played... I have to do math to figure this out. He has played 296 games, if I'm not miscalculating. 296 games.
Yeah,
not
you're
a
right.
single one was Bard.
296 games.
And that's actually, no, 297, because this is not including game one.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So...
Oh, he's almost up to his 300th game.
That is wild. Either way, I think the Poppy is very strong in terms of objective control, but doesn't really work with his comp as much. And for once, you know, I like the Elise angle here, in part because they picked the Poppy into it, and it's going to struggle a little bit in the 2v2. Poppy, a pick that you sacrifice a lot of power in lane for, oftentimes when you're playing into a range support for power in skirmishes and power in early objective fights, but a little bit tricky in this game.
Don't give up, Lehens. There's so many sad raccoons in the audience.
Yeah,
today.
they're either sad or on fire.
Or being tortured. Yeah. It's not a fun time for the raccoons. And I think the Nongshim social media team is capitalizing on that as well. Definitely having a lot of fun.
Ooh, Renekton Toy!
Renekton Toy! It's happening, Wolf! Here we go. Game number 2 starts now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 유명한 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Yeah, I thought I heard a flash. Yeah, that's a flash out of the Annie. And now a second one as well.
At least level 1, ladies and gentlemen, with a 5-man group. And 2 flashes are obtained, as well as vision here on the red side jungle, on the red buff. All right, that's a start. We'll watch how this happened. Cousin BDD. This is actually like the worst case scenario. There's just like no saving this for BDD. He has to flash. There is like nothing he could have done, if you know, except not walk in like that, as they try to set up a bit of a 5-point start. And 2 flashes are taken away. Cocoon is strong.
Yeah. I feel like definitely... Okay, nice ward here. Gonna spot Gideon. Well, we'll see if Cuz can do anything about that, if he's going to invade and take the Raptors of his opponent. As now Hens is getting in there, Duck Dom taking a huge amount of damage already. The flash comes through from both of them, as Duck Dom barely going to live. But barely living is not a win. This is amazing for the side of Nongshim.
It's, you know, you're not going to give over gold, but you're really increasing the time it's going to take you to get back to lane. You're trying to get back as fast as possible. So you're sitting there going, I'm down both sums. My support is down a sum. And I'm sitting here going, oh boy, this is going to be a lot of lost XP. This is going to be a lot of lost money. And this Elise pick is really working out so far here in this early game. It's one of Lehenz's favorites. Going back to comfort here, and is working a treat. The Annie and Skarner losing flash, much less relevant in this early game because obviously the Annie is not going to really be pressured by Galio in lane too much, or shouldn't be. And the Skarner isn't going to need to flash in most scenarios in the early game. But now, like, no sums for Duckdom. Guess who's camping? Got a tint pitched right in the bottom brush.
Oh, Peter. Okay, just going to go in and face check it. Has flash, is just going to use it.
No summoners in the bottom lane. Better get some value of that spellbook real soon.
And Lehens, he's already played 10 games of Support Elise, which is a lot for a champ like Support Elise, but it's really just him. I know there was a meta where we kind of had it around, but then it really fell off hard. But he's still pulling it out. And we talked about it in the draft, especially if you're going to pick Poppy into this. He's just going to love that you disrespected him.
It's just crazy that you would pick Poppy into this. And obviously, you know, they got jumped on. We'll probably take a look at the replay. I'm not entirely sure why Duckdom and Peter were that far up at the first 2v2. But then in the second one here, it's like, well, what do you do as Peter? Do you just let them have full control and hope that you can play the game, or do you face check? You probably don't face check, but you're Poppy, so you can't really do anything at all except lose the lane when you're behind already. Feels pretty disastrous. Now, they don't get any kills, but I mean, they can get a free swap here to the top side. And you can see the wave is still being cleared by Duckdom and Peter down the bottom side themselves. Kingen can just TP to catch that wave. Flashless Skarner, just going to get taunted.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting pathing from Gideon. He skipped the top scuttle, went bot scuttle instead, and then now he's just going to go for the full clear once again from his bottom side of his own jungle from the Krugs. But there were a lot of pings, and Perfect had to play pretty safe because they thought maybe, you know, from the full clear from bot to top that he could wrap around the ward that was in the river and maybe get a gank off, but instead he's just in full farm mode on this Viego.
Viego's hungry. He's got to eat, and he's got to get big and strong in the early game. That's what he's looking to do. Well, the Heads is like, all right, but you know,
little Hex Flash, little action coming in.
Without his AD carry there, he does not win those actually. So nice little play there from Peter. Good follow up from Duckdom, well coordinated. Calyx is kind of smashing this lane, by the way.
All right, we're just diving the mid lane turret. The flash comes in from Gideon. That's first blood going over to Calyx already. And Cuz is a level 4 Skarner. And so he doesn't really get to do anything. A very nice dive and calculation here from Nongshim.
And maybe I've watched too many of our big three Annie games to kind of warp my perception of this matchup, but yeah, he's just walking towards BD, who doesn't have his flash still. And it's just a few seconds away, but in those few seconds they capitalize. Good gank from Gideon. And nice setup there from Calix. And this game is just constantly action.
Yeah, Peter going in again takes a huge amount of damage. And yes, he did a bit here to Lehens, but you can see the control that Jiu has over this lane now because of his support Elise. I mean, Duckdom's just trying to survive.
Duckdom doesn't have barrier. He's Jin, so it's hard for him to consistently output damage in these types of trades. Peter's looking for a funky angle here.
They're just poking Duckdom out of here. He's barely even able to farm.
Great spacing by Jiu here. And like you said, farm lead is starting to really become a problem. He was able to buy his Swifties on that first back. Second back, I should say. And is otherwise just kind of trying to survive, trying to stabilize, pulling his jungler up here now.
It's because here we got a TP coming in as well from Peter, and now the Galio over the top, but it looks like Calix is a little bit on his own here. Doesn't quite look like KT have the damage. Another TP's coming in from BDD. That's not going to do all too much. Just a little bit slow trying to follow the Galio.
Kayn playing this lane really well, realizing that shield. I think the thing that caught Nongshim a little bit off guard was the Poppy unsealed teleport.
Okay.
This is just an insane amount of control for Calix. Flashes for the taunt. And the angle of approach here for his jungler. Gideon comes through, I think. BD, I mean, realizing it could have happened, but obviously, but it's just a little bit caught off guard. Doesn't have his flash anyways, as he had probably like 20 to 30 seconds left on it before it came back up from that earlier level 1. And Perfect thinks it's a 1v1. It's not.
Yeah, it's definitely not. The Dominus comes through, and immediately he knows, as spotted is Lehens. The control ward comes down, and eventually he just flashes away. I feel like maybe he would have been okay to just dodge that, as it didn't look like Kingen wanted to go in, but he wanted to play it very safe and make sure he did not die. Chains coming down, level 6 here for Jiu. Ton of damage coming in the 1v1. He is there, and another flash burned by a KT member. Now, Peter trying to set this one up. We don't have an Impale. The Heartbreaker over the wall is going to get Gideon to safety.
Yeah, it doesn't have flash, but has his ult, so he can get away here. KT get nothing in return. This is an unfortunate start to this game here for KT. It's not a lead that is insurmountable by any means, but close call there. I mean, you look at the items between Jiu and Duckdom, and it's no shock that he could just chunk him out of lane like that. He's got a Dirk, and Duckdom's got a longsword, and he has no barrier. It's Hail of Blades, Varus. So if you hit an ult, you're just like, I kill you. You have to leave.
Yeah.
You can't trade back on me if you're alone.
Peter going in again. Trying to set it up with the Deadly Flourish, but Jiu is just standing tall. You know, they gave him Varus. He has to get it down. Very nice. Cocoon going to force out the cleanse on top of it all. Gideon, meanwhile, is in here. The Impale going to sail wide. And Gideon is just collecting everywhere on the map.
Gideon's having a game. And I was mentioning, yesterday we had a little discussion off camera with some of the deskers about, is Gideon, is he still on form? And there were mixed opinions. I think Gideon still has a lot of raw talent that isn't always shown as Lehens.
Yeah, he's going to get bared here. And at least he's got his flash, so he will be okay.
And they're still going to get 3 grubs. So, yeah, maybe could have played a little bit safer there, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. This early game has been so... Like, if you look at the gold, it's only 1,000. That's going to snowball a little bit here with the pickup of these grubs and the control Calix has still in this matchup against BDD. But it's a lot of the tempo. It's a lot of these matchups where you've seen Lehens just crush. You saw the 2 flashes gained at level 1 doesn't mean all too much until later when it does, right? When BDD can't flash, when Calix flashes onto him for the taunt and stuff like that. These small little advantages that Nongshim has stacked up. I think in both games, they had a great early game. Game 1, sure, they traded some turret plates for objectives, but they knew exactly what their comp was capable of, and I thought their early game and their lane swap timing was really smart. And in Game 2 here, again, just kind of running the rift with some of the big advantages they have, like at least into Poppy. They take that small advantage and turn it into such a massive lead in that bottom lane, We're looking at 20 CS the advantage here for GU. 0 kills on this Varus, but Duckdom is just stuck under turret, and that's just how it's going to be for a while.
Yeah, it's not a kill, as you mentioned, but he's still 500 gold ahead. So that really just tells the story of the way the lane has been going. Sometimes you don't need to get the kills. Like, the kills are the best, but you're still getting big wins, even if you're just denying your opponent a lot. As we do see Gideon trying to start up the Dragon and then thinking better of it, it seems, as he's got his jungle back. He's just been power farming, essentially.
I mean, he's like both power farming and power farming the enemy lanes as well. He's both out farming his Skarner, which he should, but also impacting the lanes quite significantly early on in this game. And it's hard to imagine him doing even more than he has already in this game. And yeah, he just wants to play it safe there on the objective. Doesn't want a hard force. BD is going to have his ult back up here in a second, and maybe we will actually have KT trying to muster up a fight here. It's tricky, though, as Lehens is also going to gank. Looks like here on the top side, there is some vision for Perfect.
I think Perfect, after the last one, might be thinking better. He's playing much safer. There's no vision of Lehens here, but he's got a decent idea that he could be getting dove, he could be getting ganked. And so it's good from Perfect. You know, Perfect is the one guy, it feels like, who has been doing well in his lane, and that's, you know, because they gave him the Renekton counterpick into Ambessa, and he's been doing well with it. Here comes Lehens.
Yeah,
just saying hello.
Gonna force some resources up here. Like, they got both Peter and Cuz to come up here. Gonna turn this into a 3v3. And look who also has prio in mid. It's Gio. And now KT are going to really struggle to defend this. They may even need a TP from BDD if the commitment is there. But look at how much, like we talked just a moment ago about how Gio had a 500 gold lead. He pushed that for a moment up to like nearly 800 with the mid prio that he has. And this is why picks like the Varus are just not allowed through, because they dominate the 2v2, then you get out of lane and you dominate the neutral in mid in so many matchups. Same with Yunara, same with Sivir, where you just constantly have that prio so you can force these dives topside, you can force resources to be used. KT have a lot of defensive vision up here on the top side, but is it enough?
I mean, Perfect knew this a million out of a million times. Like, Lens is going to be here.
Still nearly got hit by that.
Yeah. He had a decent enough reaction. Wasn't perfect, but, you know. Well, he is perfect, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, scary nonetheless.
Yeah.
But he knew it was coming, like you said, and obviously has his finger on his E key.
Finally, a Drake is going to come out here. I feel like Nongshim have had enough wins in the early game and enough control to go a little bit more aggressive on the objectives. Like, yeah, they got 3 grubs, but that's about it. They haven't really touched any of the turrets yet. A bit of plate damage here and there, but finally the first Drake comes out, and it's Chemtech next. So, going to be feeling very good about really any of the souls that come next.
Quite powerful, no matter which way you slice it. I think the reason why Nongshim didn't commit to Dragons early is they had opportunities to maybe make something happen topside. I think the one way they lose their tempo advantage is a lost fight or a slow fight on Dragon where they get T-burst or there's an Impale combo, and they just like, nah, let's just keep the variants out. Lehens, let's keep the variants out, yeah.
Keep the variants out, Lehens. Yeah, he's going to get knocked up. He's super dead. He doesn't have his flash. Very close to getting it back, actually, but not the case. It is going to be Jude getting a plate mid, so it's not the end of the world. But still, probably shouldn't be giving free kills over to Duckdom.
No, definitely not a good idea to do that. But that's not exactly what I meant, but kind of what I meant when I said, like, you don't necessarily need to take Dragon. You don't need to take any unnecessary risk. Play through only where you have this insane amount of control over the map. Like, Nongshim have 2, you know, icy cold hands gripping tightly onto the Rift right now. Like, KT don't really have a ton of vision. They don't have a ton of angles. And unless you make a mistake like Lehens did, it's hard for KT to do anything. And Duckdom just kind of keeps getting pushed out of the lane. More and more plate gold goes over to Gio. Top side you have control, and then with the prio you have in mid, you can kind of play through bottom or top. So you don't need to force a Dragon fight. You can just keep generating advantages till those plates fall off. Now they're gone. But you already got so much value out of them. 2,000 gold is the lead here for Nongshim, and it's really a lead everywhere, with the exception of support, obviously, but that's not important. Not really. I mean,
not as important as the other roles.
The Elise uses cold well and would like to be, you know, holding some kills here, but I don't think Lehens is gonna, you know, mess up his cocoon button because he's 300 gold behind.
Maybe the lead means that Peter hits his redemption a little bit faster and it turns something in a fight or something like that. But I like how Nongshim just, you know, they haven't really forced any team fights at this point in time. They've looked for opportunities, but that's essentially been it. As now we're going to get a fight up here on the top side, though. BDD taking a huge amount of damage, has to flash away. The Cocoon going to sail wide, actually, but it doesn't matter. Gideon gets in, and now the chain's going to hit the Skarner. Peter not really able to help out here.
Yeah, I don't know if Cuz was really willing to go in on that with Duckdom not having ult, not being there just yet. Wouldn't have been able to impact the play if he goes in further there. Doesn't get chained, maybe he gets chained later and is really hating himself as Peter's on a ward. He instantly scries after that. Damn, he got me. This is looking like the more this game goes on, the tougher it gets for KT. Now this is an overextension for Ju.
Yeah, he is isolated. He's alone. There's nobody around to help him. Oh, nice flash, though. He is trying to make something out of his mistake because on the run, and the arrow's going to miss. Meanwhile, in mid, getting pretty low. Peter trying to set it up. BDD going in very deep to try to force that kill. It's not quite going to happen, as now we got shots moving in on the Lehens, and he's going to be the sacrifice for his team, it looks like. They give the kill over to BDD as KT, they finally strike back.
King will get a turret here in exchange. It looks like it's going to be first brick as well, which will be feats of strength for them. So that actually ends up being pretty good in terms of trade. Still, I feel like a better trade for KT, especially when you consider how far behind they are. And watch moments like this, and you're like, oh, is there really like anything that KT can do? BDD loses most of his health bar here. The Tibbers is going to help slow the advance. Gets taken out by Gideon, and Cuz shows up, and it's like, yeah, you don't have anybody here for you. Peter is at like 1/4 health. This exchange, it's a little bit wonky. Gideon ends up getting caught here. And Calyx is trying to peel for him, obviously. What's more interesting is what happens with Gio in the top side moments later. Hens is kind of like a secondary victim here as they're all just trying to save their jungler. But jump to this dragon. It's up in 45 seconds. We're not going to watch Gio overextend. I think that one doesn't really need much explanation. And like right now, KT still behind 3,500 gold. They do not have flash for their Annie.
Oh,
here we
go again. I mean, Lehen's just going to get caught out once again here on the Elise. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Calyx was trying to get a split push going, and instead I think he is going to be split apart here by Perfect eventually. I mean, the stun comes through, and yeah, especially with the Hollowed Radiance, you're not doing anything against Renekton. So 2 kills go over to KT. It's a shutdown for the Renekton.
Yeah, this is
getting out of hand.
This is getting out of hand quick. I mean, the biggest issue I have with this is not Lehens being there necessarily, but it's both that he's there and Gideon and Kingen are pushing the bottom lane, and there's no attempt to get Dragon Prio while Lehens is trying to get some vision. You kind of have to do that together, and we'll get this Dragon regardless here, as this is going to be Ocean Soul. So you said the chances were high. Well, we low rolled again.
Yeah, it's not half bad, but we do have the follow-up here, as that is pretty half bad. Kingen going to get impaled and taken down. Gideon by himself is going to have to heartbreak of the wall.
It's like Nongshim forgot how to group as 5. They're like, okay, we got lane Prio, got Prio on the map, and how to play through that. Objectives though, whoa, I don't know about that. I'm gonna let that dragon go for a real long time. We're not going for first dragon. Second dragon is a little sloppy on the setup. Lehens dies on the actual dragon. Like, look at where the Viego and the Ambessa are on the bottom side of the map as Lehens is trying to collapse near in clear vision. There's just not enough information to be playing like that. Then Calyx dying here.
Oh no.
Yeah. What?
Oh no.
Cut the tape.
Yeah. We already saw the relevant information.
Yeah. Whoa. Anyways,
it's just, yeah, I don't know what it is, Wolf, but it's like they got themselves into a lead finally in a game, and it's like they almost forgot how.
They're like, don't throw on a team fight, that's for sure. Don't show up to team fights, don't team fight. They're getting steal that objective away.
This as well, just assuming nobody else is here.
Yeah, just leave. Gideon has his ult, so you don't need to peel for him. You're not going to win that fight without the rest of your team who's not there because they're in mid. And I'm a little bit perplexed.
Not again. Not again, Lehens. Okay, he's going to get rooted up. And maybe he repels into the sky, as now Perfect in a bit of trouble, has his Dominus up. Do they have the damage is the question. The answer is absolutely not. He just walks it off.
Still a big win there on the bottom side. Looks like they're even going to be able to take this inner turret because of it. Lehen's also survived. Did not have flash, but got away. So that's a big win for Nongshim, who still have a lead in this game. It doesn't feel like it sometimes with how some of these skirmishes are going. I mean, Lehen's almost getting caught there is problematic because you're released, you're super squishy. We've talked about this so many times. Like, I think there was one game when I cast with you, was like, how many times do you think Lehen's dies in this game? Like 7 or 8, right? But like,
yeah,
when you have a lot of players on the top side, you can play like that as Elise. When you don't, maybe just play a little bit more passively. You're not the Poppy in this game,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Duckdom, not sure if he was baiting that time around, but he walks up to the Varus, who is still very strong. Now, we do have Duckdom actually in a gold lead, which is funny after the way this entire game has played out.
It's been gifted some kills.
Really, the biggest lead, as you guys can easily see, is in the jungle. Again, a Skarner, so, you know, Cuz doesn't really need to farm, but really the focus needs to be on how well Gideon is farming and the fact that he hasn't died, and he's got this massive bounty on his head for a reason, as now, once again, that is going to be the Elise, but he is able to get the repel off before the Poppy does punish. And now opening up here is Duckdom. Going to miss that first shot, but second coming through. And the fourth does hit Jiwoo, but they're not able to get anything out of it.
Yeah, that Chains of Corruption felt like a little bit of a panic as he's obviously clicking towards the left side to escape and try to kite his way back. Unfortunately, ult's left. Doesn't end up mattering, luckily for him. Would have been just used there to try to buy some additional space, which they didn't need, as you can see in the end result. But scary to see moments like that with the lead that Jiwoo has. Like, he wasn't able to really do any damage there in that fight, and has been, you know, he laned well, he got an advantage, he's been doing great in the Duckdom 1v1, but we need to see some arrows hit in these skirmishes, in these fights, and slower fights where you could just kind of pick away at the enemy team before the Viego goes in. You're so strong as the Varus in this situation, almost on 2 items. Now this Otacon angle is a little bit risky. BDD does have TP, Perfect has TP as well. They're trying to force KT out of position. There's no Impale here for Cuz.
Yeah, they want to get Perfect's TP if possible. BDD is in mid, and so can just kind of follow the Galio if he needs be. As now we got Duckdom walking up to the Ambessa, just eviscerated immediately. And not respecting King, and that's for sure. Now we got a TP coming through. The chain's going to be Mikhail's, as that was actually the item choice here for Peter, not the redemption in this game. Makes sense. He's now trying to face check, trying to see if they're doing the Otacon. Might be a punish, but a massive Timbers over the wall. This is going to catch 3, and the Impale on top of it too is huge here for KT. But Jiwoo is still alive, and so is Kingin, and that initial burst is gone from the side of KT. Peter trying to fight up against a Varus is very funny. And it will be Nongshim who take this fight in the end.
Now they're going to get a bunch of Control Ward gold here as well on their way out, as they will turn to the Otacon. Khaled's positioning there phenomenal on the attempted taunt, but his BDD making the Tibbers play that almost saves things. Imagine if Duckdom hadn't been caught just moments before in the top lane. That damage was sorely missed after a great combo from BDD set up. Cuz gets the follow-up, and it's this angle here. It's just not really defensible. Peter was there for the potential Peel ultimate, but it's too late. So now he doesn't have his ult either. And then Perfect comes in here, the Mikhail's comes down. And from this moment on, you're like, okay, this is a pretty good spot because Calyx has his taunt. The follow-up here a little bit greedy and messy as they just go straight into BDD's Tibbers and Impale. There's just no damage. And Kingin is just like, well, just gonna dash through. They can't stop me. And Jiwoo is then able to just free hit.
All right, trying to set up something once again. Nice Heartbreaker away, but they get the root down, and once again getting assassinated by the Ambessa. Peter gonna go down. It's Cuz trying desperately to peel for his AD carry, but Duckdom's already out, and now it's Cuz. The sacrifice potentially here, as he does kind of scamper away, but they already lost Peter. So big map potential here for the side of Nongshim.
And that's a turret down. Map potential unlocked, as you say, and they're going to look for this inner. Ooh, almost getting a stop there onto Duckdom. Might have actually been the end of his life. Calyx had flash. And Cuz is just going to drive through a wall. It's so weird that Skarner could just kind of go through walls. It looks so weird with his model. It feels natural when you're playing it, but when you watch it, sometimes you're like, that's a little weird. Calyx? He has flash. Like I said, he's fine.
Calculated. He's like, I don't need that.
Grab that blue buff on the way out. Yeah!
Yeah.
That was what he wanted all along.
Perfect timing. Just don't look at his flash button.
This fight here, just Peter looking to go in. Just a big overextension. Look who's left alone. Like, I can't blame Duckdom for this because his comp is supposed to be, my team goes in, I've got a Poppy, Renekton, I follow up. but because he just doesn't have any control, doesn't really know the angle of approach for Kingen, he's made himself an unmissable target, you know? He can't miss a park target, as they say, and Kingen just ults him there, and he's pushed out of the fight again. And this is where you can be up like this on Elise when the rest of your team is nearby and you have full vision. I mean, a little bit too much up. Not sure.
Very too much up. Okay, Lens, it's fine. It's fine.
He's baiting them.
He's baiting. It actually works. Not too much up. It's going to be a big win here for Nongshim. And the Heartbreaker of the wall means that Cuz goes down. 2 kills here for Nongshim. They're looking at the Baron.
All right, Lehens, I misjudged you. I was familiar with your game, but I thought that was like that I was a little bit too familiar with your game right there. But no, Peter also on a control ward, and Cocoon exists still.
Yeah, it's tanky enough that those two aren't going to do enough, at least.
Try to deny BDD's entry here.
Doesn't look like Peter's got Smite available. Otherwise, I think he would have swapped already, as he's got the heal on his flash. So that's the answer to my question. Yeah, just the Baron to the side of Nongshim.
I think that was the reason why they, spent so much resources trying to keep that Poppy out, as they weren't sure if he had Smite at the ready or not. So we're trying to make sure that was not a potential steal angle. Lehens looks like very much too much up, like way too much up inside of KT's draft. But Duckdom doesn't hit the flourish. He gets the repel off, gets away, baits perfect in, gets his Dominus out, and then Kingen has had so many game-changing ults on this Ambessa in this game too here. I feel like Gideon's had an amazing part to play in this game, got everyone ahead. Lehens' early game was phenomenal. The control of mid was pretty good for Gio, and they've been a well-oiled machine in most of these team fights, but it's been Kingen's ults that are like, okay, they got this. Like, if fight looks like, well, it's a little close, and Kingen's like, no. I ulted Duckdom again. I ulted the backline. I peeled. And now he's going to grab this inner turret with the Baron buff, and the gold lead it's been pretty hefty, but now it's insurmountable. It's 9,000. The wallets are heavy, etc., etc.
Yeah, it's gigantic.
And
maybe
way too much up.
Maybe they get lands here. We do have the Tibbers, but
actually it's fine.
Comes down, and yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is pushing. It's kind of like a 2-2-1 style push, something we don't see very often, but it is happening. Taking mid inhibitor, taking bot inhibitor seems to be the play. And KT are just kind of sitting back. I mean, they can't really do anything about it.
They don't have a great flank ward. Like, if the Nongshim players weren't that far up, maybe the control ward on the bottom side there could be used for BDD to try to flank, but he doesn't have his ult. Like, just isn't really an angle here. He's going to have to sit back and try to defend here and accept that your inhibitors are going to be cracked.
All right, they're trying to go for the play now, but the knockaway of the Viego is pretty big. Doesn't matter, though. I think they still win 4v5. The taunt onto everybody is gigantic from Calyx. Nice and pale. But yeah, they just don't have the damage here, KT, to try to do anything. He does get his revenge onto Kingen, at least, does Duckdom, but not going to revenge this Nexus, not right now. Perfect, though, trying to frontline. We'll see what he can do. Still holding on to their Nexus turret. As Perfect moving forward, desperation at play here for the side of KT. It's not quite going to work out, as Nongshim will be taking this game number 2, and we will have a series on our hands.
Nongshim's very first game win since we had the split. Their first win in 3 months, finally. Just a single game. Just a single game, but that is all they have not been able to get so far, as the Nongshim fans are getting a little bit emotional here, is finally they have a series on their hands. Now, they're not done yet. They still have to win Game 3 to win their first series here in the Legend group, which would tie them with KT, weirdly enough, in that 4th place spot. But we are still a ways away from that. I think the Poppy choice is a regretful one on the side of KT Rolster. Just was not able to do anything early. Jiu got so much of an advantage, had so much control over the map, but then Kingen made sure that KT, with some good team fight angles and some near punishes on Lehens, are almost able to get back into the game, but Kingen's Ambessa was the champ that sealed the deal.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim, finally with the win on the board, a game win, just one, means that they have a lot to go over, because it's like, well, this is the first time we've won. What did we actually do right? We can actually go over this in the coaching booth, which is always interesting to think about. KT also a lot to think about as they'll be moving over to the blue side almost definitely if they do make that choice for game number 3. But guys, we've got a series on our hands. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나 날라왔어요. 나 날라왔어. 날라왔어. 갈게. 아, 다 죽여. 죽여주세요. 날라왔어. 오케이. 내가 이거 잘 끝내야 될 듯? 아, 끝내. 내내 이었다. 이거 못 끝내면 그냥 그만하자. 이거 못 끝내면 그냥 그만하자, 그냥. 내내 뒤에 거부터. 아, 왜 거부터 봐. 너 각 벌려주기 날려. 아, 벌려줄게. 렌터. 야, 빨리 와. 아, 렌 볼게. 렌 봐. 아, 이거 끝내. 그냥 그만해. 하지마, 그냥. 나이스. 다음판 잘하자.
나 어깨 날아가고
바로 뛰어 바로 들어가요. 근데 원드
약간 빨리
원드가 빨리 들어가고
이러면 난리 났는데요.
15,000 모델인데 화이팅하자. 아, 그러니까 이겼다. 15,000 또 지잖아.
옵스.
그냥 설레발이 치지 않으면서
칙하게 지금은 환호성 치고 싶겠지만 참습니다. 지금 13,000채가 나도 DM플스는 천차이처럼 천천히 갑니다. 천천히.
DFX 여기만 실수 안 하면 이겨요.
누가 막이야 빵! 와, 이번 터졌어요. DFX 거의 올해 최고의 게임이에요. 11분에 DFX 가자. 이제 버섯가요. 반대로 넘어가다 버섯가를 잡아줘요. 아니 어떻게 이렇게 오케이블이요?
아니야. 오케이. 아니야, 씨발. 아니야, 미안해. 자, 15,000 모델일 때 화이팅하자. 15,000 또 지잖아. 그러면 이제 못 참아. 내 야구 받은 사람 거 쎄 봤단 말이야. 진짜. 쎄야.
11회가 다 잡아야 돼. 11회 다운.
어떻게 얘기해? 고생했다. 와.
나이스 형들.
이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다. 시대.
그쵸. 사실 그냥 빠다만의 장난이고요. 근데 이제 그만큼 진짜 이 게임 지면은 말이 안 된다고 생각을 했기 때문에 그래도 유리한 상황에서 이번에는 역전 안 당하고 칭찬해주고 싶고 앞으로 남은 경기도 이겨보자. 파이팅.
안녕, 난 빛나핑. 오늘도 게임을 빛나게 만들어 보겠다. 빛나.
저희 유니폼 같은 경우는 일단 선수들마다 다 캐릭터가 다르거든요. 이렇게 박혀 있는 게 너무 장점이라고 볼 수 있고
실물이 너무 이쁘게 뽑혀서 마음 같아서는 1년 내내 입고 싶은 그런 기분이고요. 뭔가 선수 네임을 다 풀로 쓰니까 약간 아쉽고 좀 줄여서 뭐 루시핑 약간 이런 느낌으로 가면 더 잘 어울릴 것 같은데 그게 조금 아쉽습니다. 네.
아무래도 이 친구가 주인공이거든요. 롤로 치면 거의 이지리얼급인데 이걸 제가 맡고 있으니까 제가 제일 잘 어울린다고 생각합니다.
뭐 예상이 가는데 쇼메이커도 자기를 뽑았을 것 같고요. 블루랑 핑크의 조화가 잘 어울리는 것 같아서 저도 저를 뽑도록 하겠습니다.
저희 이번에 티니핑 콜라보 유니폼이 나왔는데 이제 많은 사랑 부탁드립니다. 추.
근데 이거 혹시 교육 같은 거 받으신 거예요?
아니요, 그냥 허수는 그냥 자기가 즐기는 느낌이더라고요.
안녕, 난 쇼메이핑이다 추. 이번 경기 꼭 잘해서 파이팅 하겠습니다.
마지막에
너무 좋아서 너무 이 유니폼 입고 있다는 게 자랑스러워요. 많은 응원 부탁드린다 추. 감사합니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 지금 감사합니다.
Welcome back to the Saturday Showdown. It's Digon Chu alongside Crony Chu and Wachu as it is 1-1. Please, everyone right now, stop what you're doing. Put claps in the chat. It is the first game win for Nongshim since May. Yep, they're doing it. You do it too. Nongshim have found some success in terms of results, and all it took was just a little Elise.
Was it clean? No. But they got the Nexus.
That's right. They did get the Nexus.
Doesn't matter.
They just needed to win. I think that the series win obviously is even more important, but even just a game win I think will matter a lot. It was a bit of a mess, you know, that just like I think the first game, that one felt a little bit cleaner, but even that was a bit of back and forth. There was some rage baiting from Lahens. He baited me very successfully. I thought he was kind of running it down.
Yeah.
I fell for it completely.
Yeah. So even though the gameplay was not clean enough, I feel like the draft helped them a lot. Especially, I really didn't like the draft from KT because whenever you see Jin and Annie and Renekton, like these three champions kind of fall off after 30 minutes. So you have to snowball really clean and end the game fast.
It's not just that. Like, what does this draft actually do? And I think the cast just made already explained well. I think it is actually really hard to find a good counter to the Elise. We did the Poppy, but really outside of things like Karma, which we did and I talked about extensively, which comes with its own set of issues, it actually is hard because Elise Varus specifically is so good, right? Poppy wasn't the solution, but specifically the fact that, like, also, why are we picking Jhin? They've picked Varus. We can save the Jhin till later. We don't...
So my question
don't get
is,
anything.
So you give up Varus for the blue side. What do you get for your red side? The answer is no. You didn't get anything. So that's why the draft was kind of bad.
And then the Skarner, which doesn't work with the comp. Skarner's a kite deck champion, right? Like, I think Skarner's really good at it, but you need dive. You're already committed, so you need to find a way to further that.
Yeah, it was pretty tough all around here by KT. They did show some fight back, though, after having a horrific laning phase on the bottom side of the map due to that combo that we talked about. They get themselves in position for this Otacon fight here on the top side of the map.
Oh, Doc Dom.
All right. I see him, Bessa.
We see Grandma. Grandma is stepping up into...
It's not even a long range.
Oh my god.
It's basically just point blank. He just
What is happening? Really?
I do actually like, and I think unfortunately for Dr. that was a rough game from him. I think both AD carries did not look greater today, but I think Calyx looked a lot better than he has before. And I got to give credit to Kingen. Kingen, to me, was coming into the day the member I was expecting to do the best. I don't think he had a particularly great game number 1, with a good amount of overextensions. So seeing him kind of pop off on the Ambessa was something that I really enjoyed. And it is good to see that I think these two teams are actually very evenly matched. The first time they faced up was obviously 2-0. I think this is much more representative, even looking at game 1 as well, of the strength between the two. And they didn't throw out Otacon. And that just makes me happy. You know, Nongshim, they saw, they're like, oh, we're gonna, oh, no, not actually doing Otacon. It's Babe. It's good stuff.
What's on your mind, Wadid?
No, I'm just so triggered, man. Like when I saw Jin stepping into Grandma, like oh my God,
he was really mad.
So tilted.
He was.
I'm actually mad.
Toxic Wadid is every day.
He's
only. It's like the Green Goblin, you know. It's like it's calling out to him. It's like Wadid.
It's when the jersey's on. That's really what it is.
Just
Let's take a look at highlight number
yeah.
2. Highlight number 2 here, 25 minutes. This was the team fight that really put this one away. Wadid, take it away.
All right. I mean, I guess Lehans was trying to one-shot Renekton.
Of course.
Of course.
As you do.
But yeah, I think actually the game save was mostly come from King in this game. I feel like his Ambessa made insane engages
and
in every single team fight. And I think that was the game-winning play.
Credit where credit is due. This is, I think, actually a really, like we mean, but even if Lehans dies, they want to fight there. Because at that point, they were up like 4.5k gold. They just had a really good fight. They got their buys in. So you want to force a fight, but the actual engage of that comp wasn't that good. So Lehans just being like, oh no, I'm in your even if he dies, as long as they get the 5v5, even if he ends up going down immediately, I actually think that the call to fight there was good. The way in which it happens is very Rise Group. Really, and this, I know we have the legend behind us, but come on, guys.
They're the rise of the legend group, you know? That's really what it kind of feels like. And even in the comms, the teams know it. While they were pushing in the Nexus, it was, hey, if we don't get the GG, maybe we should GG. And then afterwards, they're like, all right, good job.
They need to win!
They need it on their faces. The fans need it as well. The KT fans want to feast on some Nongshim noodles. However, look at the noodle. He's fighting back. They're going to cook some KT. It's time for game number 3. Let's send it back on over to Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, guys, as we're getting ready for game number 3. I love the cross-outs of the zeros as... All right, we're putting the fingers together. We're building up the power for Nongshim. Is it going to happen, though, from the red side? I do wonder, because they got the 1-game win, but it wasn't the most convincing, and I think KT can definitely strike back with a stronger draft in game 3.
I think KT is going to close it out, especially because they have side selection here in this 3rd game. But we'll see. We'll see if Nongshim can surprise us. One of the things that we haven't seen from Nongshim just yet in this series, and really for a while in the Legend group, is one of those Lehens Shen games, you know, little global action. You know, there's no Galio anymore, but maybe a Shen Camille type of situation. Maybe we could see something like that. We'll have to wait and see what their game plan is going to be, but the Galio being gone does put a wrench in that a little bit. But that's kind of been the archetype of Nongshim, is Lehens plays a weird, unusual pick, and they warp the game around it, and they get a macro lead early, and it doesn't matter if they mess up some of the team fights later, because the lead is big enough. It's Saturday Showdown, baby.
Yeah.
It's game 3. If Nongshim win this, they're tied. If KT win, they take an extra step ahead of putting them 2 series wins ahead. And with how this group is looking, that might be the moment where we just lock up 4th place. Basically, not literally, but I think in our minds, and in even Nongshim's mind, you're like, I don't know if we'll ever catch up. We'll have to beat one of the big 3 in order to do so. No Yunara in this series. Nocturne banned away from Gideon here on blue side by KT. The Gwen that hasn't really been looked at too much in these drafts is also going to be banned here in the first phase, unusually.
Yeah, I think this might be the game where we see Aurora come out, just in general, just for power level. You know, as we get to game 3 of a Fearless draft, you begin to see some of the stuff that was just on the fringe slowly begin to come in, like maybe Jarvan gets picked up, maybe, you know, the Nico finally slips through, unless they're going to ban it here in the first phase.
I think as KT, you should be happy to trade Talia for Azir, in my opinion, and they feel the same way. They're like, yeah, you want to ban one of those picks, we get the other one, and I'm B to D. You can bet that if you're going to trade, I pick up the Taliyah, and I'm going to crush you. You have to have that confidence as KT, and I think they absolutely do. Ban on the Yone solidifies that, as Nongshim trying to think about what they want to ban here instead. Could ban Vi. I think that's a relatively safe one in this scenario. Ban Yorick again. Okay. I think you snap lock Taliyah here, and you're thinking about what you do after you see their Azir lock in with the jungler. I think that's what you're thinking about as KT. Instead,
whoa,
BDD will take his iconic Azir in away, and both of these picks are very well known for BDD, but I would say for Calyx, he's way better at Azir than he is at Taliyah, so maybe that's the rationale.
Yeah.
Is just say, like, look, Taliyah is stronger. I'm better at Taliyah right now. It's stronger in this meta for BDD. Like, it's his most played champion, but I'd rather not face Calyx's Azir, so I'll take it that way instead.
Now, does he go for the Taliyah? Looks like absolutely he will. Makes a lot of sense. And what are we going to get alongside of this?
Blind Trundle.
Blind Trundle has been banned twice against KT by Nongshim from blue side, so they say this is a really strong pick just for tier list.
It does prevent Perfect from playing Sion here, which I think is something he was considering doing, for sure. As we're just going to respond with a Jarvan without knowing what the AD carry is. Sivir's gone. Just going tier list, Valdez.
Yeah, I think that's okay, especially because it's Cuz.
Yeah.
You know, not a lot of junglers are left up at this point in time. And a lot's still banned. Like, Vi would have been the only other one, but, you know, do you really want to do that in this draft? Probably not.
Maybe an 80 carry pick here for Duckdom. The Nico instead. So much engage in this draft here for KT already. All three champions can be teamfight warpers.
This is Peter's Nico Wolf.
It's Peter's Nico, and it's the strongest support in the game right now. And this is not really the answer. This has kind of been okay as an answer. I'd rather see something like a Karma. Blitzcrank is okay.
Oh.
Bard.
So we are going to get the Bard. Maybe getting a little bit inspired by Keria is Lehens.
The difficulty of this comp is going up for Red Force. Getting harder with every pick.
Yeah.
Whereas KT's comp, pretty self-explanatory, pretty simple, and comfort for 3 players.
Yeah. The Bard in theory is very good into what you're looking at, but as you mentioned, I'm not sure if they can actually execute it as a 5-man unit and as Lehens at this point in time.
It's just like, it feels like KT are floating over the ground. Like, they're both on treadmills. KT are floating, and Nongshim Red Force is still running, and they keep turning up the speed. And it's like, you gotta run faster and faster and faster right now with how, like, Nongshim can win the race, so to speak, but it is going to be challenging. Let's see what the bans are going to be here. 80 carry being one of those looks. Obviously, Nongshim have counterpick for top, so Aatrox is going to be taken away here. I mean, we could still see Perfect play Sion in this draft, but I really would not advise it.
Yeah, I don't really want to see that. Not into the Trundle.
Yeah, it's really hard to make it work, especially when they have Taliyah and Bard as well. The Aatrox ban is normally for a pick like that, so Caitlyn's taken away. Looks like Gio wants to play something that scales really well and is going to struggle a little bit in lane. Kai'Sa obviously very good with Nico Jarvan. Very easy to follow up. That one makes sense. So this final ban is here. It's going to be towards Kingen once again. Like, there's no Gwen, no Aatrox, which Kingen obviously has been a master of and a World's MVP while playing.
Could ban Ezreal, but Ezreal isn't really a pick nowadays that we see too often.
What is Perfect cooking here with these bans in the top lane? Really curious about it. Corki is going to be the pick here for Ju. Caitlyn ban makes a little bit more sense now with that in mind, and they'll save that counter pick for Kingen. It just feels like he's looking to play a tank here. Slower melee that would be punished by an Aatrox or a Jace.
Yeah. Still, Duckdom's got to make a choice as well.
Ezreal.
Will be the Ezreal, so goes to them.
Very safe, and he is just going to lock that sign. Like, it seems so obvious. This is a champion pool issue, Valdez, and a player confidence issue, I think, for Perfect here, but it's still an incredible draft, and it has so much engage that the Trundle pick doesn't just auto-win. And the Camille was another option that King could play that's in the same vein as the Jace and the Aatrox, and it works incredibly well with Trundle. There's synergy with the Pillar for the Camille, as well as just, it's really easy to Hextech, ultimatum somebody, and then as they finally get out, like, maybe I get away here, then they get pillared, and there's no mobility. There's a lot of burst damage here to follow up on the Camille engage. I like both drafts a lot, and I do think that people really do overdo the, if there's a Trundle, Scion is not allowed, because yes, you can just subjugate and take a ton of resistances away. Your Trundle becomes incredibly tanky, and then the Scion is not as tanky as it otherwise would be. But Scion still has a role to play, and if your Subjugate is on cooldown for any reason, or if your Trundle is just shoved away by an Azir ult, for example, maybe the Scion gets enough value, maybe his flank is going to be successful. And also, if you're perfect, you kind of, unfortunately, you kind of got to play a pick like Scion, or you're just going to get bopped by Kingen probably. And I think that's the rationale that KT has here, where they're like, let's protect it a little bit, let's take the Jace out, let's take the Aatrox out. Perfect, please just hold on, and maybe we can win this game. Like KT, self-aware, and I like it. I do like it. It's still Scion into Trundle, but self-aware KT, you like to see it.
Yeah, his BDD's his ear. That's really all I have to say about that. We'll see if he can work it out against Calix's Talia here as we hop into the Rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go, level 1. In the bottom lane, both sides going to see the ward. And nothing much should amount from this.
Nothing much should amount from this, Looks like Duckdom queued Lehens. Just see Lehens missing some health, so I think they saw Lehens at least on the approach there. And that's that. Nice little attempt from Nongshim, not quite the banger level 1 where they got 2 flashes with the Elise we saw in game 2. Gideon will get a ward down here with some of his buddies.
Some of his buddies?
Yeah, some Calix and Lehens specifically. They've been known to be a little buddy-buddy with him.
Just a couple of buds.
They've been known to be quite friendly with each other.
A couple of pals.
They feel like they're kind of on a team at times. Duckdom and Peter are very aware that level 1 is theirs for the taking unless some shenaniganry occurs. So a little bit safe on the approach there. Nico basically turns any lane into a winning lane. It's crazy. She is so strong right now. Like, okay, Varus is really good at winning lanes. Nico, maybe even stronger at that. And with Ezreal being able to just weave skill shots in, it's a little tough. Nice try, Jiwoo. I don't know, man. You don't win this one, my friend.
This is not happening.
Like,
it's not working.
He's like, maybe I can barrier to it. No, you can't. It's 2025. We're halfway through the round. That's Nico, dude. Oh, God, Valdez.
Also helps that Duckdom didn't miss a single thing. And that Lehens, he's not really able to do anything to help him out if Jiwoo's just going to tank all that damage, Level 1 Bard who's got a binding, and that's the end of his kit.
Yeah, that's... If he had level 2, there's, there's some playmaking there. Win streak for Bard, by the way, which we did not see played by Peter in the last game, which rose our ire. I talked to Pony about it in the break as well. He was not too happy about it not being picked as perfect. Is in danger.
All right, yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. The Trundle getting to work early as, oh no, what's going on here, Kingen? He's going to be forced to flash out. It's still a kill, but it has to go over to Gideon, and now Kingen's down his flash, so potentially they can punish him here in a little bit.
Yeah, double flash. Gideon losing his as well. Obviously, the Camille being more important, as you say, is you're going to get rooted and W'd. He's already at 60% of his health and is going to really not have a good time. I don't know what else to tell you guys. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Cuz here too with double buff, just saying hello. Looks like they do want to go for the dive.
Lehens is very low on mana. This is going to be a very difficult dive to pull off, but they have all 3 flashes. They can juggle that aggro. They certainly could. get a successful kill here. All about that Valkyrie timing.
Yep, they want to look for Gio as he's going to flash over one. Is able to get away from the second, and now Cuz is taking the damage from the turret. Gives the free kill and double buff over to Gio, and the dive is a disaster.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder, did they think he had Gatling gun locked in? Like, I mean, maybe they're like, oh, he just hasn't shown it yet, but he has Valkyrie, so he just W's away, has flash. I mean, it's really well played by Gio, but I just didn't really feel very confident about that dive working against a Corki, and it didn't.
All right, they're trying to delay the back here as Lahen's trying to get in there. Gideon now on the bottom side. Gio is going to tank this one up, actually. There's a little bit of a failure in terms of tanking the turret, but still Nongshim able to get the one kill. Deny some of the CS away from Duckdom on top of it all.
Cuz is not in a position to cross map here, so this ends up being pretty good for Nongshim. Pretty unfortunate that Duckdom gets a kill back, but at the end of the day, that was a really nice turnaround there after a pretty good defense of the dive. Yeah, he just has Valkyrie locked already. Not sure.
Oh, the Bard stun.
Bard stun is good, but like it wasn't even close, by the way.
Yeah.
Here, this gets a little bit awkward. Good pillar from Gideon, and you know the Bard gets away. Gio unfortunately takes that extra turret shot. This was a nice follow-up dive with the later rotation over of Gideon. And, well, relatively even game state here. Nongshim with a slight lead. I'm most concerned about the fact that this Camille that got an assist is, like, down on farm and losing the lane. Like,
yeah, Sion can be very annoying.
Yeah, it's quite... This is like one of those ones where I'm like, yeah, the Sion pick, I guess, just is kind of safe against almost anything.
Yeah, took away a couple of the more annoying choices. Camille eventually is obviously going to have a fun time. No flash here on Perfect, and now the Hextech Ultimatum comes in. Just need to hit the knockback. It's not going to happen, and they don't quite have the damage. Calyx not able to execute. Here's Gideon, level 4. He can stop the back.
Yeah, I mean, they may lose a plate to BDD here. We'll pick up this cannon. Looks like he's considering it. I think he should be able to get this. With the prio they have bottom side. I mean, they're even taking the dragon right now. Okay, it's a full health plate, so we'll get some of it. And, you know, that's the end of that. Dragon goes over to KT. And, yeah, Sion, man, pretty good. Pretty tanky. Good movement from Perfect. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. Gets out, absorbs the pressure. They went on the other side of the map. And until Subjugate is a skilled ability, you know, Trundle doesn't really counter Sion just yet, Valdez.
Yeah. And the kills being on Trundle, we've seen, I forget who it was, somebody had 5 kills on Trundle, and they lost. I think it was Sponge for DRX.
It was a Rise Group team for sure.
It was Rise Group, and so, you know, Trundle not the guy who uses gold the best out of all the champions in the game, that's for sure. Maybe just a little mini dash there. Not sure about that one. Meanwhile, we have the barrier once again. Juice still going to lose the trade.
Not sure what that XP chart was supposed to show. I think it's that Peter's really far behind in levels. Oh!
Outplayed. Duckdom says, take a seat.
That's so rare nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, that almost never happens. That's 2 kills on an Ezreal. And all the lead that Gio was hoping to generate on that follow-up dive after surviving kind of washed away now. 500 gold behind. Didn't have flash, but guess was maybe with his tab screen open or had a shop open. Just didn't know that the True Shot Barrage was coming his way.
Gideon's here again, but he's on vision. There's a lot of wards up there, actually. Cuz just going to start this one up. In the face of Gideon, doesn't seem to care. Actually, level 6 ahead of Gideon's level 5, even though Gideon did get 2 kills. Cuz has been farming better.
Does have his ult here. There's a lot of good targets.
Cuz is going to smite that one down. And now all of a sudden, Gideon's in a lot of trouble. He's alone. He's dead. He flashes and dies anyway to the auto of Duckdom. And now it's a disaster to the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, that's 3 grubs here. And, I mean, there was some extra farming for Gio in the bottom lane he's going to be happy about. Looks like he's not quite going to pick up that plate. I'm not 100% sure about that. Hopefully for his sake he does. The mid lane, some extra push here for Calix, but that's only half a plate. That's picked up. The TP was available for Sion. Duckdom predicting. Yep, got him. Over here, you know, Cuz is like, we win this fight, so I'm actually happy to commit in, smiting first, and then decides, okay, well, look at the right side. Peter's zoned them away. I just go for the play with my Cataclysm, and unfortunately the flash, like you said, is not going to get you out of that auto from Duckdom. So Duckdom gets an additional kill. 3 kills on this Ezreal early. And it's starting to feel like it's about to be a Duckdom show.
Yeah, it's getting off the rails already. And it's a very fun roller coaster, apparently, if it's going off the rails. Gio, rooted, get a big blast to the face. He is going to have to flash away. Meanwhile, we saw, actually, Jonah Strong was trying to highlight Calix losing his flash in mid.
Yeah.
And it looks like BDD maybe was able to pressure him out. Not sure what happened there. BDD still has his ult, and now Gideon, no flash for him. He's dead, as Perfect is also looking to get into the party.
Like, look at the bottom lane. Kane is getting pushed in again. So much so that Perfect can ult into a mid-skirmish. Gideon just gets shoved out, gets killed there. BDD doesn't even need to use his ultimate. Well, they're also winning topside because they got that play onto Gio. They're winning in all 3 lanes right now, Valdez. And this game starts to feel really cooked here for Nongshim. It's only a 1,500 gold lead, but I mean, this gets worse and worse before it gets better. And this, you know, Camille is not, like, irrelevant and still can lock down Ezreal later on, but with how fed this Ezreal is, might not matter. Has a cull in his inventory. This is just Gideon trying to get Scuttle. BDD has mid-control. Like, the Talia is not here, Gideon.
Yeah.
Your bottom lane, there's no control. Your Camille is under turret.
Also, unfortunately, like, there is a way, I believe, to stop the flag and drag as Trundle if you time it correctly, but he misses it, and then he doesn't have Pillar, so it's like your Trundle without Pillar, without Flash, into a Jarvan who has Sundered Sky. Like, it was just kind of like the worst getting even worse. Worse leading to worse. So,
I mean,
he
now
does die for the second time.
Like, this is one of those games where the bottom laners haven't gone mid for a while because BD's just happy to say, well, I kind of win this super hard right now. I have so much power with the roaming support because Duckdom doesn't need anybody's help!
Oh, he should not be stepping up to this guy. Duckdom is just styling on him. As now Gideon is here. There's the subjugate. We'll see if they've got enough damage into Perfect. Should be. As now Perfect just going to go ahead and move over towards the wave so he can try to farm it. As, yeah, Jiu's dead. He's very dead. And we've seen this before. 3 kills, or 3 deaths rather, very early on for Jiu in this game as well.
It's just completely focused. But, like, this play isn't possible if he just doesn't get completely demolished by Duckdom moments before. Duckdom almost kills him with the True Shot Barrage. He had Flash too, by the way. Jiu did not. So if the True Shot Barrage is, like, 10 damage off, Duckdom flashes and kills him. He has Barrier also, by the way. Like, rare miss from BDD.
Yeah.
Or a good dodge from Calix, whichever way you want to put it.
Well, actually trying to get in there and punish. He's going to knock him straight into the arms of Gideon, who hugs him with his teeth, actually, instead. Cuz on the run here, it's Chemtech's ult, by the way. We got an ult down from Lehens, trying to lock this one up. Stun goes in onto Cuz, but it's only the Trundle. Not sure if they have the damage. They should have the damage for Peter, who says, get down, Mr. President, cuz I've got this.
That was really risky there from Nongshim, to be honest. I thought potentially with a flag drag turn from Cuz and with the rotation over of Duckdom, who got his True Shot back, that could have been a big win, but they are able to quickly target select correctly, take Peter out. We'll go back to this play here. BDD actually goes in really deep after getting shoved, knows the kit's down for Calix, so he's like, okay, you don't have anything back. If I shove you here with Peter rotating over, I'll kill you. But he misses. It's a really nice spacing there from Calix. BDD flashes and he's like trying to decide where he should be to avoid both the pillar and the shove. Kind of ends up getting hit by both and dies. Then this moment here, it feels like a bit of an overextension for me initially here with Nongshim and Gideon, because when Cuz gets out of here, if he doesn't get stunned instantly, just flag drags to follow. But Duckdom is still just a little bit too far away. They get Peter, who sacrifices himself, as you put it. And Jiu is still just trying to find a way to play the game.
Well, he's playing with Lehens, and by with Lehens, I mean Lehens is on his team, but he's nowhere near Jiwoo. And that's because he's Bard, he's trying to set up plays, he's trying to play around the map. This is just kind of the current meta, but at the same time, if you're a solo Corki into an Ezreal who is fed, you do not get to play the game. You just sit there and die.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim are up on kills. Don't get me wrong, but when you don't have a lot of map control and you're kind of losing it all over the map, it's harder to make plays as Bard proactively than it is for Nico, who is also kind of running around the map. You kind of have to match that. If you just let Nico be in either solo lane while the Ezreal is just naturally winning, then you're going to have a bad time, because it's not like Bard can save that lane for Corki alone either. So Lehens needs to kind of just be like, sorry, Chu, I mean, you lost. I'm going to have to do something else elsewhere. Kingen is now the target.
Temper Fate is ready here for Lehens, as we're just going in on a Gideon. Not necessarily the best idea, but we do have TP coming in. Kingen now trying to lock down that back line. There's the Temper Fate, gonna lock down the Azir. Perfect though, a big slam on that front line, and now the damage from Duckdom comes in as he joins the fight. And it is broken up here big time for Nongshim. Should get the disengage cone is Gideon, but Duckdom's got other ideas. And meanwhile, they want to dive here onto this guy as Calyx able to just kind of thread the needle there and not get knocked off the wall.
Lucky!
Lucky Mickey!
Sometimes you take those. I got out. Lucky for Calyx there, as everything for KT just kind of barely missed times and he gets away. Should have, in KT's mind, for sure, gone down there, but he gets out, so that's a small win for Nongshim. But the fight there, they were like, okay, KT and they engage, like, we don't want to fight on turret. You know, Gideon's here, he has Subjugate. Let's engage on Gideon instead, which feels kind of risky, but they get a Subjugate out from this, and then it's really hard here to actually re-engage with the lack of damage at this point. The shuffle here, or the shove rather, from BDD is fantastic as well after Kingen goes in. We have another fight here though in live.
Yeah, trying to make a play onto this Rift Trail, but immediately Nongshim are regretting that decision. As this time Trushan Barrage not going to hit anything. Feels like the first time this game, or maybe the second. Bit of damage comes in. It's just going to come down to the Smite as it does go the way of the Jarvan. It's a bit of an early one from the side of Nongshim. Bit of damage into Perfect already. Lehens has to flash out, and here comes Duckdom over the wall. Gets the snipe down, but pays for it.
They need that eye.
Yeah, they're going to get it, just barely, as the barrier comes in, and now potentially a chance here for Nongshim to take this fight as they're going to pick up the one kill, but now the rest of KT comes in. Super low on health. They don't care, and they will clean up here up against Nongshim. Gideon just has to run away.
And man, Duckdom is having a game. He got a lead. He is utilizing it incredibly well. Super aggressive on the Ezreal in this moment. The Smite is close, like incredibly close, 71. But they can't secure the eye without some finesse, Valdez, as they want to engage with Peter, right? They push Lehens out, he flashes. This play from Duckdom is insane. Peter is actually focused on, it's one of those rare moments where you actually see the Pop Blossom animation wind up, but he actually is killed before he can use it. That still goes on cooldown. This Bard ultimate here kind of buys some space, really enough, for both BDD's ult and Duckdom. Didn't really end up getting the value that they were looking for, and Duckdom is just not afraid of anything. But a close fight, but perhaps the last real fight that Nongshim is going to get in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now,
17-minute Muramana.
Yeah, Muramana complete. I mean, this spike for Ezreal comes so quickly. He hasn't quite finished it, but he's getting very close to that Muramana.
He's massive mooned up. I mean, it's not transformed. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Well, Chemtech Drake started here by Nongshim, just trying to pull this one out of the pit just a little bit. And maybe trying to set up a Talia wall, but here comes Perfect, just saying the banana brush is mine. It is ours.
But they have Trundle on the other side, Valdez. How can he walk up like that?
Well, not quite in
BDD is
to do anything about it.
BDD is like ready to go in. They're like, oh, they're not even going to fight. Nice attempt to delay this. Cool. Cool.
Okay. So, not going to slam it into the Tempered Fate. And now he's going to be able to get a second charge elsewhere.
Yeah, now they also don't have Tempered Fate for this fight, but I don't think they're going to take the fight. And this is going to be the bottom turret going down.
Oh, no!
Right? Right? Perfect!
Oh, no.
surely on the next wave. I mean, like, everybody's on
Harmonic complete.
Yeah, there you go. Masamune to Muramana. Took him a minute. He was trying to hit as many Qs as he could, as this TP will defend this top turret. And this starts to feel more like a Legend Group game, you know, where it's like you get a small lead, and you just absolutely take over, and it's just not really a game of League of Legends. And for Gio, it really hasn't been. Poor guy.
Yeah, it's been more like a solo queue experience. Just, you know, left alone, die over and over. Exit the game afterwards.
If they subjugate that Scion, maybe. No, he's just gonna walk away. I don't. It's one of my pet peeves that like teams will never pick Scion when Trundle is up, because I think in situations like this it does make sense for both the draft, the comp, which are essentially the same thing in this case, but also for like Perfect. Is really what I meant. Like in this draft for this team, Perfect just needs to be on something where he can be stable. And it works, and they're actually winning the game quite handily. And he kind of won lane as well into Kingan's Camille, so feeling pretty good about the pick right now, as the subjugate value from behind is really hard to realize, even on a 5-kill Trundle, so that they don't have an 80 carry, they don't have consistent damage. And this is really problematic.
Yeah, I don't know how to... another game where the 5-kill Trundle does not win.
I want to like try to figure out how to frame how Nongshim come back in this game, and it's maybe an overextension from Duckdom. Maybe he eases in at the wrong moment. He gets caught by Kingan. I mean, those are the ways we've seen a lot of teams throw on Otacon, for example. When like if Nongshim started Otacon and you know Duckdom just face planted, maybe. I just don't see KT making these mistakes right now. They're playing very carefully. Kingan wants revenge, and I just don't think he's going to get it.
Yeah, no, not right now. Otacon started up here by KT. Looks like Nongshim have a decent idea that it is started up, but I don't know how you really get in. And KT are just poking them down. I mean, Duckdom is frontlining right now, saying you're not allowed to enter. We do have the flank still coming in from the side of Kingan. Lahenz is over the wall. They just die there. We have the stun and the wall coming down. As they turn on the Kingan, the Temper Fate not really going to do all too much. Kingan just going to go down. Meanwhile, on the right side, Perfect is taken out.
Subjugated.
Subjugated. That he was. Meanwhile, Gideon trying to get in this pit. It might just come down to the turn. And it's massive from the side of Peter. Doesn't even need to do much else after that. Just gets the 3-man, roots them all down, and the rest of the team is there with their wallets to knock down the pins.
I mean, like, that fight was just, it was a complete wall set up from Perfect. He just doesn't let the rest of the team get in. He sacrifices himself. And the turn onto Kingan, look at how, like, they don't even have vision of him. They know he's back there. Look at how quick this is. Like, watch this. Kingan shows up, stuns BD, they're like, no way.
Not allowed.
And Duckdom is still in here with him, but it doesn't matter. And look at the rest of the team, they just can't get in. Perfect is a wall. Peter holds the Otacon aggro, and then they're like, all right, maybe we have another chance here. Maybe we can go in. And then Peter, perfectly engages here with the Rocket Belt, hits all 3, and then the True Shot Barrage is layered on top.
Yeah. It was kind of desperate for Nongshim, but we did it, basically. Yeah, it's kind of desperate, but you had to. You had to go through that choke, because Lahenz, okay, just dead. Not the first time.
It's a Bard.
Won't be the last.
Yeah.
Just Bard things.
Yeah.
I don't know if that works for Lahenz.
So we had a bit of a win streak for Wukong broken today. We're going to have a Bard win streak broken as well.
Yeah. Keria very angry about that, looks like.
He looks, maybe he's just ready to start a new one.
Yeah. I mean, his streak on Bard isn't broken.
No,
so.
That's true. Very true.
He's like, I guess you can't quite do it like I can.
That's some bounty gold. Kane got away with that. Small victories. Baron hasn't spawned yet. I want to remind everyone, although it feels like this game is complete wash at this point. You know, there's still a potential angle. Now, they're going to look for the punish. Gideon, run away. Blast cone away.
Actually going to take a bit of damage from that. Looks like Kingan's in some trouble. Gideon, same. Going to get flashed on. Flashes away himself. There is the knockup into the root into Sion, doing Sion things.
That'll teach him the alcove game.
Never alcove game.
Against this Fed KT comp.
Yeah, it's almost 7K. And KT, as long as they stay clean with it, should be just fine. BDD frontlining into the damage of Jiu clearly does not respect it, even though he has also hit a 2-item spike. It just came a little bit too late.
It's really tough to quantify some of the issues that Nongshim have had as a team. You know, like some of the calls from Lehens like this that have plagued them.
Yeah.
But I think one of the players that gets the most flack is Jiu, because you can physically see some of the moments he's had. And,
Jiu, speaking of which.
Yeah, it's frustrating if you're a Nongshim fan, because you're like, I know Jiu was so good before, and I know he can still be good now. This is a desperate attempt from Calyx.
He's got his E back, Arcane Shift, pretty good ability. As he's able to get that one going. BDD, once again, kind of a weird one, but it doesn't quite matter. As long as he's frontlining for the main carry of the team, I think they'll be fine with it.
All right, so there's 3 strong Palm candidates.
It's Duckdom.
Duckdom is a very strong candidate. BDD with his Rise game in game 1.
It's not BDD anymore.
And he's had some moments in this game. Is a weaker candidate, I would say. And then there's Peter, who had the Alistair game. He followed up on a lot of BDD stuff.
The 2 bottom laners being strong Palm candidates?
Yeah.
In this meta?
In this meta, that's right.
Wow.
An Nico pick and an Alistair, 2 top tier.
Crazy.
You know what? I think I'm going to give it to Peter, because he's back, and like Duckers is my boy too, but...
Ducky Duckers, man. Come on, it's obvious.
Ducker Z, any Ducker Z's in the chat, please.
Yeah.
Please get them out there.
Please let them be known if you are.
Or like at least a Frankers. I mean, Duckdom's had a phenomenal series. Peter, obviously in both wins, high impact. He played Poppy into Elise. We'll just kind of glaze over that real quick. But I feel like this team looks completely different with Wei. This team also looks completely different when they're playing against Nongshim, who hasn't won for 3 months. Than when they play against Hanwha and Genji. So it's hard to quantify, but I do feel like in the eye test here, Valdez, we can kind of say it looks better with Peter. It seems like he's the stronger support.
Yeah, I think we would all agree at this point based on what we've seen, as Lehens, not going to be able to do too much. Tried to throw in an ult at the very last moment, didn't matter. The wallets are just too heavy. And getting legendary now is Duckdom. Still not dying after that first one, and they're just pressing forward. And down will go Jiu here as well, as they dive into multiple turrets and do not care.
Do I want to give it to Duckdom? Man, 10-1-7.
His Sivir as well. You know, we were thinking in game 1, we're like, is it BDD, is it Duckdom? I don't know.
I'm just kind of over 80 carries getting it every time, but in this meta, I guess you just do. You win the 2v2, you get fed, and then...
Especially because he played Ezreal and popped off, you know?
Yeah.
It was a little bit of Jiu kind of running into them.
Jiu ran into them a little bit. Like, that one barrier play early was, you know, everyone's raising their eyebrows at that, but it's what he did with the lead.
Yeah, exactly.
The flash play when they were on Herald. Ah, man, it's tough. I know Cronny will back me up with a Peter vote if I go Duckdom.
You've got like that hedge. You're like, oh, okay, I know my other global voters will
I know
go
it's
ahead
not,
and help out.
Yeah, it's not going to be like if I vote for Peter, it's going to be a 12-1-er, but...
No. But it could be 11-2-er, you know? That could be fun.
Yeah, it could be. I don't think it will be. 18 out of 23 KP, 17 out of 23 KP. Alistair engage on that Philios.
The Alistair engage on the Aphelios was set up by BDD.
I have an idea. What if we just brought POG back?
Yeah,
it's not an original idea.
I'm cool
but
with it.
I have this idea
I'm okay with it.
that people on the global side seem to share.
We wouldn't be the only ones that would like to see it make a return.
GGG go Duckdom 100%.
GGG are Duckdom now.
Yeah. It's not, and they're not wrong. All right, one last try, Nongshim, one Hail Mary.
Yeah, one Hail Mary. They're trying to get in on a BDD, but this time the knockup is good, and the follow-up is gigantic from Perfect Skew. And yeah, they're just smacking them in the face with their wallets. It's not very pretty. It's only Jiu who's alive, but he's died 7 times already. As Peter just emoting in his face, doesn't seem to care that he's gone down, as he's just opening up another kill for his 80 carry. 12-1-10 is Duckdom, and KT will take down the series 2-1. Not the perfect series, as that game number 1, or rather 2, was a bit iffy, especially some of the drafting, but they got through it. They made the win happen in the end of the day.
I won't tell you guys who I voted for. You'll see it on the palm votes later, and I'll get my palm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tragedy that we can't give it to 2. Or like 2.5 because BDD had an amazing
Let's
ride.
give it to everyone. Let's do full team interviews every series.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, fellas. So KT, by the way, with this win, they move up to 12 and 14, and this puts Nongshim at 10 and 16. So they have 2 series wins ahead. There is 1 more series between KT and Nongshim in round 5. So Nongshim, if they win that, they'll have to have won another series against Gen.G, Hanwha Life, or T1 to tie KT in game score. And that's assuming KT doesn't upset any of those 3 teams as well. So this game was so important. This might be, the decider that gets KT that 4th place. We talked about it a lot, but 1 win here for Nongshim in game 3 would have tied them and made it so that last game might be the decider. Because right now it looks like neither of these teams can even scratch the big 3. So, it's an odd number of matches from 3 to 5, and you win 2 of them. Chances are pretty good you're going to get 4th place. So a huge win here for KT Rolster.
Yeah, pretty gigantic. What can they do with it? I feel like it's still pretty early, but already time to start thinking about playoffs and play-ins and all that fun stuff. We're going to have so many best of 5s. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you guys do enjoy when that does come through, but got to finish off round 4 first and then do round 5. Still a little bit more than 2 weeks away.
This happened, didn't it, Valdez?
It did, yeah. And we were like, whoa, Nongshim, good start. And then everything else happened.
Like on 3rd watch, that was like very high on the hitbox there.
Yes. Yes, it was.
There was a player the other day, I don't remember who, it was me and Atlas casting, I think we were like, oh, he knows that true shot doesn't hit. It looked like it was going to hit. Happened like twice where he just didn't stop his back. Gio unfortunately thought he knew, I think. Let's just say that much. These fights here for Duckdom are why I think a lot of people will vote for him. He just was insanely clutch. It was a team effort, obviously. This turn onto Kingen is the kind of synergy you need to see from a team like Nongshim here. Just how quickly they're able to stop it. His perfect sacrifice himself to deny any follow-up. A great Otacon secure here.
Yeah. This was one of the moments for Peter.
Ooh, that true shot. Triple.
Yeah.
It's both of them. I mean, like, they were... It was like Peter was supporting his carry. Crazy.
Whoa, it is kind of like that. Huh.
It's like they're a duo.
They should call his role support. Or like supportive guy or something like that, you know?
Wait, what about healer? Nah, let's not do that.
Healer? Nah.
I don't like that.
Helper?
I like it when the supports
What about helper?
CC and hurt people. Helper is good.
What if we just took the Gen.G coach's name away?
KT not looking too hyped about the victory. Okay, maybe I'll take it back a little bit.
Duckdom feeling himself there at the end. 34K. I mean, he is playing a Fed Ezreal, but at the same time, he played it excellently well. Like you said, he did really well with the lead he got himself, right? It wasn't really about the fact that he was Fed, but it's what he did with the...
He had a big KDA on Sivir, but Sivir was a big part of why they got map control, why BDD could make plays he did, and you know, he was at the right place at the right time all the time. He did push Gio out of the lane the whole game. He will pick up POM with 2 deaths across the series. My vote will be private until it's public.
All right, well, I think I know who you voted for.
Well, you may have seen me write it down. You have that.
Yes, I may have. But yeah, I think it makes sense. Only dying twice, especially in a series where you lost one of the games. Like his Jhin was also clean, but it wasn't his fault that they lost. I mean, I say that, but he also did run straight into Ambessa and get publicly executed. So that wasn't very good. But other than that, like,
but
it was
also
great.
Peter played Poppy because he can't play Bard into Elise. So
yeah,
nobody's perfect except the top laner of KT.
Exactly.
The only one.
Playing Sion into Trundle and not caring at all. That was good.
Maybe he'll get a rogue vote in there. Probably not, but
probably not.
Probably not. He did have that really cool charged Q that BDD sent them all into. It was a cool combo.
He played Ornn? You know, think about the value the Ornn was giving out.
BDD better get a vote. Just one.
He'll probably get a vote.
At least just one.
He'll probably get a vote. His Annie was like, okay. You know, he hit that big Tibbers that one time, but they were all grouped up in the tri-brush. But yeah, I think we know why they're cheering. And it's because DuckDom is walking out on stage.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Right behind us.
Well, we're going to be hearing from him in just a moment. Excited to hear what he has to say. Yet another 80 carry, just piling up the gold, piling up the POM.
Palming it up.
Palming it up.
Get your pom-poms out for the 80 carries.
All right, we're almost there, guys. And looks like we're there. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by DuckDom on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations! Wow, your fans are going so wild and loud for you. The long losing streak is now over and you took a precious victory. How do you feel? Yeah, we have been struggling under the long losing streak and we had been losing our confidence as well. But I feel like we are back on track with this victory, so I'm just really relieved. And the direct ticket to playoffs and 4th place was on stakes, making today extremely crucial. So what was the main focus for preparing for today? You know, Nongshim actually tends to go aggressively regarding side lanes, really just keeping Lihyans as the core of their team. So I think that's just what we were quite cautious of today. And in Game 1 draft, after seeing your bot comp, your opponent picked Aphelios. So was this an expected move, and what was your plan to deal with him? No, this wasn't an expected move. But because Aphelios has lower mobility, I didn't think that it was our main concern at all. And Game 2 was an unfortunate loss, where you struggled against the enemy Mbessa. So what was the feedback after? Honestly, that game was supposed to be ours, but because, you know, everything went wrong in the top lane, I think Perfect was just saying, I'm sorry, it's my bad, let's just do better next game. And in Game 3, you displayed some peak Ezreal performance where your ult was always on point. And since in lane, Corki is pretty strong, is Ezreal playable against him? I feel like because we had a Nico on our team, it actually made it a lot comfortable for me to play. And I think Ezreal is definitely pretty strong as long as you're able to hit his skill shots. And as important as it was, Game 3 was extremely intense. What was the game deciding factor? Honestly, I think the moment that I was able to kill Corki, I just knew that it was a one game. And with today's victory, you successfully extended your lead against Nongshim. And to advance to playoffs, what mindset will you play in the remaining matches? I think for rounds 3 and 4, I thought that there were a lot of games where we were losing helplessly, but I want to show our dominance in the remaining series. And another main contributor of today's victory must be the fans. And there are so many fans holding up clever and funny fan signs. And I'm sure they sent you a lot of energy. For all the unconditional support, any word for the fans? Have you seen that one too? Yeah, how cute! You know, during those long losing streaks, it definitely beat us down, but every time we saw and noticed the fans sending us support, it actually gave us so much energy. And I hope that you will keep on supporting us and watch over us. And let's give it up for DuckDom once again. And that's the end of the interview with DuckDom. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Deer and Unbin Ayaya, as it was DuckDom getting the POM here for KT after a only 2-death complete series. Only died twice. If you're a fan of the stats and the boom boom damage, that was the vote for you. I think the vote should have gone to Peter. I don't get a vote, but this is what I would have said. That's crazy. Woo! That's crazy.
What do you
This
mean?
is
What are you
crazy.
talking about?
Okay,
This is crazy.
Let me explain.
This is crazy. This
Let
is
me explain,
crazy.
guys. So
This is crazy.
I'm a Dokdam voter, so let me explain why he deserves this. So I think in team fight, okay, let me start with the laning phase. I feel like his Ezreal was really solid in the laning phase, especially he got the solo kill as well. So that's why KT could snowball really well. And on top of that, I think his team fight, like many times, like they had the team fight with the ups and downs, but I think this time around, his target selection was on point. So that's why it was kind of one-sided team fight. And I think actually he deserves the POM, especially when it comes to KDA. Yeah, sure, you can meme about it, but actually AD carry not dying many times means a lot for the team. So you can actually have some kind of like stable game status. And I think he actually deserves it.
Honestly, this is the greatest betrayal that What did right here is betraying his own kind. The supports! Justice for supports!
Well,
what has happened? Why keep seeing
okay.
cares? Okay,
support is easy role.
I'm not minding my point here. Even though he has a point. What do we need? What does Delight need to do? What does Duro need to do? The team hasn't won anything. Peter comes back. He is kick flipping all over them. He is knocking up multiple people. He is playing crazy games, and he gets one vote. I want to be very. I want to be very clear. I'm completely fine with Dokdam getting it. Dokdam has had a great performance. I mean, not AD carries have great performances, but let's be real. That Sivir game. Very often on Sivir, if you don't die, it's because your team is standing in front of you because you're a short range and you just, boomerang blade. You want a boomerang blade? You want a... The man is getting multi-man knockups.
I love how we are so passionate
no
about
Duro,
the POM.
no Delight, and Carry is the
Votes.
only one that's smart enough. It's like, I don't care. I am just going to get all the kills. And maybe then I'll get a POM. And guess what? He gets POM votes.
I will say this does really defend Carria's POMs because we got to see what Bard looked like when it wasn't Carria. All right, let's take a look at everyone else's. Wolf going with Ducker Z. Did too much. Sorry, Peter. Welcome back, though.
Dokdam's a good vote. I'm not mad about the Dokdam vote. I'm mad about the fact that supports are just not getting the credit they deserve. These 80 carries, the bourgeois that's just getting fed. Force-fed kills?
I mean, I think I've seen so many good plays in LCK, especially on support. That's why I think the people are more like, the line is a bit higher up, So even though he had like decent games, he had to do more.
All right, let's see what else.
That's how support works.
What else did we have? What else did we have here from our comments? BDD stands for Beast Duck Dom.
Now he's actually copying our comments, by the way. But this one is good. I agree.
Good.
No, it's not.
No, it's good.
No sense.
Why? It's good.
He was like, hey, color in these letters for me. That's good. Anytime that we do some extra stuff on the display,
I like it.
Good job, Helios. All right, what else do we have here from the Korean broadcast side? I'm the key player of the day. Forget about G2, though.
Game 2.
Game 2, though. All right.
Game 2, because the
You guys missed it. You didn't show what did was about the fight.
I mean, they should actually forget about G2 what did over here.
I thought it was like targeting me, but
it was subtweeting you. Yeah.
I guess it's game 2.
All right, let's see what else. Thanks, Kuro. What else do we have here from the Korean broadcast side? Cloud Templar. That's it, Dokdam. Don't forget.
Clearly one of the 2 flavors of Cloud Templar that we get.
Yeah. We get rough draft and final product.
There is, or it's like it's straight up beautiful poetry, brings you to tears. As Dokdam showed bold gameplay with composure, granted POM. Again, I think Dokdam is a fine. I'm really crashing out of the fact that Peter got a single vote.
Me too.
That's all.
And
I know,
again,
you're with me.
I don't get a
isn't
vote.
though. He thought it was very.
I mean, I'm just happy that Dokdam got the POM. That's all. I agree that Peter should have got more votes. Like especially when you think about the storylines, that he had for this season. I mean, I think he's the one who can actually bring the new era for the KT here. But I guess like he needs to do more. I said LCK have so many good supports, so people are not happy
and they're all getting POM votes, right?
I guess next time you can do more.
Wow.
Next time.
I guess
actually,
next time.
you know what this is? Carrier has thrown off the curve. If you're not Carrier, if you're not literally, no votes for you.
That was a lot of the
rude.
comments. They said, you're not Carrier. Don't try this at home. And now, don't try to get a POM if you're
Don't try to get credit for your work.
All right, let's take a look at the predictions here. Everyone, going with the KT way from the global broadcast to the Korean broadcast. Despite Nongshim getting their first game win in months. And yes, now maximum excitement. You can use the E word, Lore. The game is over. Chat, I want to see the E word in there. It feels good to be a KT fan. The roller coaster moving on up.
And with this, KT is probably locked in for not 100%, like Nongshim can get crazy upsets, but most likely if everything goes as expected, which let's be real, in the Legend group it basically only has, there is a legitimate chance that Nongshim just doesn't move, doesn't win any further games, maybe except the final head-to-head between these two in round 5. Man.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim is having a rough time. Like, especially, I want to talk about Lihens. He was the one who was actually leading the game actively. Like, he's the main shot caller, in-game leader. But right now, he's completely lost. The gameplay is not there.
It's really rough.
Yeah, and it's just painful to watch. Like he's not synergizing well with the AD carry as well, and nothing is happening on the top side as well while he's roaming. So, like, he's playing Elise, he's playing Nautilus, one of the proactive champions, but it's not working out. So what can he do? Like, and I can see him tilting in his face as well.
And I want to be very clear. Like, obviously, Gio is playing really poorly.
Yes.
But we went back, watched some of the laning phases, and like just some of the mechanical play on lands. That game, I think, was a really good showcase of why Bard isn't just picked by everyone. Like the actual margin between being as useful as some of our best players versus just not contributing or actively working against your team is really, that's a thin line.
Yeah, I mean, you can count the cosmic bindings that he landed. It's as many wins as as Nongshim have had here in the standings, which in rounds 3 and 4 are 0.
So big.
Big gap.
Win this.
Insane gap. It's gapped.
It's a really big deal because if they would have lost this, it would have been 11-11. KT would still have had the record in game score, but that would have been doable if Nongshim won the next series. Now they are reliant on basically KT losing everything, which that might happen, but Nongshim also is going to have to beat one of Genji, Hanwha, or T1, and I think right now that just doesn't seem likely.
Pretty tough here for Nongshim. KT, they solidified their spot in playoffs. Just a couple more games to go for them. We're not done yet, though. The Saturday Showdown might be done, but it's time for some culture. We're headed on over to Rise. It's DRX versus BNK FearX playing for the play-ins live. See you in a little bit.
Makes me stronger.
날아가고 바로 뛰면 바로 들어가요. 근데 원딜
약간 빨리
이러면 난리 났는데요.
15,000 모델인데 화이팅하자. 그러니까 이겼다. 15,000 또 지잖아.
옵스 그냥 설레발이 치지 않으면서 칙하게 지금은 환호성 치고 싶겠지만 참습니다. 지금 13,000채라도 DM플스는 천차이처럼 천천히 갑니다. 천천히. DM플스 여기만 실수 안 하면 이겨요.
누가 막시야 빵! 입에서 해줬어요. DFX 거의 올해 최고의 게임이에요. 11분에 DFX 가자. 얘 버섯가 넘어요. 반대로 넘어가다 버섯가를 잡아줘요. 아니 어떻게 이렇게 오케이블이요?
아니야. 오케이. 아니야, 씨발. 아니야, 미안해. 자, 15,000 모델인데 화이팅하자. 15,000 또 지잖아? 그러면 나 이제 못 참아. 야구 받은 사람 거세받다 진짜. 세야.
11회가 다 잡아야 돼. 안돼. 11회 다운.
어떻게 얘기해? 맞아. 고생했다. 와.
나이스 형들.
이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다. 시대.
그쵸. 사실 그냥 빤다만의 장난이고요. 근데 이제 그만큼 진짜 이 게임 지면은 말이 안 된다고 생각을 했기 때문에 그래도 유리한 상황에서 이번에는 역전 안 당하고 칭찬해주고 싶고 앞으로 남은 경기도 이겨보자. 파이팅.
안녕, 난 빛나핑. 오늘도 게임을 빛나게 만들어 보겠다. 빛나.
저희 유니폼 같은 경우는 일단 선수들마다 다 캐릭터가 다르거든요. 이렇게 박혀 있는 게 너무 장점이라고 볼 수 있고
실물이 너무 이쁘게 뽑혀서 마음 같아서는 1년 내내 입고 싶은 그런 기분이고요. 뭔가 선수 네임을 다 풀로 쓰니까 약간 아쉽고 좀 줄여서 뭐 루시핑 약간 이런 느낌으로 가면 더 잘 어울릴 것 같은데 그게 조금 아쉽습니다. 네.
아무래도 이 친구가 주인공이거든요. 룰로 치면 거의 이지리얼급인데 이걸 제가 맡고 있으니까 제가 제일 잘 어울린다고 생각합니다.
뭐 예상이 가는데 또메이크업도 자기를 뽑았을 것 같고요. 블루랑 핑크의 조화가 잘 어울리는 것 같아서 저도 저를 뽑도록 하겠습니다.
저희 이번에 피니핑 콜라보 유니폼이 나왔는데 이제 많은 사랑 부탁드립니다. 추.
근데 이거 혹시 교육 같은 거 받으신가요?
아니요, 그냥 호수는 그냥 자기가 즐기는 느낌이더라고요.
안녕, 난 쇼메핑이다 추. 이번 경기 꼭 잘해서 파이팅 하겠습니다.
마지막에 갑자기
너무 좋아서 너무 이 유니폼 입고 있다는 게 자랑스러워요. 많은 응원 부탁드린다 추. 감사합니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 주 감사합니다.
makes me stronger.
화이팅!
DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the Rise group matchup. We got B&K up against DRX, and this one definitely huge for the side of DRX. Desperate to try to climb out of 9th place, whereas B&K looking like maybe the strongest team in the group, trying to battle with DK for that spot. But definitely looking like the favorites here, Wolf.
Form at the end of the year, at the end of the season, has always been more important than what you have to lead you to these final weeks of LCK. That held true in our old format, holds true now. To take a look at the standings, you can see there's a pretty large gap between these two teams. We have a clear favorite in B&K, but if you compare B&K to a Legend Group team, it's kind of like T1, right? They're 4 series behind D+. T1 getting closer to Honor Life Esports, but are clearly the stronger team. Right now, I think a lot of people would put B&K ahead of D+, although only I predicted them to beat DK last week. I think now after people watch that 2-0, maybe a few minds are changing on that one. It's close between these two for sure. Like, I don't think we can definitively say B&K is the best team in the group, the same way we could say T1 is the second best team in the Legend Group. But right now, this team looks to be the team to beat. And for DRX, this is one of your tougher wins you're going to try to have to get to then fight your way out of that elimination spot down there at the bottom of the standings. You can see in the group battle back in LCK Cup, DRX won that one. Or actually, sorry, DRX won that one, but the later ones, they also won. Like, B&K have had a negative record against DRX so far this season.
You know, it's just pretty strange, I would say that, you know, especially because bot lane is key. Who will take the W? Right now, in my mind, Diablo might be the strongest player in the Rise group. You know, maybe going head-to-head with Aiming, who's a guy that you've pointed out many a time. And those are 280 carries. And Teddy's another guy that feels like sometimes he's the only choice for the side of DRX. As Kellen going to reach 500 games
if he
goes to game 3.
Yeah. If the series goes to 3 is what it means by in a series, because like in a 2-0 he won't.
Yeah.
Even though it's still a series. But yeah. If a series is on our hands, Valdez, Kellen will have 500 games.
Like his hands right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's showing. It's like, if there's a series on these hands, I'm going to have my 500th game.
It's interesting that you point out the 80 carry matchup and how Diablo, I think in most people's mind right now, is a stronger 80 carry. And I think part of that is because he's young. You're excited about what he's capable of already this early in his career. Seems like he has kind of surpassed right now, in most people's mind, Shiu as Rookie of the Year. It's still pretty contentious between the two if you look at the entirety of the year. But what these two AD carries do, in my mind right now, is very different. Teddy is the late game generic Green Wings Teddy that we saw so many years ago. Sit back at scale, Teddy might carry that team fight for you. We've seen it in previous weeks of the LCK, even going back to the very beginning of the year, that Teddy was a very similar play to Diablo, would carry on Kais, would go in and have some crazy outplay. But nowadays, it's just about sitting back and scaling. Diablo is the guy who will be aggressive from minute one. In the 2v2 in lane, in the mid-game fight, the skirmish, that's where this guy shines. And you can see his damage percentage actually higher than Teddy's. I think part of this because BNK are winning more, so he gets more damage share because he's doing better, and obviously they get in the late game. Despite DRX's record, though, that Teddy is putting up numbers like this at 5th place at damage per gold right now. His KP is super high, is still impressive. But like I said, Diablo will hit you at any point in the game. His late game is strong. His mid game is powerful, though, as well. He takes a lot of risks, but those risks more recently have been paying off. In the past, we'd be like, oh, yeah, 50-50 on that Diablo play. Could look like a genius, could look like an idiot. But he's kind of a little bit more measured, but still has that fire in him. And that's why so many people are excited to watch this guy right now. But this is 100% without a doubt the key player matchup. In an 80 carry meta, yeah, we're watching those two in the bottom lane.
So this guy came a long way to watch Diablo. And there are a lot of fans of this young player getting excited, as you mentioned. There's Teddy in that little comic that was drawn up alongside of Ondil, who has been sometimes amazing, sometimes kind of absent. Curious to see which kind of Ondil we'll get today. Kellen alongside of Diablo was performing really, really well, but it feels like has fallen off a little bit in recent times. So hopefully he can get his form back to full.
The top side of the map, your Rich Sponge Yehu, your Clear Raptor Vikla, that's where things get a little bit less consistent on both of these teams. Vikla's looking a lot better recently. Clear was absent for so long, but he's starting to be a little bit stronger right now. Rich had he was really low at the beginning, had a big spike, and I think has dipped quite substantially right now. I would give the edge to Raptor in the jungle matchup as well at the moment. But it's so volatile, these top 6 players, that I think if DRX are going to win, maybe it's because of some sort of crazy play from Sponge. Like Rich gets ahead, he surprises us, and then, Teddy gets to survive until the late game and DRX win that way. It feels like every single DRX win has been Teddy carrying late, but maybe you could crack open BNK here early in the top side of the map. Or maybe you play through bottom lane and try to get Teddy ahead early. There are ways for sure, and I think the biggest weakness overall for BNK has been their weak drafting. They have won so many games despite it. I think it says a lot about the players and their clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely says a little bit about the players and what they want to play as well. Because a lot of the times the drafting comes down to a player saying, no, I want to play this pick. This is what is good here. I'm comfortable on this here. And sometimes it doesn't make sense. And just have to kind of capitulate. So we'll see what happens. DRX starting off on the blue side here. And we'll see. Okay, so they're going to ban the Varus. Feels like one of the first things that allows the red side to just go ahead and ban Pantheon Azir Yunara if that one is banned by blue side.
Yeah, it's a trade of bans, right? If you don't ban the Varus, then they have to ban it. But, if you have Varus up, then the Yunara becomes a little bit tougher, so they won't ban Varus on red side necessarily if you're looking for that first pick. This has kind of been the new way on blue side, is to ban the Varus Talia. And then the third ban is a little bit more open-ended. See Wukong ban in this third spot a lot to then get the Yunara ban out of the third spot in the red side. It's a pretty set-in-stone meta. We got a lot of OP champs that usually don't make it.
Yep, Yunara has to be banned.
Nico instead, though.
Yeah.
So now, if you ban Wukong, it's a huge mistake, and they'll first pick Yunara. You have to ban the Yunara, and they get Wukong for free. That is just how it goes. But do we see Rai Xinjiao, or do they have a different answer?
Yeah, that's always what we're looking at. So Wukong is generally the first pick here. Sponge gives the nod. There's the Wukong.
This is just it's solved. This meta is very solved.
Rise Xinjiao. No. Okay, Gwen Xinjiao.
And then deny the Gwen. This is a risky move, though, because Aurora is open.
Slam the Aurora.
Aurora should get locked here, you have to imagine. What comes with it, though, is a little bit more open-ended. Okay.
Yeah. Any Wukong. Definitely very common.
Won't have to lock Aurora here, but you will not get another chance, and they will get it.
And the Korean commentators are losing their minds.
Now Victor just going to get locked. They could go for Galio, which makes more sense to me. And
that's 3 circles, Wolf.
Yeah, I do think that gets a circle for me on an X. I'm going to approve that pick. The problem is that your Gwen is going to have a tough time. Clear is going to need resources. Assuming Rich doesn't mess it up, Poppy, second phase ban, should be joined by an Alistair. You have to imagine the Wukong Rakan is very strong. With Poppy banned, you kind of now feel priced into also ban the Rakan, I assume, here on red side, unless you're planning on R4ing it yourself. See what they decide to do. Because, like, if you get Rakan in this draft for DRX, it is not going to be a fun time for BNK.
It feels like we have been all on the Rakan Wukong hype train. Some of the teams have skewed away from that. You know, we did see Nautilus picked instead, which is going to be banned. I mean, you could also still just pick Rakan here on 4, which I think is honestly a pretty good move.
Yeah, maybe they are planning to do that. We'll see if DRX decide to ban it themselves now.
And then you just play Xayah into all of the dive from the side of DRX. I feel like it's...
You could just ban Xayah here too, instead, which feels relatively safe. They did not ban Kai'Sa, which is pretty interesting too, because Kai'Sa is insanely strong for DRX's comp, and Teddy is really good at it. So this is going to get a little bit funky here in these last 4 picks. Diablo could go for the pick away here. That Rakan is still a question mark. Or we just go Lucian. It's Diablo. He
very
likes
strong.
Pick.
We saw it Teddy, or not Teddy. I was thinking about Teddy as the T180 carry. My brain's lost in a time loop. Gumiusi did on Lucian yesterday, so... You know, it's pretty incredible what the Lucians can do at times.
It's
so Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, no, this draft is crazy for DRX. Yeah. Actually, kind of unreal that they get away with this.
They basically got everything they wanted.
They have an insane dive comp that has unlimited engage, and the Xayah is not a weak point in this draft at all because you're playing into a nearly full melee comp. And to be honest, I prefer the Milio to the Nami right now, but the Braum is definitely the best choice of the 3.
Yeah.
Especially into this comp for DRX. The Braum value is actually really high. So, does make a lot of sense. So it'll be the 3rd game of Lucian for Diablo. His 3rd most played, alongside Varus and Jhin. Just looking up the stat, because it's a champ that really suits him. It allows you to really showcase your skill expression in the 2v2 in lane, and outside of lane, in skirmishes, in battles for prio. If you see blood in the water or your support sets you up, this is definitely a Diablo pick, even though we liked some of the other options instead. I mean, it's a lot of burst damage, low range, but you have also a melee setup on your own side to get in there. My concern is what happens in the other lanes, you know? What happens in the Aurora-Gwen matchup? That's where I'm a little bit concerned for Clear.
Yeah, it should be an issue on paper. As you mentioned, you know, it does require Ridge to play it out well. We have seen this matchup before. It doesn't mean that, oh, the Gwen 100% loses 100% of the time. It just means that she's going to have a difficult time. And sometimes the teams can figure it out and play around that and give them resources as trying to go to Lolly Knight.
I saw that one guy in the audience on the right side eating popcorn and grinning. That's me every time I watch a Rise group match. Yeah. Got to keep that popcorn filled up. We're in for a series here, Valdez. I'm ready to game.
It's going to be crazy. Every Rise matchup is just like this. DRX versus BNK. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 1 of this Rise group matchup. Match 128. About halfway through. A little bit over halfway through.
Yeah, got about a month left.
Yeah.
So, you know, it feels like we're towards the end because it's a long season, it's a long year, but if you think about the old format, it's actually quite a significant amount of time before we hit playoffs and start going to the finals later on in September.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
No shenanigans here at level 1. The Lucian Braum, incredibly powerful, but they're not going to commit to trying to lock out Sponge or anything like that. Just going to look for a stronger 2v2 setup. For a moment, I was like, I see that. No, they're just gonna head back down to the brush in the bottom lane. Sponge playing very respectfully because he knows the power of Braum. Plus, Lucian is insane. Really only rivaled in the past by Braum Ashe, which we don't really see anymore. Ashe has fallen out completely.
Yeah, remember that, champion. Good times.
All right.
I was like, if I hit them with the quill.
I just don't like it when it's chicken on the concussive blows.
Yeah,
it just
I'm fine with it.
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I know
he has a skewer there.
He's kebabbing. Why isn't it just a kebab, like a euro or something? Come on. It's just chicken? That's it?
It's just chicken.
It's chicken on a bone. That's not how you make kebabs. I mean, I'm not even trying to throw strays at the skin designer. It's a great skin.
I mean, it kind of are, though, you know?
The concussive blows icon's the only problem I have with it. It's otherwise perfect, man. When I'm in Berlin, I get one of those late at night every time.
Yeah, so good.
Anyway.
It's not going to be a fun time for them regardless.
No, it's not. It's really not.
It's not going to be a fun time for Wolf looking at the concussive blow symbol.
Well,
but it's also not going to be a fun time.
It's okay.
DRX looking at the concussive blow symbol.
No.
Wukong Annie wins in Rise Group. You press your buttons, you go in, and you get kills.
Yeah.
It's hard not to be on the same page.
Simple is better. We have certainly figured that out this year in the LCK. Earlier on, we were like, maybe it's because it's fearless. No, I think it's just a, you know, combos are strong. It's hard to outplay them. They have the Aurora into the Gwen, which, by the way, we haven't looked at that one too much, but we're going to get a flash.
Yeah, flash on in, heal, and barrier utilized, just to try to survive, but it's still a lot of tempo. And this isn't tempo vibes.
No.
This is just real tempo in the lane. Diablo and Kellen saying, we are the 2v2 masters. We are going to punish you.
That's the power of this draft they've chosen in the bottom lane. This is the power of what they opted into in the top lane. Rich is certainly winning, as you would expect. Now, Raptor's going to try to follow up here and maybe set up a dive onto Ando before his AD carry gets back. Because Teddy's still flashless.
Nicely done by Kellen. Gets in, gets the aggro, immediately flashes away from the knockup. It was pretty clear that Ando wanted to try to kill Kellen.
Can they just deny Teddy from getting back to the turret? I think they can. Like, he has to just wait, and this is such a disaster. This is such a well-timed dive here.
It's also backing on vision. I mean, they know he's swapping, so immense amount of knowledge given over to BNK.
Yeah, even this teleport from Rich straight into the wave as well, because he knows that this is just not anything that they could salvage otherwise without a swap. This matchup today, both times, the Gallios really putting the pressure on. Down a lot in CS, however. Not hard the last hit in this matchup. Yeah, Andil is split from Teddy. So all of that pressure they put on just moments ago that got his flash as well means that Andil becomes a sitting duck. They take him down. Someone's got to get some XP, right? And then they just go straight into a flashless Zaya and deny him from getting back to the turret. So he has to go top lane. He has no farm. He is just hit level 3, by the way. He was level 2 when I was starting that sense. He just hit 3, but is a whole level behind, essentially, Diablo here, effectively.
Yeah. And again, I mean, they saw Teddy backing, so they know that he would be up here, which means that Diablo and Kellen immediately match the swap, and they say, okay, well, you're not avoiding us. It's not going to happen.
And that is why Clear doesn't have to TP. They had the wave pushed in. He just instantly goes bottom as well.
Uh-oh. Follow-up dive.
No flash on either player.
No summoners at all. And now it looks like maybe Kellen goes down, but this should be 2 kills here to the side of BNK. It's a relatively clean dive, as long as they get this kill on a Diablo, which they will. Here comes Sponge, but he's too little and too late.
I think Sponge maybe could have tried to read this a little bit earlier and come up, but he's Wukong pre-6. He wants to farm it out. Man, this is... The game plan is shut Teddy out, and it is working so far amazingly well here for BNK. And I think it's not a weird read to have. Like, hey, you know, this Teddy guy's a big problem. He keeps carrying these games. It's the key player matchup. Let's camp him.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea.
3 kills on a Lucian at 6 minutes?
Diablo's got a big smile on his face. Kellen's talking, you know, everything's going well. And now, trying to engage here onto the Galio is Ondil. Just a little bit of pressure, helping out Yehu.
Sponge gonna come over here, try to see if he can find something on these Raptors.
Still Braum, but that is a big Tibbers onto 2 of them, and Kellen is getting pretty low, but the Galio follow-up is there. Sponge maybe in a little bit of trouble as now the taunt comes down, and Sponge barely, but he will be flashed over, and Raptor picks up the kill. This is all coming up B&K in this early game.
Yeah, Teddy's trying to freeze a little bit and try to deny some farm to Diablo. He's even the CS up, but it's just not worth. Now over here, this is just literally all 4 summoners down, as you mentioned. Good dive from Raptor. Kellen picks up the aggro. He dies, but it's worth it. And Raptor just has to walk away, and Diablo doesn't have to do anything skillful at the end of that. He just has to auto. And here, I think the idea is to try to stop Diablo from getting back to the lane while also potentially getting a pick. But the ult is here for the Galio. And like, Diablo doesn't get here in time, but imagine if Diablo gets a 4th kill here. It's Raptor who ends up picking it up in the end. That's a big fail there. Teddy was the benefactor of this. Like I said, he froze the lane a little bit, but he's still 15 CS down. Bit of a trade here, where this matchup is also turned a little bit, which is not great for DRX. There's not a lot of good news anywhere, huh?
Yeah, it's not the best start for them. I mean, they have a lot of things that are winning in their draft, and we liked their draft, but sometimes you just get outplayed in the early game especially. I do like that Diablo and Kellen had the confidence to just go for this duo and say, you know, we could take the Rakan away, we could do something, or we could just dive you like 8 times instead. And they do have some summoners back, but it's not going to be enough as the culling rather, as Kellen goes down, is going to be enough. It's 5-0 for Diablo 8 minutes into the game, Wolf.
His game is probably over now. Because the draft,
5-0.
The draft is insane for DRX. Like, it's such a good draft, but this is the B&K way. Is do things their style. Like, I'm gonna play League of Legends the way I like to play League of Legends. It doesn't matter. And they take a square peg and take a hammer, which has Diablo as like the top of the hammer, and then Kellen is the stick that swings it.
And Raptor's a chainsaw that they brought along.
and they just slam the square peg into the round hole, and it makes it through. And like, just constantly diving Teddy in this game, and there's no answer at all from Sponge. Like, 0. He's late to the defense twice. Now has level 6, so is on the opposite side of the map. And they're just like, well, we kill him again.
That's how you deal with the Wukong, I guess. Just dive before he's relevant. But yeah, I mean, if he were there... Oh, man. Take a look at the item value difference. It's early on in the game. We generally don't get these, but we also generally don't get 5-0 Lucians at 8 minutes into the game, so...
Yeah, the term item value is very funny when you look at the value items that Teddy has. Like, he got... He got like the Kroger brand of items. Diablo's Essence Reaver. Don't worry, the call will cash in. Invest now.
This is pretty funny as well. Kellen just giving the thumbs up. He's like, you think that you are going to access this wave? I don't think so. He nearly actually kills Diablo, but I think he still will die here as the follow-up comes in. Kellen got to pick up the kill, and I think they're just fine with that. I mean, Kellen gave him the sign. He gave him the thumbs up. He's like, you're not allowed to access here. And Rich is like, you know what? I'm going to access there.
I think Diablo, when he went for his dash, he autoed a minion at the beginning there, which cost him some damage. But still, they make it work. Doesn't matter. Clear is the cross map. They do not have teleport for Kellen, but this Gwen is just clearing the wave. It's too slow.
Yeah, meanwhile, Yehu trying to get in, barely gets missed by that taunt. Has to flash away. Just trying to zone the Galio, I guess, from helping the dive top, which didn't work anyway, even though the Galio wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, this one is really, like, it feels like we're really grasping at straws already. It's an 1,800 gold lead.
He has a BF sword as well. What is happening?
I'll need to tell you guys what the F stands for in this one.
Far ahead, I think.
He also has
gold?
I think he has a BF lead. Starting to feel like there's a bit of a BF coordination issue.
Oh God!
Like I I just don't know what you can do now outside of a big mistake from BNK. Like, the bottom dive onto Rich was almost a mistake. Like, they kind of whiffed it, but it just, they have such a lead that it doesn't matter. They can still pull it off. Kellen stole the kill away, but who cares ultimately?
Yeah.
We're not even having a replay of that because we're going to watch it again in real time. You don't need to watch that last one.
This time, Rich smartly is going to walk away.
It's a turret gank.
Yeah, turret gank.
Turret. And they're going to also attempt the cross map. Guess who's there? Vikla
He's
with
standing
his
on
Galio.
the board is clear, and now he's getting dove by quite a few many people, but here comes the Galio. It's still going to be a kill. And a nice Featherstorm to try to get away from Vikla.
Okay, that's something back if Vikla's a little bit faster with that ult. I don't think that happens. They are going to race the turret as well. Diablo, pretty big, has an extra BF sword, but it's 4 people here. It's going to be close. I think DRX might just barely edge it out.
They should be able to. Ooh, taking a little bit of extra time there at the end.
Yeah, Diablo, like, trying to deny minions or something there. Maybe he just realized he couldn't win the race and just decided to opt out.
Both of them were like, oh, we don't win this. Took their foot off the gas pedal.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. I don't think they will be able to punish Teddy, but he is down ult.
Yeah.
I'll have to flash this.
Into a taunt, I mean, it's a nice amount of damage regardless.
Okay. He's fine. They got the turret. It's not enough for feats, but it's still a win. Only 2,000 gold, which is all on Diablo behind. So maybe...
And there's a jungle diff as well.
Yeah, maybe there's a way to where DRX's better team fighting comp arguably just ends up setting up big combos with the Tibbers, the Aurora ultimate between Worlds and the Cyclone. You know, maybe that gets them back into a win here on an upcoming Dragon fight, for example. Probably not this next one. I think it's probably going to be a double Dragon here, but maybe on the 3rd Dragon. You know? I'm make-believing.
Yes.
I was taught well by Mr. Rogers.
I feel like the straws you're grasping at are also make-believe. Like, there's like actually nothing there. You're just grasping at thin air. Yeah. Sponge has to flash. This is a minute before the Drake spawns, so even if they had a thought about getting in towards that Drake, it's now gone.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, like, who's the trolley that comes into the neighborhood. I think it's Diablo.
Yeah.
I think, like, the whistle is blaring. And the make-believe is going to end really fast. Okay, Rich, you know, with some help here, Cyclone available. Vikla has flash, but no friends.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what he does, if he is going to flash or when he's going to. He does it after the taunt. Nicely done. Still a bunch of damage comes in from Sponge. It's not quite enough, but Vikla will get away.
I think Sponge might have been able to get that there. Rich also had flash, but you know, they were scared. Somebody's coming over. It was Diablo in this case, who was coming to catch the aggression. And a near victory there for DRX. Still, I mean, a small win. Push Vikla out, get his flash. The Dragon setup here, much better for BNK. Vikla does have TP. We'll actually just send clear to get the wave topside. You know, TP down to the bottom lane, can ult into the Dragon fight if there is a contest from DRX. But like I said, I don't think you should be on this one. Double Dragon will go over the Soul. Yet unknown. Could be Infernal, that would be a rough time. Oh, it's Mountain.
Or Mountain, yeah. Mountain from this far ahead, I mean, when you're dealing with Annie Wukong, that's going to take a lot of that burst damage away. Again, this is assuming that BNK can stack it and get a Mountain Soul. So, feels like a pretty good roll for them.
Teddy, I believe, just finished his call. Oh, he's got 1 stack left, so he's about to cash that in. He's a whole item behind. Like, IE is done for Diablo at 15. That's sub 15.
Insane.
So, like, this is what happens in your worst nightmare in solo queue, but it's a pro game at the LCK where you really desperately need your 8th win. Teddy has been known to carry games like this, though, despite a deficit. He's going to need a lot of help from his teammates, though, in this one, as this is going to be the mid turret to go down. They already got feats of strength. They did not get first turret, but they'll get their first turret of the game. Well, actually second, but the bottom turret did go down.
Yeah.
Ultimately. It didn't go down first, as...
Another charge went into mid, by the way, and now little fake dive. trying to get Raptor down. It's not quite going to work. And now we got a TP into 2. Bunch of burst damage into Diablo, who's going to get healed up, and now he's in an awkward spot. And Sponge is right here. The barrier comes through, but he has the damage, and that's a massive shutdown given over to Sponge. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Raptor's going to go down, and Clear is about to follow. And all of a sudden, DRX find the angle as the Winds of War look kind of silly, and that is 4 kills into the hands of DRX as they take the gold lead.
All right. You know, that's the kind of swing that DRX fans are looking for. That's the kind of swing that I see in my Rise group games. That's that guy who's eating the popcorn is looking for a top-up after that one.
Yeah.
And that should also be a turret here, the second for DRX. They get the outer in return. As,
how did this happen?
Well, a big overextension. By the way, Teddy was not here for most of this. As you can see, the Rift Herald charged into his inner while this was happening. This was a massive overextension, though, and Kellen, with this ward here, like, he sees his demise right away. As Yehu shows up, he's like, oh. And then from here, like, how do you decide to choose the right target? Like, Sponge has ult, so you can't turn on to him. Trying to turn on to Rich because he's squishy, but he has his ult, and Clear just isn't big enough to run him down right now. He's does kind of run down into the turret there to try to buy some space for his teammates on the bottom side. Vikla here is never going to get out, and a flash has to be employed by Kellen to get out of there. They did not check that ward, and that's really the big story here as Yehu gets behind them. And it's 4 dead. A gold lead goes over to DRX, but Teddy, again, not really a part of that. So he's still behind. And killing Diablo because he was shut down, but he's still strong. Yehu, on the other hand.
Yeah, Claire trying his best. A lot of needles go in. But also Redemption utilized there just to keep him topped up, keep him healthy. See Redemption so often
I know, Redemption
nowadays.
used to be like a niche item that you would use in some comps with enchanters, and now it's just like every single game somebody's got it at least once.
It's Redemption or Mikhail's or I guess Locket occasionally. But yeah, it's coming up very often.
I do think that we've gotten to a place though, Valdez, where support item diversity is way better than it has been for so long. So I'm just gonna let it be.
Yeah.
We might see Shirelius again soon, you know? Like, let's let him cook, okay?
Sure. Why not?
You know, Abyssal Mask, bring it back.
Abyssal Mask.
That's
not a real item.
Maybe not that one, no.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Don't bring that one back. But Slay, you know?
Yes. Slay.
Doesn't have to be Celestial opposition every game.
We saw Elise last series. Lahen's building the Zazax, yeah. I saw it. It was real.
It was real.
It wasn't Celestial opposition.
It's not just for my brand supports in solo queue. When I tell them please play engage, and they just pick brand and go Zazax for some reason. All right, Teddy is in danger, but he has ult and flash. Will he have to use both? No.
Going in on a Sponge, actually. They're pretty deep, though, in the enemy jungle at this point in time. Tons of damage goes on a Raptor. Diablo, very nice dodge, though, as the exhaust is going to help Boundle out quite a bit and keep him alive. Now the re-engage is coming in. A Sponge is here. The flank is coming out. The Aurora can just drop the ult onto everybody. Look at the damage as they're all caught out. And Diablo, even with the amount he has fed, is not able to help out his team. Clear gets taken out. DRX are just baiting them in, and BNK fall for it every time.
I mean, BNK, like, this is the second time you've overcommitted to try to kill an isolated target. And this time it's like under inner turret, basically, you're trying to make this happen with no idea what could happen behind you. Like, there's just no real coverage there. Like, they're trying to set up deep vision while they're doing this in the jungle, but they left themselves wide open from a flank from behind. And like, look at this. They're like, plan is kill Teddy, still correct? And it's like, yes, okay, good, continue plan. And Teddy just ults, and then suddenly Wukong Annie, 100% win rate in Rise Group. Plus Rakan! You can't be up like that. They're gonna engage on you. You're gonna get caught. You're gonna get cut off, and then Rich's TP flank here, which is super deep, and just don't have an answer for. Really nicely played by Rich. Gets over the wall, drops his ult. Diablo pushed out of the fight, clears the victim at the end of that one. Get the heal.
Yeah. I just remember earlier in this game we were talking about how
the draft of DRX was good? Oh, that was before the game.
No, that was before the game. How B&K, they just play at their own pace. They kind of do whatever they want. We were sort of praising them for it because their dives were excellent. Their early game was excellent. And they were just putting on so much pressure. They were getting so much value. And now it's like the plan is the same. They're playing at their own pace. They're doing what they want, but it's not good anymore.
Yeah, it's like, well, we kind of passed the time where you push Teddy out of the game. You already got the item lead. Now you don't have it anymore. We became a little bit robotic on this one. You ever watch Tron Legacy? You know, it's like the second Tron movie.
I think you made me watch that.
Yeah, I make people watch it all the time.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
It was good, yeah.
The next movie's coming out soon. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. But there's a scene at the end where, you know, Clue says, "Am I still to create the perfect system?" And Jeff Bridges is like, "Yes." I feel like that's the moment that's happening, right? If you're a Tron fan, you know what I'm talking about. But B&K are just like, is still to kill Teddy? Must kill Teddy? And it's like, you know, whoever's struggling is like, yeah. And now we're just getting caught over and over.
Yeah, he doesn't have his flash. He's just kind of dead. Yes, Gwen is immune for about a split second, and that's the fourth death.
I don't think there is much coming back in this one, anyways, for B&K. I said that about DRX earlier, but
I'm gonna wait and see.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Yahoo is just gonna delay them here. Now they are on Otacon. Some of the resistance has got shredded. Teddy has
turning onto the Galio. Vikla just TP straight into the Zaya. It dies!
Am I still to create the imperfect rise through?
Yes, Wolf, you are. It's just Otacon.
Caster curses, etc. Oh, well.
Starting Otacon, is it safe or not? It's safe. It's very safe.
Yeah.
I'm just memeing at this point.
I don't. So let's try to figure out the ways back into this game for B&K.
Yeah.
Because I didn't really expect the level of overextension we've seen in this. I want to see Clear's vision toggle on this one. Because, by the way, you could see he has vision behind the pit, on the Otacon, and on the southern entrance to the pit. He just walks in to where everyone will likely be contesting Otacon, which he knows. Then this TP, oh man, they just did him dirty on the zoom in. He just, he was a bag of gold. He arrived, and now he doesn't have teleport.
Yeah. It kind of goes back to the draft, where they gave over Rakan.
I mean, the draft allows you for some really good punishes if people make huge mistakes, and mistakes are just like it's been, if you look at the log of moves for B&K, it has been erroneous, unfortunately. Like, the chess.com is like blunder after blunder is coming through.
They're nonstop. It's only blunders. Maybe this time. Oh, okay. He's charging in.
All right. That's
audacious.
Yeah, it was quite audacious. That's what Rich is saying right now. Lost his flash, still died. The shutdown went to a Xin Zhao, who's already got his 2 items, but small victory. The gold lead shrinks. I'd love to see another red mountain appear on the gold graph in a little bit. This is just Scuttle Vision. Rich sees him, or sorry, Raptor sees him. Rich flashes, but he gets charged on.
It's just, I don't even know what to call it. Like, if you're walking over a Scuttle, you don't have vision over the wall. And you're alone. You know, it's kind of like what happened at Clear earlier. It just feels like you just feel invulnerable, like you can kind of do whatever you want. Because there's really no reason to walk against that north wall unless you really feel like you are totally safe. But there was no way he could have known whether he was safe or not, so just assumed he would be invulnerable, that he would be safe 100%. Here comes the attempted engage from Yahoo, but just kind of running at them. No flash right now for the Annie.
Clear trying to set up a flank potentially here, as we're just going to cull.
Did a little bit of damage. Just a little bit. Now trying to engage on the Diablo. The flash on in from Ondel is beautiful. They're going to take down Diablo, and that's a double here on the Wukong. Sponge collects.
I mean, it's a trade for Yahoo, but he did his job. And now Raptor is in trouble.
Yeah, follow up here with the Cyclone as Vikla's like, well, I better get in there. Clear's got a decent angle. But honestly, I feel like for DRX, they can kind of just run forward. They don't really have to kite this one out, but they are, just to play it extremely safe, and that is the play book of DRX.
I mean, DRX are just like, okay, wait, is there an angle for them? They're like, no, actually. And then they just continue to walk forward and then take the dragon, and they played it safe. As a big part of this was the flank attempt from Clear, and like watch the part of this fight that you guys might not have seen because you were focusing on Diablo. On the left side here, Yehu zoned out but wants to deny any sort of entry from Clear, is able to sit over here and look for a stun. Vikla gets on top of him, they collapse here, but there's no peel for Diablo whatsoever because of this, so it's a trade 2-for-1 for DRX, but they got your damage. You got their engage, but guess what? They got more engage because they're running Wukong and Rakan. And it's a draft gap, I think, on display in this moment. Obviously, a lot of the wind has been out of the B&K sails, but you get to see how much more agency DRX have now that we've gotten to a game state where they can team fight. It looked like we were never going to get there, but a few mistakes later, and now it's DRX's game to lose.
Yeah, it definitely is. They have the control. The onus is on them to not make mistakes now, and so far they have looked like the cleaner team, you know, which is weird to say after the early game. Like, B&K's dives were great, but now, I mean, you're playing Brahmin and Rakan is just running all over you. As Raptor's gonna go down, gets caught out. Baron is up. Good to start it, and that they will. Cyclone on the Baron, the second one.
Yeah, looks like
for damage.
A pretty easy turn here. They're missing Cyclone, but Vikla is isolated.
Yep, they still have the quickness. Vikla's like, maybe I can dodge it. Well, he did, and then he died. And now they can just do the Baron.
2 down, no jungler. No one to steal this. Kellen doesn't have smite. Clear
does.
So, an angle.
Yeah. Tiber's gonna go down. Do they notice that Clear has the smite? I assume they should.
They might just kill him before he can use it.
Doesn't really feel like they have. He's just kind of hanging out in the pit. It's just a flip and it goes to Xayah. Okay. Getting a little bit dicey there, rather DRX, but you got the Baron.
I don't know
matters.
How worried they were, even if they had known about the smite, just simply because I think they crushed the fight. But yeah, they definitely could have just held the Baron at, you know, 2.5k there and looked for the win first. But don't think they knew Valdez, but it doesn't matter. As this Cyclone engage here cuts Raptor off, and this is where things start, as he's just trying to jockey for vision. You can see Diablo, like, look where Diablo is on the map. He's like, I just want to do something, I want to do anything. They want a sandwich, but it's so easy when you have this much CC to turn on a flanker.
What kind of sandwich do they want?
Probably a Reuben.
A Reuben? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to say a BLT, but maybe, but not really.
I mean, you can get a BLT most anywhere in Korea, but a Reuben, that takes you got to find a more niche restaurant.
Yeah.
So if I wanted a sandwich that I couldn't have, like if you can't have it, it's when you really want it, right? And then a Reuben a little bit tougher to find. Do to a few places, but
yeah, it is pretty difficult.
Yeah, BLT, you know.
You know what's more accessible here than I thought is a Cuban sandwich.
Yeah, you would be surprised how easy it is to find that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Cuban, panini, stuff like that. These sort of, flatbread sandwich, a little bit easier than you expect. This is just a Baron that is going to rack up, like, looking like upwards of 4.5k gold here with all these turrets going down. The siege is real. Clear trying to set something up.
I mean, they're trying to get in on a Sponge, who is quite fed at this point, but his clone is just going to throw out a Cyclone.
They got 2 ults, so it's a small victory. It helps them potentially set up for another play. If they had a TP flank, maybe. Clear does not have teleport at the moment. And Vikla is a Galio, so tough to do that. And DRX are just like, I don't like that. We don't have Cyclone, we don't have Feathers. Just going to back away. And take their massive 7,000 gold lead and sit on it and look for a dragon fight. It'd be Soul Point and 3 mountains worth of individual stats for this Wukong. Who has Death Stance.
Oh, okay, we're going in on a Diablo. He did not expect Ritz to be there as well. Galio's going to help him out, actually, quite a lot. Meanwhile, Sponge is zoned away from the fight. Big talk here on the front line, and all of a sudden, now Yehu's on the flame. But look at Teddy, he's left all alone, he's dead. And now it's going to kind of be up to Tibbers and Annie, and, well, I guess that's enough. They have the wallets, and they just cast a couple of spells at Diablo, and he falls apart like a house of cards. Down he goes. DRX looks like they should take game number 1.
His plan still kill Teddy. Oh, no. Well, they killed Teddy a lot. They shut him out of the early game. They got him in that last fight, and he was the only gold deficit across all 5 DRX members. But at the end of the day, GG.
Thank you for that concise.
Teddy for Nexus.
Yeah, Teddy for Nexus trade. And it's not a good trade. DRX and Teddy will take that happily. They'll take down game number 1 after BNK had what looked like an insurmountable early lead. Remember, he was 5-0 8 minutes in.
He had a
5-0.
He had a BF sword, or not a BF sword. He had an IE at like 15 minutes.
Yep, 2-item Lucian at 15 minutes, and they lost.
You've got to do your due diligence on watching flanks. You have to track that vision. You have to be aware, and you have to be willing to say, yes, we have a lead, but let's use it slowly and carefully instead of just sprinting and looking to go for the big jump. They certainly overextended in the punish of any team. Yeah, Ryu is not happy.
Both coaches Joker too. They got their arms folded. They look angry.
The punish power of any single team in the LCK. I mean, look at Bro DNF, one of the most iconic examples of the year. Any team will punish you if you just don't do your due diligence. You still have to play good LCK level League of Legends with a massive leader. You'll see that gold graph, the lead that seemed like the game was over. Teddy just wasn't going to be able to play the game. Will just get turned on its head.
That's exactly what happened. DRX, they don't have much else to say or to go over. Ryu's got about 8 different highlights that he's going to look at here, and he's going to keep his players around for that for a good reason. Game number 1, disappointing for BNK, but fantastic for DRX on the comeback after that rough early game. We'll see what game number 2 looks like, guys, after a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
노플이야. 아, 나 볼게. 간다. 왔다. 나 간다. 천천히 막 천천히 각 좋고. 야, 기도 좋아. 야, 루시아. 나 달려부터. 루시아 노플이야. 나 전장 이탈. 짜오 노플. 루시아 암라면 그치? 아, 좋아. 갈려. 야, 루시아 앞대 내려봐. 루시아 내려봐. 아, 끝나겠는데, 잘하면? 아, 끝내자. 나이스. 이카일 어때, 여유야? 맛있어? 어? 이카일 줬는데 내가 눈치도 없지. 아이, 뭐, 동구가 이 정도 해줘야지. 아이, 없다다 말이 안 돼. 아, 고생했다, 덕기요. 잘했다. 아니, 근데 뭐, 비카일도 칭찬해줘야 돼. 이거 해야지. 아, 네, 미안한데 내가 게임을 다 해줬어. 50이 때려야 끝날 때. 50 때려줘. 아, 근데 없다, 진짜. 야, 빨리. 나 어때? 날아가고
바로 뛰어 바로 먹어요. 근데 원딜
약간 빨리
빨리 가서
이러면 난리 났는데요.
15,000 모델인데 화이팅하자. 근데 이겼다. 15,000도 지잖아.
옵스 그냥 설레발을 치지 않으면서 칙하게 지금은 환호성 치고 싶겠지만 참습니다. 지금 13,000 채라도 DM플스는 천차이처럼 천천히 갑니다. 천천히.
DFX 여기만 실수 안 하면 이겨요. 보시야 빵! 이번 해줬어요. DFX 거의 올해 최고의 게임이에요. 11분에 DFX 가자. 얘 버섯가 반대로 넘어가서 버섯가를 잡아줘요. 아니 어떻게 이렇게 게임을이요?
아니야. 오케이. 아니야, 씨발. 아니야, 미안해. 제가 15,000 올드릴게 화이팅 하자. 15,000도 지잖아? 그러면 이제 못 참아. 야구 받은 사람 거, 쎄 받던 거. 진짜. 쎄야.
11회가 다 잡아야 돼. 안돼. 11회 다운.
어떻게 얘기해? 고생했다. 와.
나이스 형들.
이렇게 넥서스가 파괴가 됩니다. 시대.
그쵸. 사실 그냥 빠따만의 장난이고요. 근데 이제 그만큼 진짜 이 게임 지면은 말이 안 된다고 생각을 했기 때문에 그래도 유리한 상황에서 이번에는 역전 안 당하고 칭찬해주고 싶고 앞으로 남은 경기도 이겨보자. 파이팅.
안녕, 난 빛나핑. 오늘도 게임을 빛나게 만들어 보겠다. 빛나.
저희 유니폼 같은 경우는 일단 선수들마다 다 캐릭터가 다르거든요. 이렇게 박혀 있는 게 너무 장점이라고 볼 수 있고
실물이 너무 이쁘게 뽑혀서 마음 같아서는 1년 내내 입고 싶은 그런 기분이고요. 뭔가 선수 네임을 다 풀로 쓰니까 약간 아쉽고 좀 줄여서 뭐 루시핑 약간 이런 느낌으로 가면 더 잘 어울릴 것 같은데 그게 조금 아쉽습니다. 네.
아무래도 이 친구가 주인공이거든요. 롤로 치면 거의 이지리얼급인데 이걸 제가 맡고 있으니까 제가 제일 잘 어울린다고 생각합니다.
뭐 예상이 가는데 쇼메이커도 자기를 뽑았을 것 같고요. 블루랑 핑크의 조화가 잘 어울리는 것 같아서 그래서 저도 저를 뽑도록 하겠습니다.
저희 이번에 티니핑 콜라보 유니폼이 나왔는데 이제 많은 사랑 부탁드립니다. 추.
근데 이거 혹시 교육 같은 거 받으신가요?
아니요, 그냥 허수는 그냥 자기가 즐기는 느낌이더라고요.
안녕, 나 쇼메핑이다 추. 이번 경기 잘해서 파이팅 하겠습니다.
왜 마지막에 갑자기
너무 좋아서 너무 이 유니폼 입고 있다는 게 자랑스러워요. 많은 응원 부탁드린다 추.
감사합니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 지금 감사합니다.
Welcome back to that great matchup we had between DRX versus B&K FearX, where it got a little crazy. It was clean dives early on for B&K FearX, but DRX showing the heart of a dragon, able to battle back and take game number one. Digon here, alongside Wadid and Crazy Cronny. Look at that hair that Chronicler has been donning as the Rise group has been rising.
I'm trying to really personify. A lot of our viewers might not notice, but there used to be a subculture called emo, and they really featured these fringes very heavily.
It reminds me Loco Doku.
Yeah, there you go. You know what? This is for me. Is how Diablo felt in that game. You know, when he's trying his best. He's getting fed. He's like, guys, we can carry this. No problem. Easy. Just enable me. And then his solo laners. And I think it's also a team issue, but they were 2-12, Digon.
It was going great. It was going great. But
it was 5-0.
But
like 5 minutes in,
they had
amazing early game.
Yeah, I mean,
then what happened with it?
Yeah, I mean they were just playing for kills, not objectives. That's the main issue.
That's not. He's not. It's okay.
I'm trying to be more professional, but I guess the games were not.
Be professional by talking about the draft.
Oh, because we know there's different rules. For Rise Group, there's different rules for Legend Group. That Freeman combo in your screen, that is Rise Group Exodia, okay?
But also,
if you get those 3 champions, I actually don't think you can lose. I don't fit in Rise Group. There's no way, because it's gonna come down to team fights. And if you have this setup, you have the. We're not even talking about the Aurora counter pick.
Yeah, that's
which,
what
by
I'm
the
trying
way,
to say, yeah.
What that doesn't even matter, because he got clapped.
And also, you picked Braum into Rakan. I mean, I guess like you just counterpicked.
We
imagine if you slam like, I don't know, man, anything but Braum.
Hold on, I just, we can't let the Rise Group get to your beautiful hair, man. That's crazy. All right, there we go. That's better.
But anyways, like at the end, it was so messy, just like Crony's
Just
hair.
like my hair.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights. 15 minutes in, this one was the point where I said, Crony, I think BNK Ferex could definitely take one
remember
of these two
when we
teams
were
that
like,
played.
BNK Ferex is definitely the best team in this group. And what really is telling to me, and this is something that a lot of these Rise teams share, is they don't know when to just bail out. Like, it's very clear that this play is a bust, right? They invest a lot. They could have played to just get out there.
So this is a moment where they already got successful dives. So they already had successful dives like 4 times already at this point,
Just
right?
leave.
So I think you don't have to overforce. I think it's same mistakes where like Nongshim was like overcommitting to the dives, you know, like so at some point when you have the lead, you don't have to play for kills. So you have to just play for objective, just wait until them to just walk into your vision control and then just fight whenever you are like having such a great advantage of like vision control and early leads.
And the moment you start losing control of this game and you're forced into 5v5, it's like you're not going to win, right? Like, you actually have a really good 1-for-1 draft. You have Galio, you have Gwen, you have amazing burst, really good mid lane prio with the Lucian. I think the comp is fine. It's just that if they had held on to their lead, I think it would have been clean. But instead, as we're going to see in the next highlight, right? Like, you can't 5v5. If you're Genji, maybe you can, because Genji is not normal. T1 probably could do it as well. But other teams, I just don't think you can win this, because the front to back for DRX is so clean, it's so straightforward. And guess what? I think this is actually one of the better Rise group like PremiumBeat I've seen. Because guess what? DRX, for all their flaws, they're a team. They actually turn as a team. They don't try to flip Baron. Well, they do later on, but it's fine. It works out.
Yeah,
and it ends up working.
Yeah, I mean, the concept about hitting Nasher is not trying to finish the Nash, is actually trying to bait enemy team to come in and take the fight, because you win the fight. So I think they understand what the concept is, and I really like the engage as well. The first one on the Galio was clean, and the second one with the Aurora, they couldn't get the kills on their bot lane, but it doesn't matter. They got the Nash, they pushed them out. So this is point where you actually finally play for objective. But it was surprising that the DRX is the one who gets the Nasher fight correctly.
Yeah, well, also, as that Casa's highlight, there was also Gwen with Smite in the
I was gonna say DRX don't get the pass here because
they don't get but
they could have stopped Baron at like 27.
Clean. But I do think even if they lose Nash, they probably they clean up the fight there. I think it's fine. This is a really important match. DRX need to win this. They're up 1-0 now. If they do it, it means that Bro's spot still isn't safe.
Rise group, baby. As we send it back on over to the casters, I'd like to ask them what their favorite emo song is. Take it away, guys.
I don't know if this counts, but Black Parade by... Is that an emo song? It's not really an emo song, though. That's like a...
I think it kind of counts.
By MCR.
Yeah.
It's like kind of on the edge.
I went through this phase after I went to this punk band or punk bar in Osaka a few years ago where I was listening to like all this new punk music that came out. It's a little emo.
Yeah.
And like I was so into it for like 3 months. And I could have told you like 6 band names right now. I can't remember. Like I went through like an emo phase again.
Because you're put on the spot. It's like, what?
Yeah, I can't.
Brain no function.
Yeah, I'm put on the spot, so I can't. Maybe I'll see if I can find it like in my playlist history or something.
Yeah. Well, BNK, after that loss, will move over to the blue side. And, you know, it might help them out in terms of their drafting, because game one was a little bit of a let's give the enemy team everything they ever could have wanted, possibly, and also give them counter picks. So maybe it'll help them.
Yeah, we will see. I think that BNK should have won game one. I think they're the far stronger team. They had a great game plan in game one, even though we were like, I don't like this draft that much, but you know what to do with it. And they executed on it well, but that's what happened after that. Things went a little bit awry. So Vi is banned here on blue side. Wukong was picked in game one, so things are a little bit more opened up in terms of the jungle pool here. Lunara is banned first because there's no Wukong, so you just know that you've got to deny that from the blue side team. Even more than Pantheon, which they also, of course, ban. So now we have a Taliyah Azir trade on the cards here, it looks like. Maybe they just ban like Yone or Poppy here.
Yeah, seems pretty likely.
Vikla has had some good games of Azir recently, so maybe that's the B1 here for BNK over the Taliyah. It's all about Yehu. He's like discussing whether he wants...
Or you just ban it.
Yeah, because like this is Yehu's choice, right? He's like, I've noticed Vikla's good at Azir. I don't want to deal with that. You know, that's definitely what they're going to lock in. That means they can just get Taliyah for free. But maybe as DRX you're okay with that because you don't think Vikla's as good at this pick. And I would agree with that sentiment if DRX have it in my theoretical world. But I think that's probably the conversations that were being had there with Yehu at that final moment. Let's see what the answer is going to be. Nico, which is the S tier support.
Yeah. Nico, just an excellent pick. Blinds Trundle alongside of it. In terms of tier list, I mean, sure, but yes, there are a lot of things that can deal with the Trundle pretty easily.
Does raise the stocks of a pick like Viego, for example, but...
Or Sion, apparently.
You know, this is a different type of team.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for the Jarvan again that we saw from KT. Which is risky, but can be strong into Trundle. And Clear gonna get his hands on the Rumble here. The Aurora is obviously Fearless banned. And Rise will be the look here for Yehu. So we have a top lane lock-in, a mid lane lock-in, assuming he does finish the lock-in here. And this means that, you know, you can try to find a pick that you can side lane super hard with the Rise to back up. But they can also protect this Rumble pick in the second ban phase. Goes for the Ahri instead, though. Interesting.
Yeah, I saw him saying it, and I thought after the laugh and the look at the coach that maybe they told him not to play it. And maybe they did, but it was too late.
I just don't understand why go Ahri if you're just gonna blind Trundle. Surprised.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense.
Also, I don't know if it has really that much synergy with Nico. Rather have a little bit more damage for the setup that is already there for Nico, but comfort, potentially. Like you mentioned and said wisely earlier before this series began, sometimes players just want to play what they want to play. And
I think that's pretty clearly what happened there. Yehu is a big fan of Ahri. And, you know, we've seen it a lot into the Taliyah, so it's not like it's the first time we've ever seen this matchup. It's more about, as you already talked about, the synergy with the team.
A strong side laner is the real concern. They got rid of the Mbessa. And Alistar's gone because they already have the Nico lock-in. They could just ban Karma or Bard. Yeah, that seems safe. You know, just make sure your Nico lane, regardless of what your AD carry is going to be able to have that free push. Jax comes to mind here in this type of draft for DRX in terms of strong side laners. You know, it's not going to be a free matchup into the Rumble by any means to play that one. The Ornn is the more common response. Tons of engage with that. If only they had a mid laner that did consistent damage, I'd be all about the Ornn pick.
Well, how about a Jhin on top of it all?
Quirky pretty good here. Feels pretty safe. And you can wait and see what the AD carry is before you decide what your top laner is going to be. So see if you could maybe engage onto it. If they go for like Ezreal here, maybe you go Camille. Tough into the Rumble, of course. A lot's tough into the Rumble that's left open. Gwen obviously also gone. The Jhin is right now such a tier list pick, but we have almost all drafts have the same archetype in the LCK right now, where you have a strong, engaged jungler, unless you're playing Trundle, and you have that front line, plus some sort of aggressive top laner usually, where you can play the Jhin. Rumble Jhin, a little bit less common, but you have the Jarvan, you have the Talia Weaver's Wall to help zone, so you can set up those big ultimates. And given that you're fighting into a Nico lane, they needed something that has a little punch to it in that bottom 2v2. This does help engage and set up for the Rumble and the equalizers, but it is not going to help you in the lane. Talking about the Rel, of course.
Yeah.
Aatrox.
That, and the Aatrox comes out here. Rich already gave the nod, so it seems as if that will be the lock-in eventually.
Makes me a little bit nervous how little backup plan there is for if this game does not go the way DRX want in the early game. Like, this comp doesn't really have a... Well, it's okay if the Aatrox actually got focused and went 0-2, because we have a blank mid laner that is doing, damage later on, and the Corki its 2-item spike, and we still have decent engage. Playing Trundle, which also can struggle from behind. I look at the BNK draft, and it has a lot of ways for Rumble to do big damage. It also has Vikla's damage and pick potential, and Jhin can follow up on any CC that's hit, whether it's a flag and drag or a flip back from the seismic shove, so incredibly well. They have to lean towards BNK in this one.
Yeah, it looks easier to play, so I'm going to lean towards BNK. You had a lot of good things to say, but I'm just going to say it looks easier. I think they've got it.
I mean, I was kind of saying it in a longer way, because, as a color commentator, if I just said it looked easier and walked away, then what would you say? Like, how could you...
Yeah, I can't make it simpler.
Yeah, you did what I said and said it looks easier. What if I just started with it looks easier? But you'd just be like, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, true.
Agree.
It's a good point. Anyway, yeah, I mean, this looks like a S-tier comp on the side of BNK here, and the blue side seemingly has helped them out. Let's see how it works, though, as we hop onto the Rift for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, let's jump into game number 2. We're getting on to the Rift here once again. BNK, if you guys missed it, they went up very far ahead. It was like 2,000 gold at 8 minutes. We had Diablo with 5 kills, and then they lost. So they got a much better draft this time. We're hoping that they can show us a better performance than what happened in game 1.
That is the dream for all BNK fans out there. And for Bro fans, as was mentioned on the space by Chronicler, Bro, a little bit of jeopardy if DRX pick up this win. Not that they, don't have their fate in their own control, but it gets a little bit tougher. Feel a little bit more like DRX is right on your heels. I think that what happened in game 1 is like a lesson to all teams, right? It's just, remember that no matter how ahead you are, you can't just face roll the game at this level and expect to just win by default, because DRX want it so badly. They want that win. They care super hard. They're 5 professional players, some of which have been playing for a really long time. Players like Teddy and Rich. Rich has been playing for as long as Teddy, just obviously across multiple titles, but has a ton of experience. Like, these guys will be like, wait a minute, like, I see the angle. Just outperformed you in macro rotations, flanks. So with a draft like this for BNK, there's a lot of angles. We're going to see an engage here, but it won't amount to anything. Sometimes you feel like you have to, if you have that angle on Nico, you're like, well, I have to trade some health, or else eventually we'll just get grinded out of the lane. Just never win the trade.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to hit level 2 at a decent time. The Jhin certainly He's feeling pretty good about this situation. He's not going to miss any CS here either.
Vikla?
Well, he did miss one. Vikla in a little bit of trouble. And do we have the charm? Looks like no. Nice flash away. Vikla says, I am dead. And first blood is given over to the Ahri. So that's one way to get your Ahri on the board early.
Sure. Went triple tonic. Already got that first pot. Chugged it right after that kill. When you are picking an Ahri in a situation like this where it's kind of weird and unique, sometimes you got to find those angles. A level 3 gank from a Trundle, probably not the angle Vikla expected, but it's the one he got. He did not flash, which was the correct choice. But we've had so many weird Ahri drafts over the years since her rework where like there's been drafts like this with Showmaker where you're like, I don't know, and then Showmaker builds a Majais and you're like, well, I mean, I trust. Kellen's going in again.
Yeah, forcing the straight out here. There's the root. Raptor, he could have actually reached Teddy there, but no reason to go in and take a bunch of damage.
Teddy would just Valkyried and he would have lost a lot of his health, like you said.
Oh, he's hiding on bush behind them. They're gonna know he's here at least, and Sponge here means that no reason to continue, can just go for the Scuttle Crab.
Interesting buy here as we're gonna see another engage from Kellen, heal out.
Yeah, but Sponge is here. I thought they knew. Well, that's Kellen in a little bit of trouble. He is going to be able to crash down away.
I guess he thought with Raptor being so nearby and how transparent this seemed that maybe if you waited there, could maybe trick them. They were not tricked, and Sponge was still there. Nothing really eventuates from it. It'll be a Kellen forced to back down his heal now, flash as well, of course. And going back to the Ahri, like she bought boots and a mana crystal, so just trying to continue the lead. I actually like this kind of a tempo advantage that Yahoo's going to be able to pick up with that kill. Just kind of continue to constantly trade with Vikla, sidestep a shove, just spam electrocute.
Yeah.
Let electrocute be your guide.
It's definitely good into this champ. And he is bullying, that is for sure. Level 3 Kellen shows up and takes a little bit of XP away on top of it all. Not that much, but everything matters.
If Yahoo has one of these performances where he ends up getting 2-3 kills early, then our doubts about what this Ahri does in this comp just don't matter, right? And that's sometimes what happens in Rise Group. I was afraid, however, that he was going to make a mistake. We're going to see a shove, a gank from Jarvan early. He like goes 0-2 in the lane, and we're like, oh, sorry, doesn't do anything, and now it's doomed. But he is so far making a big impact early. He has a near 20 CS advantage as Kellen's over here trying to hold this wave.
He's doing a pretty good job. Nearly messed up that.
Yeah, I was scared about that, yeah. Clear has ult. Rich needs to be really careful about his choices of movement here in these next few moments.
He's gonna back. I think that was on Vision just barely. Raptor is here. And yeah, was on Vision. Rich just going to flash away. And now he's got the World Ender. Raptor actually in a little bit of trouble, but the flash comes in from Clear. And now the tides are turned as immediately the kill does go over to Raptor. Teddy was on his way up, and so is Yehu, who is, actually it's Ondil. Got trolled by Nico.
We all get trolled by Nico. Clear's going to get a little bit trolled by Nico, but it's just quite literally a troll. He's going to be like, oh, it's really annoying that you're here with the back of the safer location. Zonda won't be able to make anything from that at level 4. I don't think it really matters that Rich missed all of his sweet spots, really, in that exchange, but doesn't feel great. Ends up dying. He is able to hit the chains, which means that the kill goes over to Raptor instead of Clear, so small victory, but it's Jarvan, who uses the gold pretty well right now in this meta. Another charm here from Yahoo. And another dodge on the shove.
Yeah, get the spare rush. Stun comes in. And Yahoo, kind of playing with fire there. He has to actually flash the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah, that was the scary part. Shove's coming back on cooldown. If he gets flourished, then he gets shoved, he dies. So he made the right call there. It was a greedy choice, to say the least, to go in on that one. Lane swap has occurred here on the top side, and Teddy's going to pick up a plate, split with Ondil here. And, you know, there's not much else to say about that in a moment. Clear doesn't have his ult, but we'll have it fairly soon. Just clear this wave as fast as he can. I actually like how Clear plays. It just comes up here, uses a Q, overheats. Clear this wave. His teammates are coming up because Grubs are spawning in 40 seconds. They have a lot of vision around this part of the map because of that earlier gank onto Rich. And even clear this control ward here. Curious to see now how DRX approach this grub situation, like if they even decide to contest, because Rich does have TP. I just don't see it. Andil does not have level 6. I think that if he somehow was able to have 6 at this point, like maybe that'd be your big angle in.
Yeah, it might just end up being a little bit of a trade with some backs coming in. The TP from Kellen going into the bottom lane with Vikla here. Actually not joining up with his friend in mid, Diablo.
Once they see this, DRX that is, I think they might be able to contest here. First grub should be Raptors. And I think that might be all they end up getting here. They have to otherwise fight. Diablo does have his ultimate. This is a really, really tense fight setup here.
Yeah, it feels like Kellen is a little bit late to the party, but so is Yehu. And so BNK are like, well, you don't have your RE yet. And Raptor is Jarvan, so he can easily get over the wall. So they can position very aggressively. Sponge going to position right on top of the objective, wants to smite it away, and he's not going to be able to. 3 go over, but at the same time, DRX winning this fight, clear in a bit of trouble. But Vikla going to lay down some rocks and say, get away from us.
That was actually really well played by BNK, to be honest. Like, even the heal coming out from Kellen to help him get away there. And that was just overall well coordinated. You know, Raptor's getting his smite back. They slow down the fight. He's able to win the smite fight to get the final grub. Rich shows up.
Here, uh-oh, Kellen. That is a bit of a mistake. Rich going to get a kill, and that will help him catch up big time.
Yeah, the late
kind of hanging around.
Late TP from the Aatrox catches them a little bit off guard. It's been these kind of moves that BNK don't expect, mostly flanks, that have really been their demise in some of these lost exchanges in this series.
Rich has declared this lane his.
Yeah. So go back to this, like, down to the final grub. It looks initially like this equalizer is a little bit awful. Like, it's not really fighting in the critical part of this, and then Clear goes in, and Teddy and Ando collapse on him, but they get the Raptor, or the Raptor gets the grubs. The heal comes down here from Kellen, actually. It gets Clear out, and then they're not going to be able to push through this choke point. They can just disengage with Vikla dropping the rocks there. Rich shows up late, and Kellen is just trying to see if maybe they can make something happen here onto Teddy, and it was not the right call.
It's a little bit of action in live. Saw that maybe they wanted to dive Teddy, but didn't amount to too much. Zondal's nearby, Sponge is nearby. Clear Vikla and Kellen now in the mid lane. No Spirit Rush, no Flash for Yehu as Vikla tanks up the turret, and now Clear's gonna tank up the turret. Ooh, barely gets out there.
Well, that was really close, but actually such a great juggle there of the turret aggro. Oh, no way.
Oh, well, we don't have a flash now on Clear, and eventually maybe Subjugate gets him.
Kellen maybe comes over and helps him out. Kellen is just walking away. I'm watching Kellen on the meme map, just leaving him to die. He wants to go bottom. He wants to play for the Jin ult. Kellen?
Pretty interesting angle there. Rich?
You saw that, right? Like, I was like, maybe if Rel goes up, actually, hold on, he could actually turn. And Kellen's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I think the call was just abandon ship.
Yeah, definitely. Now they're going to look for a secondary follow-up here, potentially, after this Drake take. I don't know if they should actually commit any further, just defend this dragon, which they are not doing. Yeah, who has a potential angle here? Kellen with ult.
Yeah, he's certainly thinking about it. That's going to get the Spirit Rush out of the RE.
Vikla has his Weaver's Wall. I think this dragon is just gone. So great objective control here by BNK.
Oh, okay, we got an Aatrox on the way. And the chomps are going in. The pillar not yet used, and still now trying to turn it onto Sponge, actually, and he gets the kill. Excellently done here by Clear.
There's no way he gets out, right?
No.
I thought maybe with Vikla coming up, but
Sponge was just building up the streak so that Rich could get extra gold.
There you go.
That's the angle.
I was going to mention that it feels like Sponge is Clear's natural predator, but both times he gets the better of him. This is really well done. Like, Yehu tries desperately to clear the wave, rocks get put down, which are the natural enemy of Ahri, who really wants to dash away from stuff like this. Clear gets in, and then here, the equalizer placement made me nervous, but look at how much damage Clear does here while he's nearly overheated. He has the extra heating damage. Gets the slow onto Sponge. Rich is still able to chase him down, but he actually has the equalizer here to slow, and then gets the harpoon. I'm like, is there a world? No. There's a world ender.
Yep. That is the Aatrox, who has his first item. Sundered Sky done already. Same could be said for the jungler of BNK, so actually gonna get that pretty quickly. On the Jarvan is Raptor. Ondil is here. All things considered, still a pretty close game. Feels like BNK have a slight lead, just based on the objectives, as Rich, also the natural enemy of Aatrox, I guess, are those rocks.
Yes. So no Weaver's Wall to stop the back. Can they actually make something of this? Kellen has flash? No. But they're gonna get a plate and delay Rich's back. Maybe they delay it a second time. This Yehu, don't play with it. Don't go straight up to the top of that lane.
And Spirit Rush. Surely he's fine. No, he's going to get jumped on, and now he's going to get away, actually. The follow-up from Ondil is big. Going to keep them around. Sponge here with the subjugate, but he's always pulled back by the Rel, but now going back in, it looks like Yehu is able to pick up the kill at the end of all that after absorbing so much pressure.
They had to use 2 flashes for that. It's technically worth it in gold, but yeah, not the most clever of turnarounds there. And Yehu almost loses his life for it. So technically a win, I suppose, as Rich is able to catch that bottom wave. This is a plate that goes over initially. And Yehu is the target, right? But like you mentioned, he has ult, he has flash. The Cataclysm is not quite enough with his charm there at point blank range. The Raptor has to get out because they want to get out before this wave ends up running out. And then Kellen actually saves Raptor, but dies for it. Almost gets Yehu there as well, but not quite able to do enough damage as he is support Rel. And we go back to an even game state. 30 seconds before Herald. That's where the Vision fight is now taking place. BNK, a lot of control over the entrance to the river, but not as much the top side here, where Sponge is lurking.
Vikla kind of hanging out. He's got Kellen on the way, but yeah, he's going to have to flash regardless. So DRX winning in some of these little skirmishes, it looks like. Although, I say that, okay, it's a nice dodge on the Deadly Flourish. Now Sponge trying to run his way out. Last shot is going to hit him in the TP! Right on top of him is actually gigantic. Clear, going to pick up his 3rd kill.
I didn't like the play initially, but it's because I didn't know Clear was going to TP in there. As you're kind of just, if you don't have that rumble, you're kind of banking on your ult connecting. As now they're going to collapse further.
Oh boy, yeah, the charm going to land, and Vikla in a lot of trouble. The collapse still coming in, but he's tanking the turret. It's another kill for the Ahri, who we had questions about. But if you're playing like this and the team is running into you and the fights get this scrappy, the Ahri's going to pop off.
Yeah, I think Ryu's got an Arthur fist. You know, right now he's not feeling too good about how this game is eventuating, because it's like it feels like so much of this game and so much of this series for BNK is 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Like, you win this fight, you get Sponge, the TP is great. You know, look at the ward, look at the placement. At first I was watching this, I was like, I don't know about this. This is a little weird. But then with the TP, yeah, it's great. Because Clear has flash, he gets charmed. So he's totally fine because he's got Kellen with him, but even without it, he could have flashed the wall. Then we're just running up here trying to stop this. There's no wave. There's no wave. It's not even close to the turret. You don't have to force this. You just gave them back way more than what you gained. It's literally 1 step back, or 1 step forward, 1 kill forward, 2 kills back, 3 ultimately actually in the exchange there.
It's a lot of steps back.
Yeah, it's not great.
All right, little engage on Ondil. And it looks like this Nico, who was just trying to ward, was just trying to be a support, you know?
You can take the Live Sandbox out of BNK, but you're out of the name, but you can't take the Live Sandbox out of BNK, like the tendencies.
Some teams just remain the same. Oh, okay, Sponge. All right, this game's getting very dicey.
This game is getting weird. We're just trading blows constantly.
I feel like Ahri likes it the most, but he has to actually be there.
If BNK continue their pattern, they're going to overextend here.
Yes.
But actually, this time it's just Ahri by herself. And they decide not to extend further. I don't know, I was like, man, Ondil's nearby. I don't like it.
Just dodge. Listen to Teddy. He'll show you the way.
He will, in fact, show you the way oftentimes. So who's ahead? I mean, after all this, like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, Aatrox is big, Ahri's big. comp's pretty good for BNK though.
I'd say...
I like DRX's position overall, but I still think that they might just mess up the team fights because there's just so many different ways to get picks.
Yeah.
Like, I want to say...
Kind of where I'm at, yeah.
I want to say if I put T1 Genji left to right on the nameplate, so I'm like, I like Genji's position, but
yeah.
I'm casting BNK DRX and I just don't know how this. It's Rise Group, baby.
I'd say the lead that DRX have isn't large enough. And BNK have a lot of wins. Now they are going to try to use a lot of stuff into the Ahri, who just flashes away, including the exhaust, by the way. But the knockup comes in, and Rich gets baited big time by his teammate.
Now they just look to Dragon. I mean, DRX, you have a Pop Blossom, but you don't have Flash. I think you should just step away from this. But this is exactly the type of fight that Valdez and I are talking about where comp is easier, and there's so much pick potential. So, oh, Ahri's got Flash. Oh, we'll just kill the other guy. The Rich just comes up, he's like, hold on, they missed the engage. I go in, they're like, oh, we'll shove that guy. And then they just get the Aatrox that's alone. You have to be grouped up as DRX. You have to fight together. You have to play around pillars. If you just kind of funnel in like that, you're just going to get picked apart. As Yehu is actually taking a ton of turret damage here. Let's see if Clear can make something of this. Doesn't have his ult.
Now, Spirit Rush should be enough, but at the same time, able to get it, at least, I suppose. But Yehu, I mean, he's got a pretty decent lead. It's not gigantic, but does feel like, you know, he's going to be critical here in this mid game if they're going to have a chance to win this one.
So just watch, like Yehu equalized. Kellen comes in with the flash engage, goes for the exhaust. Yehu flashes away, and the Rich is like, okay. This instantly gets picked. It's you know, you have to be you have to play a lot better, I think, with the comp of DRX. And if you're just going to try to collapse like that a little bit willy-nilly, you're going to look silly.
Yeah. Don't tell that to Billy.
Yeah, no,
like
Billy.
That. No, yeah.
He's just he's known to be a little silly.
Yeah, it's not very chilly here, but I think it still checks out.
Yeah. Anyone in chat from Philly? Almost ordered a Philly cheesesteak for lunch today. True story. Went and got a burger
Got a
instead.
decent amount of Philly cheesesteaks. You know, back to our sandwich conversation. Here in Korea.
Surprisingly easy to find these.
Yeah.
Sometimes in Korea something becomes a trend, and then it pops up everywhere, and then it dies and it's completely dead. I think that happened with Philly cheesesteaks, except the good Philly cheesesteaks remained, and there were a lot of them.
Yeah.
So we actually ended up pretty good for that one. And there's some mediocre ones that, you know, are fine, and you need one, you can get one.
Yeah, the one thing you can't really get that's quite good is bagels. There's gonna find some friends, and they're not very friendly. It's kind of weird, but he is gonna have to flash away.
Yeah. Sometimes I wish a cafe would just have a bagel. That's not gonna happen. You see a cafe that says bagels on it, they only have bagel sandwiches. I'm like, no, I just want a bagel with my own toppings. You know. BNK gonna do Otacon, by the way, and Clear is TP'd in. Rich should TP in if they're gonna contest this.
Yeah, I think they will. The Redemption's going to help out on this take.
It's a little late, and the
Equalizer
wall is out.
Doesn't really do much. Does a little bit to Sponge. Flash on in. Doesn't really catch anyone. As Sponge going to be locked out of this fight. As now the Cataclysm is gigantic, and BNK, they crush the fight on the turn after they get the Otacon. And then they just kind of take it in the face of DRX. DRX, nothing they could do. They have to try to turn now with the TP coming in, but Teddy's just going to die. And this is going to be what looks to be a clean ace as 5-for-0 plus the Otacon. BNK run away with this game.
Looks like Kellen's hitting a milestone tonight, Valdez. I think we're going the distance. Yeah, someone in the prompter also talked about there's no bagels.
They're all chewy and stretchy. Very sad.
Look at this Aatrox flank, how far away it is from the fight and how late it is. And then the wall here denies any entry, and Andil's engage is just, I don't know, it's desperation, but the one bagel you can get is that Jarvan ult right there. Ooh.
Yeah.
That was clean. It's an everything bagel because it just took all of everything that DRX had in this game lead-wise and put it in a big Cataclysm bagel. And that's the end of that.
Oh, the Cataclysm bagel.
Yeah.
Delicious.
We should open a League of Legends bagel shop right across the way from Wall Park and
call it Cataclysm Bagel.
Yeah.
There you go.
Could have Yorick themed, you know, bagels.
Sure. Ghoulie Wall Bagel. Get all sorts of stuff. Now trying to fight back. Rich, he's got a little bit of help from his friend here, actually. They're going to take down the Rumble. It's looking pretty good for the side of DRX now. I say that, a lot of damage done to Yehu. Ando's gonna find one, and maybe one is enough. Diablo though, oh, he's barely gonna get away. Diablo just walks it off, and Teddy loses his life for it. The fight is absolutely disgusting. It's all over the place, this bagel, but it's still going to be in favor of BNK.
The one constant is all Yehu is going to go down here.
Oh boy, yeah.
The one constant in these skirmishes, no matter how things look for DRX initially, BNK just have too many outs. There's just too many. There's too much CC. There's too much zoning. There's too many slows, and you just can't collab. You know, you cannot actually collapse. Let's watch this fight again. Like, it looks like an overextension as well as 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of situations. As Diablo's trying to get into the fight. If he was here at the beginning of this, I'd love this a lot more for BNK. Yehu, though, gets backline access here. And look at this Ondo engage. You mentioned it. Only hits one, but it's the most important one. But he doesn't die. And that's critical. He's able to flash away with the help of Kellen.
Oh,
Teddy cannot get... He's slowed. He can't get there. He can't get the last of the Gatling gun.
He just turns on a Raptor.
And the Rich is like, surely I can close the gap. Slowed and deleted. Can't get there.
Like, there was a really low Jarvan right in front of Teddy, and Teddy flashed straight into the full health Talia to try to kill Diablo, and he didn't even get Diablo.
No.
And he gave his whole health bar for that, so bit of a whoopsie there.
Yeah.
On the potential comeback of DRX.
Just give me cream cheese and a little bit of smoked salmon on a bagel, just a half bagel.
Half bagel?
Yeah, like you don't have to eat the whole thing. You can just have a half sometimes. You can share it with someone.
I don't know if I've ever done that.
Really?
Yeah.
You ever shared a bagel with someone? Like, will you have half, they have half?
No, if I get bagels with someone, we both get our own bagels, you know.
Sometimes you just want a half. You ever like do something a little sacrilegious? You do like a peanut butter and honey, peanut butter and jelly bagel?
I have done that before.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly quite good.
You get like the bagels from like the supermarket as well, and you can just put whatever you want. I think that I've done that at home for sure.
Rich is gonna get shoved back.
Rich?
He's fine.
Rich!
Egg bagel with walnut cream cheese is a mention. I've never had walnut cream cheese, but sounds like it'd be pretty good.
That does sound really good, actually.
It does sound OP. Like egg, cheese, ham on a bagel?
Seems good.
Raptor, maybe?
Oh boy! No, here we go again! It's swinging back the other way, Wolf.
He could not get his bagel off in that fight.
No.
I don't think he would have wanted to. Probably wants to save it for maybe the contest of the Baron that DRX are going to go for now that he has died. But he needs his teammates to buy 30 seconds of time if he's going to be there. And it looks like they're just going to try to push for the side instead. Rich TP's in. Vikla could just Weaver's wall over.
Yeah.
He needs to find the right angle, though.
They're definitely going to collapse here. But as you mentioned, the angle, very important. Vikla over the side. He's going to get that combo and a sponge, who is so low. Needs a way to live here, but he's going to be shot down! And that's the end of that. Nice try here from the side of DRX, but it was desperate to begin with. And the wall.
That shot from Diablo.
Yeah. And Digon says, what is happening? Reading his lips. And that is the end of that. And probably this game as well. They're going to give the kill over to Vikla, and they'll take the Baron themselves.
Man, for DRX for about like 35 seconds there, it was like, ooh, wait a second. Maybe they could actually close this one out. Vikla, though, look at this on the sponge. He's got his resistances shredded on the back of that Baron, but he takes so much damage. And then Andil is like, see you, buddy. Oh, God.
Good luck.
On second watch, it's like... I mean, they were never going to be able to hold that Baron, but on second watch, it looks very funny. Diablo is able to capitalize on that, and then also the cleanup here on this fight with Clear, who's having a fantastic Rumble performance. And it just doesn't look like Teddy's going to be able to carry this late game. Looks like we are going to a 6-gamer. And Kellen's 500th game.
Yeah. He's had a pretty good game so far in this one.
Certainly has.
See if he can outdo it in his 500th game, as he will pass Gorilla as well.
Crazy. That stat, I think Gorilla's still 499, right?
Yeah.
Like, that stat, every time it comes up, I'm like, man, could have just played one more.
Yeah, just
Gorilla.
one more game. Like, just join a team, play the first game of the season, and then leave.
We should probably just call it the Gorilla Award at this point for supports.
Pretty much. Once you pass that number. surpassed one of the best to ever play. And they're going to just, they have 12,000 gold to lead. And
well, I mean,
11.7K.
Oh,
okay, you're right.
Not quite 12,000 yet. I think DRX still have a chance, fellas.
I really want to eat a bagel now.
Yeah, I mean,
all that bagel talk, but it's 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday. I don't think it's viable.
I'm sure you know this, but your best bet is to go to your Costco and get your own bagels and do it at home.
Yeah.
You wish you could get it outside. You wish like a bagel expert, a bagel scientist.
But even those bagels are like,
yeah.
Also, I've been dieting recently.
Yeah, no, I quit bagels.
Bagels are very heavy in calories.
I quit bagels when I started dieting as well. I never went back. If there were bagel shops, I'd probably lose out, but there aren't, so I'm safe. Yahoo may just get collapsed on here. He does have flash and ult, and he may need to utilize them.
Ooh. He's definitely going to utilize something as, just going to press all their buttons. Very easy to do exactly that as Kellen makes it look easy.
One thing we know is that Clear likes his bagels toasted. That is that. All right, now just in the game, BNK. You don't have to wipe them again. You have Baron. You got 40 seconds left. Just push. I mean, Teddy's up in 25, but they're chasing an Aatrox. Maybe they can't end. This is actually kind of comical.
All right, they did it. Good job, Kellen.
Okay, they should be.
They're gonna.
Only Kellen was chasing.
They're definitely ending here. Ondale, desperation. It's just gonna look funny. Okay, Clear's getting low. They're gonna get Clear. Here comes Rich. Okay, he's dead. Empty Nexus here. They're looking for more kills. They want to get sponged. They're taking a lot of damage here from the Ahri. There's no way, right? Like, there's just no way. Yeah. Okay, the gold lead is too large. They got very low. It just didn't matter at the end of the day. And they're still going to take down the Nexus. 1-1. We have another series on our hands as B&K tie it up.
They looked like the stronger team in game 1. In game 2, they had the easier comp. They over-indexed a little bit in the early part of the mid game, but they were able to take some decisive fights after that. Just too many errors from DRX. Like, the one that comes to mind the most is Rich walking into that shove after Ahri got out. It's just fights like that. You cannot be giving kills over to this team. Ryu's still not looking too happy about what went down, because that game should have looked a lot cleaner, I think, but at the end of the day, we go to 3. DRX, though, will have side selection for this one. Draft doesn't always matter, especially in Rise Group, but having blue side just gives you such an extra edge. We saw both teams have blue side having a really big draft diff in our minds, right? The Wukong draft we saw for DRX that came back in game 1, and this game, the way easier pick-based Talia comp in game 2.
Yeah, and they certainly did make it look pretty easy. It was very back and forth and weird early on, but eventually, a couple of team fights later, they got it done. So DRX gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure it out. As we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나 이제 대각 작업진해 이거. 나 대각 좋아. 나 니컴 볼게. 아 그렇게 더블 빠졌어. 아리 천천히 보자. 공 빼는 느낌으로만. 공만 뺄게.
너도.
야 밖에 이겨 볼게. 와우. 내가 아리 이기지. 와우. 이거 바텀 가면 끝날 듯. 야 미드 가자 이거. 미드 가자. 여기 있다.
We'll face check.
이거 보든가.
Then he just flashes in. Somebody's going to connect onto two. That's actually the combo. It's not the Orianna Nocturne, it is the Orianna Alistair.
좋아.
And the curtain call coming on through as well. So much damage out of T1. Really good at this champion.
I just feel like we have players that champions like how live, matter. Keen Sante, Kwan Bester.
There's the flash! Oh! And the Q's enough! Takes down the Ari. I think that was a caster minion hit.
Factor that in.
Forget it.
Forgot about the walls.
Yeah. It wasn't 2-2 as well, I guess. It's all right, we're walling. There's a side shove. Oh, the bouncy castle. That was very, very cute. Depth charge still up and available here as the equalizer. Delight has to walk the awkward way. Great knock-up, speaking of way, but it's even better on the side of Zayas still. Dr. has so many shurikens. Oh my goodness. It's the Viper show in the end, and HLE. Well, Zayas coming in for a flank angle here as Perfect is relatively low. BDD is cornered off, throws down the ulti here as there's the pop and it connects onto the entire backline. Dr. It's a decent flash, but they're falling. One after the other, KT gets disintegrated. It's a triple kill for Viper, and the HLE team fight in this game as well.
You do get one kill, but you die anyways. You get two over here, you get Vapor over, and Jovi's just showing up. He's like, oh, something good for having some trouble down.
We're gonna have to look at this top fight. Norton's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to run to his jungler. I think Neen should snip this one out, but he's still gonna go in, gets the kill. So now Redemption is coming down here. Gonna help out the side of T1. It's going to miss a bunch here on the Keen. He's still going in. Owner doesn't quite have the damage. Gonna miss the flag and drag. Back in goes Keen. Not scared of these guys. Takes him down again. And meanwhile, it's mid.
You thought this might be a quick 2-0. You thought this might be a definitive series for one of these teams. Well, I only have to say, not so fast, my friends. We've got a whole heaping of holiday League of Legends for you the day after Gwangbukjal. It is more League, DRX versus BNK Fear X. The decisive, not game number 1, but 3. Game number 3 coming up after a back and forth game number 2. Chronicler alongside very angry Wadid. Look at Wadid. He's about to
I love Rise Group. Rise Group really is a mirror to the human condition. It brings out in us what we want to see in another person. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what's about to transpire. You don't know what you're going to see. You don't know what emotions it's going to elicit. I think it's beautiful. I don't know what we learned.
I learned something. I hate Trundle. I don't want to see Trundle in Rise Group. Okay, listen to me. So Trundle win rate, yeah. You see, Trundle looks really bad. So let me explain why Trundle is bad. First, it feels good in the early game because you never lose one-on-one in a jungle fight, or the river fight whenever you actually fight for the scuttle. But the issue is you cannot really lock down the target when it comes to team fight or skirmishes. All you can do is just pillar them or chase them down with the icing space or whatever. I don't care what he does. He's just so useless when it comes to fighting for vision control. You always get engaged first and then you can do nothing. And that's what happens normally with the Rise Group. Whenever they have the lead with the Trundle, they just throw with their body.
I actually think Trundle's good. I just think people need to stop picking it just whenever they...
Yeah, they just blind pick for no reason.
No, I know. I'm also not on board with that with it. I know.
Can you actually pick some setup for Talia or whatever?
So clearly, in this case, Rise Group elicits anger as it was a crazy game. It was a back and forth. I feel like this is kind of the opposite of last game, where BNK got control, and then it should have been clean, and then it wasn't, but they still won. So yeah, that's good.
It's all about rise and survive. As we take a look at the highlights here, we got 3 of them for you. It starts here on the bottom side of the map, but goes across the map here.
Yeah, there really is a lot of very, very different fights that all, again, kind of tell their own story. That one specifically, I actually...
You just don't know.
I don't know what to tell you. Because for me, so many of the plays in this game just didn't leave an actual impact outside of specifically Otacon. And I feel like it should have. But up until we got to the point where the game was actually nigh unplayable, I feel like it was just the same back and forth.
Well, perfect, because we've got that Otacon play for you right now. Boom, Otacon at 20-something minutes. People use their spells. It looked almost good for DRX, but Rich just TP's so far away and doesn't get there.
Where's my Aatrox? Oh, he
coming. Okay, 5.
When you are fighting for up.
4, 3.
Now it's
2. Game's over.
So yeah, I mean, I think at the beginning of the start of Otacon from BNK, we thought it could be an Otacon throw because there was not optimal setup. The only reason why they hit the Otacon is because they were ahead in gold, so that's why they felt like they could actually win the team fight. But I think they had the better angle with the Ahri, Aatrox jumping into the fight. I thought they had a better chance, but the TP usage from Reach was not great.
Reach had one more opportunity to make a play here at 22 minutes. This was right after this Otacon play. It almost looks like you can catch Diablo.
I mean, again, look at Trundle!
No, you have to look at Theodore.
He's actually fine.
He had a tough one here.
I think Trundle is getting a bad rap, and I'm not even the biggest Trundle believer. I actually want to give some credit to BNK. I think they took their lessons from last game, where they went way too aggressive, way too quickly, and they actually ended up having a pretty decent fight. Right? No. Now, was this the cleanest? No, but it works out, so it's good. But the fact that the last time these two teams faced off, by the way, I went back, it was a 2-1 for DRX. It was exactly the same type of chaotic mass. I can't wait to see what Game 3 is going to bring. I actually don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that team comp, I feel like they should not be the one who gets engaged. Whenever you have Ahri, I think you should be the one who look for the engage. But many times, they were not using their team comp correctly. And yeah, I mean, I think they should just pick something that is more bringing some simple way to engage on enemy targets. And I think that's gonna help because like Jarvan and Rel definitely like kind of stood out from that game.
All right, we're gonna take a second here to reset what did for game number 3 as we send it back on over to Wolf and known bagel hoarder, Brendan Valdez.
Thank you, guys. Why am I a bagel hoarder? I don't understand.
Make sense. He never said he hoarded them. He said he's actually got a lack of them. He's looking for them.
Yeah, I'm looking for them. I don't have enough of them, and if I get them, I eat them. Right? I don't keep them around. You know.
Yeah.
Kellen, he's gonna pass the gorilla. It's not a test. It's
he's got the gorilla
milestone.
award. You hit 500, you get the gorilla award because you passed gorilla.
Kellen's also been around for a very long time.
Yeah. Players nowadays actually stay around, have longer careers than players used to have in League of Legends and the LCK. Please buy me food. Talking about Diablo. And then that says Chingu, which means friends. Maybe they're friends. Diablo's friends. So I don't know. Maybe he'll buy him dinner after this. He looks pretty stressed out right now, though.
Maybe if they win.
He looks like he wants to lock into game 3 here and take the W. Yeah, weird, gross mischaracterization of Valdez there by Digon.
Yeah, I don't know why he would do that. That was just kind of
weird,
kind of cringe.
Yeah. Like eating bagels or hoarding bagels are very different. And we did also once wear those glasses. I think Khan also
okay,
wore
so
once
Digon's saying I don't share bagels. That's why I am the bagel hoarder.
Doesn't make him a hoarder. It just makes him he's a bagel hog a little bit.
Yeah, that bagel hog I'm okay with. That actually makes a lot of sense because, you know, you get your bagels, you don't want to share them because they're really good.
Yeah, he also
at least in New York.
He specifically said, like, I get one, the person I'm with gets a full one. He didn't say, like, the person I'm with says, can I have half of that? And Valdez says, get the hell away from me. I'm a bagel hoarder.
Only I get to have the bagels here.
All right, let's focus up on this draft here as DRX will have blue side this time again, like game 1. Varus will continue to be banned. Pantheon, but first Yunara will also be banned on the red side. Wow, how could I know?
How
could anyone know?
How did you know that? And Azir almost definitely has to remain banned unless they want to like pull out the Yone response.
Little Zareth mid for Vikla?
Surely not.
Not gonna happen. Alistair moving up in the world. Moving into first ban list.
Yeah, it means that, you know, stuff like Vi, Orianna is going to get through.
Holding the Pantheon. We've seen a lot of teams try to give Pantheon. It has, for the most part, not gone well. I saw one loss for Pantheon recently, if I'm not mistaken, this week. But, yeah, I think they will ban it in that last spot. It's interesting that they pushed the Azir up first. This is tougher for blue side to ban. It's a little bit less obvious. They'll ban the Orianna. So Ryze and Pantheon, as the Korean commentators just yell out, are probably the two that are being most heavily considered here.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather play against Ryze than Pantheon right now.
Absolutely.
I think that B&K agree.
I know that B&K agree.
So do you think it's a Ryze first pick?
Yeah, it could be Vi.
In game 3 of Fearless, but like the champion diversity, Valdez.
Yeah.
Now my champion diversity. Maybe we just gotta wait till best of 5s. See Ryze in game 3 there, but game 4, game 5, he's gone, baby.
Game 4 and 5.
Oh?
Oh, Sivir. Yeah, no Jarvan. And
that's what I like to see. Teddy has a
Teddy
very
Sivir.
famous Sivir game. Actually a few, but you know, one a really famous one. Let's see what the answer is going to be. Is it Ryze? I like to see a Vi.
Rengar?
Vi comp. But what do you play it with is the question. The Ahri is gone, funnily enough. That was their plan all along. Yahoo was like, they can't
You can play Nocturne mid.
Nah. I don't think...
They hovered it.
Not on board with that.
How about we pick an 80 carry?
Vi Lissandra. Oh,
actually,
no
yeah.
Trundle? They're like, oh, no Jarvan, Sivir. Oh, no Trundle, Scion.
The boxes are being checked, Wolf.
The Victor stocks are going way up, seems like, in this draft. You could go Victor or Ornn here, or just go Ambessa and try to crush the Scion in lane. Be a bit of a rich move. He was one of the big early adopters of Ambessa. Excuse me, sorry about the pronunciation there.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, when he held that long sip, we knew there was no more discussion. He was going to lock it. The Rise to come through with this. So side lane Ambessa, great wave clear with the Sivir. It's kind of coming together here for DRX.
Oh, we got to smile. Cassiopeia Vi.
We have seen so many attempts to counter Rise with Cassiopeia. And even though it's won, like Closer's won, I think Closer's like 3-1 or maybe even 4-0 on the Cassiopeia this season. It's never really been about him.
Yeah.
Could have just played something a little bit more standard, a little bit more scaling. But no. I mean, it has scaling, but it's not as safe.
I feel like the most important thing in Fearless is making sure you have a comp that works together. For me, it feels like B&K are just kind of picking random champions that are good on the tier list.
Yeah. I definitely agree. The Nocturne ban doesn't really tell us too much about what AD carry is going to be picked here for Diablo. Could be practically anything. The Kai'Sa, they weren't thinking about playing because it was going to be banned 100%. Like they knew that was never going to go through. It looks like more of a focus on something immobile. It could even be like a Jinx angle. And Atlas and I have been really pushing the Jinx recently. We think it's very good at the moment.
I like Jinx as well.
It's great in this comp because you have ways to get her excited pretty easily. You've got a really nice
You can just
setup.
pick Lulu. Just pick Lulu on 4, and then you can play like Jinx or Felios or Zeri or X.
Yeah, I like that. And even if they try to put a hard pushing lane in the bottom lane to shut you down, there's a Lulu ban.
Oh,
They knew Valdez.
They knew about my strategy.
As I was going to say, if they put you down, then Vi ganks, and you have the angle. Instead, they're just going to go
Karma on 4.
Just going to go Karma on 4.
Just pick Yumi on 4. Pick Nami on 4.
I mean, Karma's an oppressive lane. You already have a lot of engage. It's not the worst that you could see, but
You could play Ezreal, although
I really feel like the best would be Corki. We knew it was going to be a Blitzcrank. If it was Lulu or Karma, it was going to be Blitzcrank, right? What else do you play into this? Bard isn't going to cut it.
Yeah.
Janna? I don't think so.
I think Blitzcrank is good. You can go Sejuani first.
Sejuani with this Ambessa kind of good. Feels pretty nice here. A little bit tough to beat out the Vi in the jungle, and also a little bit tough to hit the target you want with the Scion there, but can try to get this Ambessa ahead, play through that side lane angle I was talking about. And Bard it is.
Bard it is. Is it?
Probably, yeah. I think so. Yeah. So what do we go here? Is it just Karma Ezreal just because that's what's on the tier list? Is this like literally the most tier list draft of all time? Gotta get wave clear bottom. They took my Lulu away.
You can get away from Sejuani, Ambessa, and Bard all pretty easily. I feel like at this point, it's pretty good. It's not the best in the Sivir. And for a second there... Oh! Ooh! Yeah.
Okay.
Zeri.
This is a Diablo champ. This is Diablo saying, forget the tier list.
Throwing the gauntlet.
Forget Ezreal Karma, talking points. Forget the fact that this is a Cassiopeia draft for just 1 second. And this game is about me now, by the way. It's not about Vikla. It's not about whether Clear can deal with Rich's pressure. It's about whether Zeri is going to come online, hit that 3-item spike, and carry the game. They're going to have a tough time, though, into the draft here of DRX. Very mobile, so it's a little bit tough to lock her down with a Sejuani ult, but my bigger concern is, or an Ambessa ult for that matter, my bigger concern is, can she farm when she's pushed in by Sivir in the mid lane for the entirety of the mid game? How well can she farm? Will she be vulnerable? Will she be caught? Will you fall behind? Does the rest of her team make mistakes? You don't have map control. You can't get to that 3-item spike. But if we get there, I think Diablo gets it done. This is such a cool game, too, because it's Teddy's iconic Sivir against Diablo's iconic Zeri, right? But Diablo's the new generation, vying for Rookie of the Year. Palm for Diablo. He might get it.
He knows. He's a knower.
This is a big moment of, like, one of the oldest AD carry legends to ever play the game against one of the newest in a scaling matchup, Valdez. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's a great way to finish off the night. Absolutely. As we're getting ready here to hop onto the rift for game number 3 right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 3 on the cards between these two teams.
We started the day off talking about the key player matchup of the AD carries and how the playstyle of Teddy and Diablo are very different. Diablo is the guy who will take Ghost on Zeri, will slide into a team fight and press R and try to pop off and carry the game. Teddy, he'll wave clear a Sivir, scale up, and become a Fountain Laser, destroy you in a team fight and rip through that Science health bar. That is exactly what we have on display here in this final game, which is very exciting to me. I'm not taking anything away from some of the power we've seen from Teddy on some mid-game spiking champions. The Corki that he's played, obviously the Kaisa that has been one of his most iconic picks very recently since his return to pro play. But, you know, when you look at this draft, it really just oozes exactly everything we thought we might get out of today's series. And I think these two drafts are relatively even, especially because B&K threw some weird curveballs and picked Cassiopeia. Like, they were on a good track at the beginning. A little strange, but they brought the Diablo Zeri back in at the end. So I thought it was a strong finish, Valdez.
Yeah, sometimes it's all that matters. The journey is also important, but where you land at the end of the day is really what matters. Seems like they're doing pretty well already on that first wave. I'm a little bit concerned about this. At least Vikla picked a cool skin. It's very snake-like, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of Cassiopeia, like the base skin or the other skins, don't really look very snake-like, but this one, you know, the tail makes it pretty obvious.
Yeah, this is the skin that makes you wonder, like, how they coded the physics for that tail.
Yeah.
Because it's just so in your face.
It's very cool. I'm a big fan.
You ever play Snake, the phone game?
Yes.
On your old Nokia?
Yes. On my calculator.
Yeah.
My TI-83, I think it was.
Only our generation will understand playing Snake on a TI calculator. And, like, also Phoenix. Believe it or not, even though technology has come a really long way and, like, people are, like, allowed to have their phones in class and stuff now, I would still play Snake on my calculator if I got teleported back in time. Or, like, if I was sent to, I don't know, if I was sent to high school now somehow, like if I de-age and they're like, Wolf, you're clearly a 15-year-old, you need to go to high school, I would still play Snake. Because it still holds up to me, okay, Valdez? The younger generation will never understand because they just have too much newfangled tech, too many different opportunities, too many games to play. We had Snake and we liked it. I played Tetris on that calculator too, Valdez.
Yeah. It's the most Wolf speech I've ever heard in my life.
I tried to play Wolfenstein on the calculator, but didn't really run very well, and my friend who told me it totally did was completely wrong. Gank here,
totally
level
lying.
4.
Yep, nice flash. Trying to continue. Nearly was able to, but it was just a little bit far.
Is that Gaian on the prompter? I just need to confirm this before I say. Okay, Gaian used TI-89. Okay, that's way ahead of my time. I wonder what the kids use now, like TI-100. They're like, no, Wolf, we use our phones. We have, we don't actually need
I don't know.
a calculator.
You can't have, well, maybe you can.
I
there are
see,
like graphing apps probably, right?
Yeah, well, I see all the time on the news, like, such and such school considers banning cell phones. I'm like, yeah, we weren't allowed to have that back. Like, that was the norm.
Yeah. I had to hide that.
Yeah, I had to, like, hold my phone, pull it out of, like, I had to be off, I'd turn it on. By the way, this is a T9, like, you know, flip phone. I have to pull it out of my bag as, you know, this is not looking good for Ambessa, but anyway, back to a more important thing. I had to pull it out in, like, my locker.
Yeah.
And, like, bend over and see if that girl I, like, texted me, and she didn't, and I'd be like, I'd, like, power it back down.
I used to do, like, the backwards lean, and then, like, the side look, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Glancing down.
Yeah.
That's why I got really good at using my phone with my left hand, actually. Because of that.
He's phone ambidextrous.
Because I was always on the left side of the class because of my last name, which is Valdez.
Yeah.
And for some reason, the V's were on the left side.
Not too many X, Y, Z, you know, W left.
There were a lot of W's, actually.
Yeah.
Like Wilson.
Williams,
yeah. Tons of those. As now we got the engage. No flash here for Vikla. But the damage is not quite there, actually. They cannot get it done. It's a 3v3. Killing going to keep Sponge around, but they don't quite have the damage on the side of BNK as well.
They really want to put Vikla down in this early game. It is not working so far. Yahoo commits the flash. They don't actually end up having enough damage there. Vikla's actually going to aggressively clear this wave, and they're going on to Sponge.
Yep. The Vi, very good in a 1v1 against the Sejuani. Sejuani picked for other reasons. We're going over the wall once again, but the stun comes through.
Yeah, the denting blows really do some heavy, it's a heavy blow to...
Denting?
Yeah, isn't it denting?
I think it is, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I thought you were going to say heavy denting.
Oh, no. I just mean, like, you know, it's dealing some heavy blows to her armor, and so therefore she has less resistances and she gets kind of punched. Andal? I don't...
Well, he's got some friends, or a friend. Yeah. Bit of damage going in. That's going to be Diablo in a little bit of trouble. Might have to flash this one. And at the end of the day, he is not. Very nice composure there. Although I say Teddy flashes in. The comeback on the boomerang actually gets the kill.
All right, Teddy making it happen. And he's throwing the gauntlet down in his own way here in this early game, going for that flash there. I really thought that was going to backfire for Andal, but he actually flashed forward, looked for the binding there, was able to get a lot of distance there, and then buy space for that rotation over of Sponge. It's Teddy ultimately who breaks the ankles there, grabs the kill onto his opposition in Diablo. This matchup's getting heated. I like it. Way better than a calculator game. But I reiterate, that's all we had. Okay, Andal going forward here. This is the damage output that Zeri has early in these skirmishes, where the term Zeri moment comes from, which is very scary. Helen has to flash, but then Raptor comes down, and Teddy says, I don't care.
Oh, we got an ult up in top side. Looks like Rich will be okay.
Looks like a trade of ultimates there, and both of those top laners will be all right. Out of refillable potions, but Clear does have biscuits, so I think Rich is aware and will back away. Neither of them have TP, though. So Clear may be able to get one Demolish proc on that turret. Good Demolish.
Swap coming in.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Just going to let the wave crash so that that swap can be matched. Doesn't have TP, but can get back to that bottom lane quickly. This is a very aggressive early game. There's only one kill that's gone over, but it feels like it's been so many more. Vikla being in danger so often here in the mid lane. It's been a bit of a mid lane party, whether it's either a jungler or a support or both, here all the time, trying to kill Vikla.
Yeah, from both teams, for some reason.
All right, Grub's up.
Yeah, already started up here, and one of them is taken by BNK. Andal kind of zoned away to begin with.
Yeah, but Teddy's here faster on the rotation on that faster lane swap. Still just does not want to fight this, though.
Yeah.
They just don't have any control.
Yeah, two taken. It's pretty much donezo. Just going to let those go. And so BNK picking up 3 grubs.
Yeah, it's double objective bounties for, not bounties, but feats of strength here for BNK. So that's a pretty nice start for them. They deny the Ambessa from having any grubs, the Rise comp from having any grubs. Diablo really wants to make something of any exchange he can get here. He has that BF sword online. And I don't think anything should eventuate here. Does Clear hit him? Oh,
got him.
I love watching that matchup in the bottom lane, or in the top lane, whatever, in the side lane of top laners.
The weak side lane?
Yeah.
What is it they call it in that other, in Dota?
I don't know.
I don't. It's something. It's like off lane or something.
Yeah, we called it in Heroes. We called it off lane sometimes.
Yeah.
Solo lane. There was only one solo lane in that game. Rich will tell you.
But now we have 2.
Yeah.
In this game.
That's right.
So we're better.
Double.
Yeah. Do you think Double Dragon on the cards here?
It is a bit early to say, but I don't think so, actually. With the amount of control Teddy has over this game, the Sivir Wave Clear, Rise Realm Warp, there's just too many tools to deny. I think if we see a Double Dragon, BNK will have to win a fight to get it. I don't think DRX will give it up. But it's Rise Group, and caster predictions have been incorrect.
Many a time, actually. It
Well,
feels like the majority of the time.
I'd rather say subverted than say incorrect, you know? Some
Or
predictions are,
expectations.
yeah, a bit subverted predictions. Usually you say subverted expectations, but, you know, I predict
Subverted
this.
predictions, yeah.
And they subverted them. Yeah.
That's one way to say it, I guess.
Yeah, it's not really proper to say it like that, but I think it's true.
Improper, yet true.
Yeah. I wonder if they...
What's the issue with Cassiopeia, do you think? Why do you feel like she just doesn't really hit?
So many games with Cassiopeia, the idea is, okay, we're just going to set up this really big ult in the middle of a team fight, drop the Miasma, and then we crush them quickly. And like in this game, you have the Zeri, right? And the Zeri does a ton of damage AoE with 3 items, the Runins, if you actually have that combo. Probably she's squishy. Her engage is super situational. I mean, in situations like this, you win these trades, really good into Rise and lane, but she's just so squishy and her engage range is so low that I'd rather see almost any other mid laner that either does more consistent damage or has better engage. Like, I feel like she's kind of half a scaling mid laner and half an engaged champion. Whereas I'd rather just see, like, Victor, for example, or Azir. Obviously, Azir is not available in this case, but...
Perma-banned as it should be.
Yeah.
We've had enough Azir, I think.
But, like, Orianna, who's also banned in this case, but... I'm trying to think of, like, another engaged mid.
What is the next... What is the next control mage?
Syndra?
On the block. I think it is Syndra, yeah. Could have gone for Syndra.
I'd take Cassiopeia over Syndra in this situation.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, like, kind of a good Syndra angle, thinking about it again. As long as you don't send your, you know, your stun into, like, your scatter into a spell shielded Teddy.
Yeah, maybe you feel like you don't have enough damage that cuts through, like, consistent damage. Syndra a little bit of a burst damage merchant. Rod of Ages.
Yeah, that's
picked up for the Cassios. Speaking of
do.
damage, not very much going to be coming through for quite a while for Vikla.
Same to be said of the Rise, but there's so much more utility for the Rise. Like, he does damage, he has wave clear, and he can send his team to places they're not supposed to be. So can Bard.
Double Dragon,
like DRX actually just let them have prio.
Subverting the predictions.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, the jungler, Sponge, is not here. Well, he is, but he's up there on the top left of your screen. And that is not here where he needs to be. So Double Dragon comes through its Infernal Soul.
Yeah. That's a strong Double Dragon angle. Okay, DRX just let that one through. It's okay, though. Rich is going to get a plate.
Worth. Yeah.
If Edward Elric taught me anything, equivalent exchange, man, it's totally fair.
Edward Elric.
You know Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist, you know.
No, I never saw that.
What? Never saw Full Metal Alchemist. I swear I thought you saw that.
No, we've talked about it a lot.
Oh, man. Well, I know you have a plane flight coming up.
Yeah.
I've got something for you.
Well, I also do have a book to read.
True.
Because we have our newly created book club.
Yeah, we have an LCK book club.
Yeah. It's very exciting. I'm actually really excited to read the book. I'm excited for the fight so that I can read the book.
Well,
actually, that's basically what I'm going to do for the majority of it, I think.
Well, Full Metal Alchemist can wait.
Yeah. Or I could do both, you know.
Don't watch Full Metal Alchemist while you read a book. But like maybe, maybe you want to let you read
time.
Once you say if you read the threshold of where we need for our next book club meeting, then like once you've completed that and you can't go further, then you pull out FMA. I'm not going to
Brotherhood
I was going to say I'm not going to get into that debate right now. It doesn't mean anything to you.
Yeah, but what would you choose, Wolf?
Well, everyone's going to hate this. I think I've already outed myself before, but I like the original.
Yeah, you're a non-Brotherhood guy.
But both are fantastic, and if you're going to watch both, I think you should watch the original first. I think the original doesn't hit hard if you watch Brotherhood first. So, you should watch Brotherhood just because
because everyone else does.
Yeah, that's what the internet says. There's like literally like one other person in the world who liked the original more. I think Raz said he liked the original more. I was talking to him about it once.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Sorry for Raz if that's not accurate.
It's like one other person
you, but I think
in
Raz,
the world and someone who does our job?
I want to say Raz was the only person in the world I've ever talked to who agreed with me on this. But I might be wrong.
And there's probably that one chatter, you know?
Sure, I don't have Twitch chat.
And if there is that one chatter, he's going to say, "It's me, Smiley, right now."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for agreeing with me. We are really just not for Herald. We're like, both teams are so nervous. This matters so much for both teams, but for DRX in particular, if they lose this, you know, it feels pretty dreadful as, okay.
Right. This is the setup, but no Miasma to come down, actually. Nice dodge on that one with the flash. And now the Miasma comes down to deal with the Sejuani Sponge. Very much immobile for a little bit, but now Raptor in a bit of trouble, and he will be going down. They should give this kill over to either Rich or Teddy. They give it to Rich. Rich gets the kill from the top lane, and it ends up being pretty good for DRX.
And Diablo's just getting free farm here in mid. At the same time, there's going to be a late recontest here with Viklo having no ultimate. The Scion engage. I don't know about this one. BK.
Yeah, they're turning on a Kellen right now, actually. And Kellen has to flash away.
I mean, they deny the Herald take it for a minute.
Nicholas doing a good job, but again, on this Roa Cassiopeia, you just don't really do damage. As the smite comes through, Sponge going to pick that one up. And now somebody's got to get that eye, but nobody is careful enough. Okay, it looks like Andel's going to get it. And now Diablo's just in the front line, just dies for free. Not sure about that one, buddy. As he'll go down and clear at the same time is dead. Vikla chopped down, trying to TP away. Looks like he should get it, actually. So a big team fight win here for DRX.
I think BNK just may have tossed this one out the window. It's not over, but that was a disastrous fight for them. Diablo coming in late, but getting instantly rooted by Yehu. This is how it started, by the way. We go all the way back to the all-in here from Vikla. Raptor commits his ult here super early in the fight. They avoid the Tempered Fate, and yes, they get the kill, but they used so much to do this that I just don't think that DRX really care, because guess who isn't here? Two of your players! Your Scion isn't here! Your Zeri isn't here! And then they are like, we have to stop them from getting... I don't think you had to stop them from getting Rift Herald. I think you could just cut your losses here and say, well, we traded kills. They got Herald. Zeri pushes mid. And then, like, the rotation over here of Zeri is, it's like the second that Yehu shows up is when Diablo's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll go now. Gets rooted, takes half of his health and damage from a rise, and then just walks straight into everyone.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I think it's, again, it's something you said during the analysis, but I think it's just a mindset thing from BNK. They're like, no, we have to. Like, we cannot back away. We will not back down from a fight. When the fight setup is just, to be honest, kind of atrocious.
It's
like, they were too far behind, and DRX are sitting there like, well, they're not going to back down from the fight, so I think we just take these guys.
You could have just let the wave crash with Diablo, you know, contest the rise rotation, play it slow. And remember, if you walk away from that fight, you could just try to get DRX on resets and get an Infernal Soul Point, which they didn't get also because they gave that to DRX as they lost the fight.
Max range going on in, Rich, and aggressively, and Andel gets the kill with the redemption. Smites him from the sky, and now we got another one here on a Raptor who is just feeling kind of sad. Nice angle. Oh, but the flash on in. Teddy does it again, picks up another one. And DRX are getting fed now.
Yeah, BNK, Sandcastles, they get kicked, man. The House of Cards has fallen over. A bunch of papers blown into the wind. It's all just fragmented. It's all falling apart. DRX playing as a unit, and BNK just completely dropping the ball in these critical moments. And it's great punishes from DRX. I don't want to take anything away from that. That was a max range ult from Rich to start it all off. Rich! This one day, you and I were watching a DRX game.
Yeah.
And every time Rich almost engaged or was on a flank, we just said, Rich! And then this just became
well, it's because Chronicler did it first.
Yeah, that's true.
Chronicler was doing it in
that's
the
right,
cast.
actually. In my mind, it was you and I who started this, but actually it was Chronicler first.
And he did it like 2 times in a row, and so it just latched on.
It used to just be rich, but it became rich at some point. Like we're getting more and more re-pitched. Teddy is having a good game, and with these isolated B&K members that are out for the taking, he's just scooping them up. Oof. I wanted a competitive Game 3 here. I wanted this to be like an Elder flip. I wanted it to be back and forth.
I wanted the epic battle of like the old versus the new.
Yeah.
And I mean, we did have a battle. It's not very epic, but obviously the old is winning, Wolf. I suppose that would make you happy.
Yeah, Diablo was 17 gold up at 0-3. He's 17 gold up again.
He is, yeah.
But I don't think he's winning right now, Valdez.
No.
Don't think so.
He's not. Yeah, okay, trying to set something up here. Vikla gonna have to flash.
Not sure about that.
Throwing in an ult once again, and now Raptor gonna use the disengage cone, but they get the follow-up on a Vikla, who is just the collateral damage, and meanwhile, Kellen running away.
It looked a little bit shaky there after Ando's initial engage, but the follow-ups were good. And it's just where we saw an incident with DRX in the last game. Exact same strip of the Rift. But it's this time the blue side team that crushes in swimming fashion, and we'll take it into an Otacon. Nearly 2.5k gold lead. Well, with the Otacon take, it will be 2.7. Here for DRX, the Cassiopeia put down in this game. The Zeri struggling to get off the ground. 2-item spike is good for Zeri, but it's the third you really need. And he's so far away from it now. And I just don't know if this game is going to slow down enough for him to get there. At least Vikla's got his late rod spike.
Yeah.
No, the later the rod comes out, the more experience you get. Technically.
I think they're both gonna they both go from 13 to 14. Happened to Yehu, and then he ticked over to 15 afterwards.
Yeah, if you could hit 14, it would be amazing here, but I think he's gonna 13, 14.
Gonna happen.
I don't think so.
Yeah. 13 to 14.
Yeah, 13.7, 0.8 to 14. I mean, he's getting closer, actually. I'm kind of invested.
Yeah, I want to see what happens. TP's coming in. Diablo is in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, we got to play up on the top side. TP pretty far away as Vikla going to get quite low. The Realm Warp gets them in. And look at Kellen and Diablo. They could never join the fight as finally we have the ult coming out here from Diablo. But he's just being chased down by the entirety of DRX as the rest of his team is just dead. And they'll just take the magical journey over. Might as well get a better angle here onto the Zeri as Diablo says, well, I'm dead. Gets Heartsteel stacked to death.
That's the game. That's a full wipe. 0-4 on this Zeri. He wanted to pull it out. He said no to Ezreal Karma. And unfortunately, these fights have just, not really by his fault, been going so poorly. Remember when I mentioned that Cassiopeia's engage is so low range and she kind of does half, like she doesn't do tons of damage yet in this game, especially with this build, which she kind of has to go in this meta. It's a low range engage that puts him in harm's way and he does very little damage, so can't capitalize on it either and is just punished instantly. It's just that simple. And then Diablo's like, my whole team is dead. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying to carry. It's just so broken up. Like this whole game for B&K is just, like I said before, paper scattered into the wind. Like no individual paper means anything. You know, you need to put them all together. For Coach Song here for DRX, so feeling pretty good about DRX's best game of the 3.
They're so happy because
this is so important.
They need it. Not like, you know, DNF needs wins. It's not like that. It's more like they desperately need to get into 8th place in order to climb into plans and have a shot in the postseason.
Absolutely.
It really feels like we have a postseason now.
Yeah.
We always did, like, but now it's really long. It's like a month long, which is more akin to, you know, traditional sports, which are even longer at times, I think generally.
You and I had it for Pro League back in the day. It's a very, when you have a year-long season, it feels like the end really has to be big, right? It really does have to matter. Is Raptor...
Oh, that actually caught him on the very
edge. That didn't look like it would have.
That was crazy. He doesn't have his flash, but he's got Mikhail's. He's got a team this time.
And they actually got 3 ultimates out of that.
Yeah.
So pretty big win. I mean, in trade for Kellen's mantra and a heal. Value. Let's see if they can punish this somehow. I don't think it's likely, but I do have a little bit of tempo for this. Baron spawns in 5 seconds. I think you might just have to send it, you know?
Yeah.
And
just send it.
It's tough, but if you have choke point control with this, you know, Miasma, Petrifying Gaze, maybe, but instead they just go, you can have it. We'll just walk away and reset. Like DRX, I think almost like with this movement looked baffled. Like, what is back here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess they just feel too far behind and they're not willing to risk it just yet.
I just think the riskier thing is to
not risk it.
To not risk it, yeah. Like, this was one of your only ways to get kind of randomly win a team fight in a weird situation where DRX don't have some of those critical ultimates.
Yeah, it does feel like every team fight has been DRX are set up and B&K are kind of the ones scrambling. So if they can actually get position on an objective and try to force something, I can see it. So
the decision is clear, though. Like, Diablo is looking for his 3rd item, and they're like, well, that's what we're going to play for.
Clear is actually the top laner of B&K DRX.
I know, but you know what I mean.
Oh. Do I?
The decision was very simple for them. Like, it was an obvious decision from their mind. Which is to play for 3 items for Diablo. But yes, Clear is the top laner. Thanks for identifying that, for those who didn't know.
He is, yeah.
Raptor is flanking on a ward.
Are they just taking the magical journey for fun? Or like, what's going on here? Maybe leash down.
I still don't think this is the best fight for B&K, but they're going to look for Sponge.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to catch Vikla here in the front line, and finally Diablo gets like a decent ult off, but now the setup is coming in. Meanwhile, the 1v1 heavily won as Diablo going to go down here very early on, and I think that might just be lights out in this one if it wasn't already. Realm Warp coming on in, and Teddy just kind of runs at them. Down both Kellen and Vikla go, and Rich won this 1v1 at the same time. Now 5-0 and 5.
What a deflating end for B&K in this one. DRX,
This is the Baron that actually does damage, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think they.
Sponge should just juggle this one.
Yahoo comes in.
Yeah.
Yahoo comes in. They can.
They're fine. I mean, there's just no one alive, so. It's almost like Yahoo and Teddy, there's like an experiment, like, can they do it?
Yeah.
Probably, but see how this happens. A lot of dashes. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, you know, people often say this is death by 1,000 dashes.
Yeah.
Like, literally, like, wow.
Literally 1,000.
Like, I'm like 99. 1,000.
1,000. They're so good at counting.
This fight here is just another showcasing of, like, wait until they start the Baron, you know? Like, they're so desperate here. Zeri dies early. This Cassiopeia, I mean, I don't want to say it anymore, but she just doesn't do enough in this draft when you're just walking up to force a fight. And DRX, I mean, I don't know how many times they can just clean wipe B&K before this Nexus explodes, but we are 20 minutes into the game. They do have Baron buff.
It is 17-1.
Yeah, I feel like they should be able to just explode the Nexus in the next 2 minutes if they just group as 4 and 1 and push down these lanes.
Yeah.
If they kill anybody, there's just no defense.
Well, they are doing that. Just 4 and 1. And just hoping to end it here. But I guess they would have to cross the miasma to truly get on top of that inhibitor turret.
That
wave
cannon minion is truly the pace of the end of the game here for DRX.
Yeah.
Just like Rich showed, 1,000 dashes, 1,000 cannon shots will end this game, Valdez.
Yep. 28, 29, 1,000.
This is such a big moment for DRX. They do not want to mess it up. They do not want to get caught. They do not want to toss this huge, important win away. Again, against arguably the best team in the group, and it's the second time they beat them.
All right, he's going to send it. That's what he said. He said, all right, I'll send it.
He did send it.
Oh, the setup here. Oh, missed time from Rich, actually. Doesn't quite matter, though, as the root comes down onto Diablo, and he just dies. He doesn't have cleanse. And, yeah, this will be the end of the game, guys. DRX are going to take down B&K in a lengthy bout of 3 games. this time around. Actually, 1,100 gold going over to clear. Meanwhile, Rich is full health, taking down the base. So
yeah,
this one is over.
Still 3.3k behind, but you know, put a little dent in it, Valdez. Yeah, this one was the most one-sided of the three. DRX's cleanest game of the series. Their second 2-1 victory over B&K will put them up to 8 wins. And they are hot on the heels of Bro. Just one series between these two. And just one upset win more for DRX could be what propels them into play-ins range. Still a lot of Rise group left to play, but this was some impressive League of Legends from this squad who came in as the underdogs today. And sure, it wasn't clean in the win they took earlier in the series, but they certainly showed them up towards the end of it.
Absolutely. Let's see some celebrations pointing to the Porsche. One of the sponsors of DRX.
Who is Palm, Valdez? It's a tough call.
Yeah, shout out to the fans. Also to the Korean commentators.
I'm kind of leaning towards any of the supporting cast here. Like Sponge, Andil, maybe Rich.
Rich?
I think everyone's going to vote for Teddy because it's the safe vote, right?
No.
Had a great landing phase.
I don't think that's the vote.
I think this is going to sound crazy, but I think I go Sponge here. I think I want to be a Sponge voter. I should put it in, Valdez.
You did put it in.
Yeah.
It's in. It's already in. So it cannot be taken back, that Palm vote.
No, I might get ridiculed for it. People might like tell stories of that one time Wolf put the Sponge vote in. They were like, wow, that was a weird vote.
Maybe Yahoo? I don't know. It's hard. This is a hard one.
Sponge was like...
Not Yahoo.
Sponge was a big part of some of these skirmishes, and like was often kind of the target with Yahoo, and like Sponge I felt like was fairly consistent. It was hard for me to vote for Teddy because...
I think it's Rich.
It was hard for me to vote for Teddy because his performances across the series were pretty inconsistent. Rich was kind of clean in this game, especially.
He was good on the Aurora as well.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of forgot about the Aurora game. I think I may have messed up, man.
That was like hours ago, so.
I might have done my boy Rich dirty.
Rich?
He did, however, you know, the truth is, Valdez, he did give 1,100 gold over at the very end there.
That did happen, yeah. Wait, did he? I thought that was Teddy.
Oh, no, you're right. It was Teddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
But it was clear that got the kill, which was the top laner.
Yeah. I was just thinking about the deficit I was talking about. It's been a day, Valdez.
It has been. It's been a long one. Yeah. They are so serious about this.
I mean, this was really important to them. Like, you could see how carefully they played the end of this game. They just did not want to give any chance of, like, a 1% chance of a comeback to B&K. They were just not going to do it. Yeah, there's that shutdown on the Teddy we were talking about. Boom.
Teddy with the yelp at the end. I'm trying to get a spoiler. I'm trying to look behind and see who got Palm.
I think it's going to be Teddy. 80 carries keep getting them.
I don't think it
should be. I don't think it should be, but that would be my Palm pred right now. Man, Diablo did not deliver in this one.
But Wolf, Vikla did the most damage in the game on Cassiopeia. Must be good.
Do not do it, Valdez.
It's too late. I already did it.
Oh. It's like it was too late. I already put my Sponge vote in.
Yeah.
Absent-minded Sponge voting. I was like, I don't know. I forgot I have to do this. This series was wild and crazy. Yeah. Rich does get their Palm.
There you go. 4, 6, and 1 Aatrox, but also a couple of sick games.
His Aatrox, yeah, maybe that was why I was reluctant.
Played 3 champs that started with A. Aurora, Aatrox, and Bessa.
Yeah.
So good at reading.
You should clip this and give it to your son.
Yeah.
My daughter's very far away from reading level right now, but
yeah.
I mean, like speaking level as well, understanding language. Your son is, is at that point.
He's making noises, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had a good
Six
performance. I do think that neither of these teams really convinced me that they're going to go toe-to-toe once they maybe get out of play-ins to some playoffs teams or even KT or Nongshim. But,
yeah,
you know, there were some good moments. The drafting up and down. I think DRX had some really good reads, especially on blue side. BNK won despite some of their reads, but in that third game, they certainly did not. Cassiopeia didn't work.
Yeah. Well, guys, it looks like we have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation. We are here with Rich on the side of DRX. Congratulations. Thank you. Rich, long time no see on the interview zone. You got a POM, and the 3 losing streak is over. How do you feel? Yeah, it's been a long time, and I'm happy to be here. And I feel like we'll try even harder to make it a continuous win for the remainder of this season. And in game 1, the opponent dove over and over again to get their Lucian fed, and that made the game hard for you, but you guys were able to turn it around. So what was the main source of the comeback? Yeah, I think us having the opportunity to lane swap and then get more power funneled into Xayah actually was what allowed us to come back. And how did you feel about facing the unsealed spellbook Gwen? Honestly, I was a little flustered because I've never faced something like that, but I think I was able to sort of play it out the best as I can. And with the game 2 being an unfortunate loss, what was the pain points? I think it was really the objectives that we were able to secure that actually ended up snowballing, and then we ended up losing that game. And in game 3, your Ambassa took the spotlight and you didn't even hesitate to go in. So where did your confidence spawn from? I think my whole mindset during the whole entire game was that if I go in and engage first, then there's no way I lose. And your next opponent is DN Freaks, who you have yet to get your round 4 revenge on. So what are your goals? I feel like DN Freaks has been suspiciously playing so well, and I know that Dudu is a pretty formidable top laner, so I want to make sure that I'm most well prepared to make sure that we can win. And your coach, Song, actually said that the team is playing with an unbreakable heart. So what mindset will you play in the remaining of the season with? I hope that we can make it into the play-ins and continue showing up with great performance. Congratulations again, and that's the end of the interview with Rich, and back to the space. Thank you.
No matter how hard they tried, the spirit did not break of DRX. A 2-1 victory to stop the losing skid and make this playoff battle even closer between them, BNK FearX, and the Bros. Thank you so much for the translation, dear. It was rich getting the POM say with his helm.
That was bad.
The font on that makes me think of early 2000s nu metal. Do you see it?
Yeah. Like
it's cool.
Like
it's cool.
Nickelback?
Let's take a look at the votes here. I think this is one of the rare games where you could have, and we actually do have, a vote for everyone. Everyone got a vote, and I think that's very fitting after a game like this. I think the game was obviously, the series was a bit messy, but it was really the entirety of DRX, and we really want to keep reminding everyone, this was a really big win. DRX basically needed to win this to stay in the running, to make it out as
Wait, that's actually my comment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they think I'm way smarter than I am then if they give me Wadid's comment. That's kind of cool. Thanks, Wadid, for giving me your comment.
What do you mean?
Well, now
my comment
No, get it back. No, you're stuck with my comment. My comment's horrible. It's great.
Nah, I got robbed, actually. I feel bad. Where's my comment? But anyways,
it's fine.
I also voted for Andil because of like the way how he plays the team fight, even though his skill shots were not feeling great, but I feel like the way how he positions himself was actually in front of the enemy team, and he was like calling actively the target. So I can see his shot calling was on point, and also the confidence. I think all the teams in Rise Group just need some confidence and to just go in.
And guys, I'm going to be honest, obviously, under Argentines, I think this player has been slowly but steadily improving since he debuted, which I think is really cool. Obviously came in under really rough circumstances. This was when the Kwangnan roster was really struggling. It was kind of rotated in and out. But I also want to highlight is that if Woodid votes for support, it's the right vote. Because that man, of any role, is the most critical of support.
Doesn't like supports.
He doesn't.
Could have voted for support last game.
When Woodid votes for support, I follow. And also, Justice for Supports, get them more votes.
Yeah, there's more, but they just cut off because it was too long.
You were too wide.
Oh yeah, there we go. In the team fights, you could feel the confidence in a way. He took the front line and made the target calls. This is exactly the kind of confidence that encouraged the Rise Group needs. Miracle will to those who never give up and keep fighting until the end. Hashtag DRX fighting.
That's beautiful. Hold Woodid.
Hashtag DRX win.
Hold Woodid.
Woodid looking to try and win Comment of the Week. If you thought that was the Comment of the Week, let us know in the chat. Let's see what else that we had from people on the call. Wolf, soaking up the pressure and having a consistent performance.
I love me a sponge vote and a sponge pun.
Yeah, a sponge pun.
That's great. That's top tier. Big fan.
Well played.
Let's see what else that we had here. Good job, Wolf. Let's see what else we had here from the Korean side of the broadcast, who mostly voted for Rich.
It was actually split vote, so I just want to read the comment.
Yeah, every single person.
Yeah, the Rich vote. This player is really good at champions that jump.
I think Aurora
I
jumps.
think Aatrox doesn't really jump.
Yeah, he does.
He dashes.
Aatrox gets.
He dashes.
Okay,
on he flies.
Okay, but guys, that's.
He gets there.
I like the rich vote. I know that. I like the rich vote, but I feel like I'm trying to make sure Aatrox isn't included.
Right. He dashes.
I gotta give credit to oh my God, Kuro.
Big dog.
Oh, the Warcraft reference. Hell yeah! Today, Rich was the Lich King himself. Love to hear that. Also works better in Korean because obviously L and R
are the same.
Yeah. I want to give credit to Digon, by the way. We were like on Dale and he was like Rich, and he was right.
I was right.
You've been on a kind of a tear. It's been good.
Except our last one. It was just me and you last game. That was so crazy. There's no votes for Young and rich like Helios swag. Swag?
Swag.
Cloud Templar?
Swag.
CT, what? See, you know what? Cloud Templar used a TI-83 when he did math in college. Remember we were doing all the calculator jokes? Yeah, that was Cloud Templar. Swag.
Swag.
All right.
I remember when I said swag back when I was 16. That was good. That was fun stuff.
The boundary of the world different for those who have crossed it is the boundary. Sorry, I missed it.
So this is an Aurora reference, right? Because it's spirit.
Yeah, between worlds.
Between the worlds. But there's also a deeper layer here that I feel like I'm not personally intelligent enough to really dig into. So, Woodid, any thoughts?
No comment.
I like it. Might be an anime reference as well, for all we know. Pony is generally kind of a double, triple threat when it comes to those.
Yes. Pony is... Okay, last one. No, Rich used to play... Rich used to play
Heroes
Storm.
Yeah, he's Hot's faker.
Yes.
I just assumed Kuro loved World of Warcraft. Or Warcraft 3. Hey, could still be true. No, it's not.
All these are great. That's why they use Lich King and then switch between worlds. This was good. Way to go, KoreanCast. All right. That was. We'll work on it for tomorrow. Let's take a look at the standings after today's match, as BNK Furex had the opportunity to go clear. 4 games left for BNK Furex and DRX. 5 for the Bros.
So big that DRX wins here today. Obviously, Bro could beat DK again tomorrow like they did before. I think that matchup is pretty 50-50 as we have seen. But let's be real. DRX, if they had lost here, I think we're out of contention. I don't think they were going to catch up to Bro. Now they still have a very realistic shot. For BNK, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think they're still in a relatively solid spot. Maybe they could get overtaken by Bro, but getting overtaken by DRX feels very unlikely. But this really is good for Rice Group. Keeps it very, very tight.
Listen, I mean, I just feel bad because like the moment when we actually trust the team like BNK or Bros.
We thought BNK were the best,
right? Or Bros. We always trust them, and the consistency is not there. Like always, like after a week, they forget how to play the game.
Were you a consistent player when you were a pro?
You asked me. I guess.
Speaking of the Bros, they play tomorrow against D plus Kia. The Bros have not had an 0-2 week since the beginning of round 3. So round 3 and round 4 have been pretty clean, but they did lose their last match against DN Automotive Freaks. Are up against group leading D plus Kia. And then it's time to bounce back if you're Hanwha Life Esports, proving that you are a top team up against Gen.G.
Can we just get them a game win? I know
just
we
no
already
more 2-0s.
Yeah, no more Gen.G 2-0, please. Please. We shouldn't have had a T1 2-0. I don't want a 2-0 here for Gen.G. Come on, Hanwha, get one.
I think there's a chance. I think they showed life in T1. You know, you got some Zeus showing up there.
Yeah, but they do keep losing.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels bad whenever I watch HLE games. It's almost similar feeling as like DK games, you know.
Oh, hey, I don't know about all that. Well, that's a bit of a stretch.
We made it all the way through the day.
I don't
take a shot
think anyone likes that comparison.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, congratulations, Rich, for winning the POM for today. DRX get the victory. It's been a great Saturday showdown, but we've got 1 day left of action. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in less than 24 hours for the final day of round number 4. Bye-bye.
Makes me stronger.